in the Dana Shastara area of the Meda subdivision in Poonch. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Dai right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the advantage to 3-0 shortly before halftime, and the fireworks did not stop there. This was, in many ways, the perfect return for Lionel Messi in the national team colours. He last played for his country when they won the Copa America 2024, but had limped off injured before the victory was confirmed. Given Messi has previously said that he has played his last World Cup game for the country when they lifted the trophy in 2022, every match which he plays for Argentina assumes significant importance. And in true Messi style, he continues to give fans top-level performances despite being at an age when most top-level football players are winding down their active careers.
Are you planning to buy a new house? Well, getting a property can be a daunting task.
Viewers, getting you top headlines. Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief in October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Netanyahu congratulates Israeli forces for big win, says Sinwar's elimination marks the beginning of the end for Hamas.
This was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts.
U.S. makes stand clear. It says it had no role in Israeli operations related to Sinwar's killing. Reports said that Khalid Mashal is Yahya Sinwar's likely successor as Hamas chief. Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to lead the discussions on UCC report and guidelines. Join us as we gear up for most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan, starting from 9 a.m. onwards. Well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Remember, we told you about the hoax bomb threats to Indian Airlines. Delhi police has now ramped up its investigation into the recent hoax bomb threats affecting many domestic and international flights. Remember, they have reached out on social media platforms for details on accounts responsible for posting these threatening messages. An FIR was also registered concerning a bomb threat to a Bengaluru-bound Akasa air flight with 180 passengers alongside probes into 7 other similar incidents at Indira Gandhi International Airport this month. In fact, more than 25 flights have received bomb threats, and Delhi police has launched a probe. Civil Aviation Ministry has taken note of the bomb threats. This is a top update coming in on Republic TV, and they've reached out to social media platforms. Delhi police has reached out for details on accounts responsible for posting these threatening messages. So the investigation is continuing. We want to go across to a guest right now who was on one Air India flight from India to New York, and Akshabay Vijay Simha is joining us live from New Jersey. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You are a passenger. You are flying to New York, for, I believe, on an Air India flight. That was from Mumbai to New York, and that was diverted due to a bomb threat. Now, if you could take our viewers through what happened, what was the initial response from you and other passengers, and the sequence of events that you witnessed.
Firstly, thanks a lot for having me over. I was actually traveling from Bangalore to JFK via Bombay. The flight took off from Bombay, and while we were en route JFK, we were told that there's a security threat on the plane and we would be diverted to Delhi. And it did take a while for us to consume that information. Most of the passengers were asleep, so perhaps the reaction wasn't immediate. And when the airlines said, when the crew members said that it is a security threat, it could be anything. It could be on one of the places the plane might be passing over. So we didn't necessarily know that it is related to the very aircraft. And but when we landed in Delhi, I think that's when reality hit most people. There was a slight sense of urgency, but I must say people did behave very well. The most I could hear was people at the back urging people in the front to keep moving and not take any baggage as instructed by the crew members. And so we were then placed in Delhi, and kudos to the team that was actually there by the plane. I mean, I don't want to get into the details of the various teams I saw, just so that it does not create any further vulnerability. The forces were on their toes, and even when they escorted us out shortly in the afternoon, they were very kind, and they were indeed smiling. So it takes a lot for them to do their job, and it was top-notch effort by the forces to ensure that the plane and us were sanitized before we were given the green signal to collect our baggage and proceed towards the hotel.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that everything went smoothly and there was no panic, you're saying, that when the news came in of the diversion of the flight towards Delhi, you're saying there was no panic. But still, among the passengers who were flying with you, have they spoken to you about any concerns? Now, we know this has affected so many flights. Many international flights were also affected due to the bomb threats which are being investigated. What are your co-passengers telling you? Were they concerned about this? Are they maybe not taking flights, or they have postponed the travel plans due to these hoax bomb threats which are coming in?
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of co-passengers were supposed to land in JFK and take flights towards Pittsburgh and few other local destinations within the US. And yes, they had to reschedule. And some of the passengers were actually traveling for a 3-day conference in various parts of the US. So they were pretty much missing out on they lost a day. So there were some concerns. And also when Air India did house us, in a terminal until we received our baggage after the clearance by the security personnel. It did take them some time for them to arrange for food and post-switch the accommodation. So there were minor concerns raised, and yes, as I mentioned earlier, there was slight fear, but definitely not panic. And then, of course, there were concerns over when we would be getting back on a flight and when we would reach, JFK. And then, essentially, a few passengers also rescheduled themselves to be on a flight to EWR, which is an airport close to JFK. So, yes, there were few minor concerns, like we were told to leave our baggages there. There was a couple with a 5-month-old baby, so they could not carry much, but they had to wait for a little bit before Air India could make arrangements for the toddlers. So, I mean, in the larger scheme of things, these small concerns don't really matter, but those were very tricky for us, especially when the plane landed in Delhi, and then we were taken, we slowly got used to the situation when we were escorted to a temporary terminal before we were handed over our baggage.
Right. Also, before I let you go, any response from JFK Airport? Was there any kind of statement or any kind of confirmation or any kind of warning given from the American airports? Because we know that the Indian flights have been flying to foreign airports. Any kind of confirmation or statement coming in from their side?
I'm not sure we heard anything from JFK, at least not me. And when I landed at JFK, it was business as usual. I just took a cab home. So to be honest, I don't know if there's any reaction from this side.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us there. This was our guest live, Akshobhaya Vijay Simha, live from New Jersey, a passenger on one of the Air India flights which received a bomb threat and was grounded and diverted. All right. We have to move ahead right now. We are getting some updates, some breaking updates coming in right now. The police viewers have arrested the 6th accused, the Bayrach identified as Mohammad Afzal, also known as Kalu. This arrest was made by officials at the Hardi police station as investigations into the riots continue. This significant development comes as law enforcement ramps up efforts to apprehend all individuals involved in the violent incidents. All right, viewers, getting in this big update coming in right now. So what we see is that after that violence in Bayrach, unrest in Bayrach, and Yogi Adityanath promising action, and also going ahead and making plans to control the situation, the investigation is continuing. The 6th accused has been arrested as Mohammad Afzal, known as Kalu. This arrest was made by officials at the Hardi police station as investigations into the riots continue. I'm going to go across to my colleague who's joining us, Webha. Webha, if you can hear me, just take our viewers through, the latest coming in. on this story. The police has arrested the 6th accused in this case. Who is the 6th accused? What is his background? What are the details? Vaibhav.
देखिए बिल्कुल इस छठे आरोपी की तलाश पिछले 4 दिनों से लगातार की जा रही थी, क्योंकि कल जब अब सरफराज और तामिल एनकाउंटर में घायल हुए उसके बाद बहराइच के एसपी ने जब ब्रीफ किया तब उन्होंने 5 मुख्य आरोपियों के पकड़े जाने की बात कही थी, लेकिन सवाल यही था कि अफजल जो छठा आरोपी है उसकी गिरफ्तारी कब की जाएगी। तो यूपी पुलिस को यह बड़ी कामयाबी हाथ लगी है कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जो छठा आरोपी था अफजल, उसे हरदी थाना क्षेत्र से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। महाराज जो हरदी थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत ही आता है, इस थाना क्षेत्र में ही इसकी गिरफ्तारी, और क्योंकि नेपाल की सीमा वहां से तकरीबन 40 से 45 किलोमीटर है, तो ऐसे में उम्मीद ये जताई जा रही थी कि छठा आरोपी जो अफजल है वो भी नेपाल जो है वो भागने की फिराक में था, लेकिन बहराइच पुलिस ने छठे आरोपी अफजल को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। कल 2 आरोपी एनकाउंटर में घायल हुए थे, उसके बाद लगातार इस छठे आरोपी को लेकर जो सवाल है वो उठ रहे थे। हम एनकाउंटर साइट से बस थोड़ा सा पहले इस वक्त मौजूद हैं। अब से थोड़ी देर बाद हम आपको वो तस्वीर भी दिखाएंगे जिस स्पॉट पर एनकाउंटर हुआ था। दरअसल पुलिस उस मर्डर वेपन को बरामद करने के लिए उस स्पॉट पर पहुंची थी, और तालिम और सरफराज ने ही उस लोकेशन को पुलिस को आइडेंटिफाई किया था, लेकिन वहां पहले से ही जिस वेपन का इस्तेमाल मर्डर में किया गया था उस वेपन को लोडेड रखा गया था। पुलिस वहां पर पहुंचती है, तालिम और सरफराज वहां पर मौजूद रहते हैं पुलिस के साथ, और जैसे ही मौका पाकर वो पुलिस पर फायर करते हैं, पुलिस अपनी आत्मरक्षा में फायर करती है और इन दोनों लोगों के पैर में गोली लग जाती है। आनंद फानन उन्हें बहराइच के जिला अस्पताल लेकर पहुंचा जाता है, लेकिन सवाल यही था कि इस पूरी हिंसा का मुख्य आरोपी जो है अफजल, उसकी गिरफ्तारी कब होगी, क्योंकि 4 दिन इस पूरे प्रकरण को हो चुके थे। पहली एफआईआर में 10 लोगों का नाम था, जिसमें से 4 अज्ञात थे, 6 लोग नामजद थे, और उन 6 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी पर बड़े सवाल के बीच कल 5 गिरफ्तारियों की बात करती हुई बहराइच की एसपी नजर आई थी। अब सवाल यह था कि छठा आरोपी कब पुलिस की गिरफ्त में आएगा, और अब बड़ी खबर यह है कि पुलिस को बड़ी सफलता मिली है, उस छठे आरोपी अफजल को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। इस पूरे मामले में सबसे हम एक अपडेट आपको और दे दें, दरअसल जो आरोपी हैं उस आरोपियों के अब घर को भी मजिस्ट्रेट के द्वारा चिन्हित किया जा रहा है। आपसे थोड़ी देर पहले हमने ये भी देखा कि उनके घरों के बाहर क्रॉस के निशान लगाए गए हैं, क्योंकि अतिक्रमण जो है वो किया गया है। अब आगे ऐसे में इन लोगों की अवैध प्रॉपर्टी पर क्या बुलडोजर एक्शन होगा, ये बड़ा सवाल है। लेकिन इस सवाल के बीच बड़ा अपडेट यही है कि छठा आरोपी जिसे बहराइच पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है, और अब पूछताछ के बाद क्या उसकी रिमांड मांगती है पुलिस या फिर जेल भेजती है, इसको लेकर थोड़ा सा इंतजार जरूर करना होगा। लेकिन अब सबसे अहम यह है कि पुलिस के हाथ ये बड़ी सफलता छठे आरोपी के रूप में लगी है। तो वहीं जो पीड़ित की पत्नी है, यानी कि रामगोपाल, मृतक की पत्नी का यह कहना था कि वो पुलिस की कार्रवाई से फिलहाल संतुष्ट नहीं है। पुलिस के ऊपर उन्होंने बड़े एलिगेशन भी लगाए हैं, लेकिन इन तमाम दबावों के बीच, इन तमाम आरोपों के बीच अब आगे पुलिस की कार्रवाई कैसी होगी, क्योंकि बहराइच में शांति व्यवस्था एक बार फिर से बहाल किए जाने की जो कवायद बहुत तेज थी, उस कवायद के चलते बहराइच में इस वक्त अब पूरी तरह से शांति है। इंटरनेट व्यवस्था जो है वो दोबारा से सुचारू रूप से चालू कर दी गई है। आगे स्थितियां ना बिगड़े, क्योंकि आज शुक्रवार भी है, ऐसे में जुमे की नमाज को लेकर भी शहर में जगह जगह पर अलर्ट है। आगे स्थितियां ना बिगड़े, इसके मद्देनजर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ना बिगड़े, इसके मद्देनजर आगे और हालात उस तरह के ना पैदा हों जिस तरह के हालात उस विसर्जन के दिन पैदा हुए। इस बड़ी जिम्मेदारी को समझते हुए इस वक्त बहराइच पुलिस चप्पे चप्पे पर तैनात है। कई जगह पर एटीएस के कमांडो इस वक्त आपको पेट्रोलिंग करते हुए नजर आएंगे, यानी कि हर मुमकिन कोशिश बहराइच में शांति व्यवस्था, शांति बहाली की।
All right, thank you, Vaibhav, for getting those details. Vaibhav explaining us the ground situation in Bahraich as a 6th accused has now been arrested. Thank you. We will come back to you. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. The next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Delhi police has, in fact, starting off with the National Testing Agency, has announced that the results for the UGC NET June exam, along with the results, the agency has now released a subject-wise cut-off score. Candidates can check their results and the cut-offs on the official NTA website. Uttarakhand's Committee for the Uniform Civil Code has completed its work and is ready to submit their final report. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is expected to receive the rules today. If approved in the cabinet meeting scheduled for October 23rd, the UCC could be enacted on November 9th, aligning with the state's foundation day. Punjab's Chief Electoral Officer has now announced that the notification for the by-elections to 4 assembly seats will be issued today. Polling in the Dera Baba Nanak area and other assembly segments will take place on November 13th, with counting on November 23rd. The last date for filing nomination is October 25th, followed by scrutiny of nomination papers on October 28th and withdrawal of candidatures by October 30th. The election code of conduct is now in effect in the relevant districts following the vacancies left by MLAs elected to the Lok Sabha. 41 students from a civic school in Thane have been hospitalized after showing symptoms of food poisoning. The incident occurred after the children consumed their midday meal, which included khichdi at the school in the area. Now, according to the officials, the students complained of upset stomachs and all are currently stable. A team of doctors from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Hospital in Kalwa provided preliminary treatment before the students were taken to the hospital for further observations.
सर अभी तो बच्चे सब स्टेबल है। रीवा में हमने फॉरवर्ड टीम भेजी थी जिनमें 6 डॉक्टर्स थे और 2 नर्सेस थी, 3 एम्बुलेंसेस भेजी थी। इमीडिएटली ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट कर दी। यहाँ इमीडिएटली एम्बुलेंसेस में से यहाँ पर लाया गया है। अभी ऑब्जर्वेशन के लिए एडमिट किया है। 11 बच्चों को माइल्ड सिम्टम्स थे जैसे पेन इन एब्डोमेन और वॉमिटिंग। सभी बच्चे अभी स्टेबल है, ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्टेड है।
Delhi police have arrested 3 men in connection with an interstate drug supply operation. They recovered 625 grams of heroin and 5 kilograms of cannabis, valued around 2.5 crore rupees. The arrest followed the previous capture of an alleged smuggler named Devendra on September 30th. Following this arrest, police apprehended 2 more suspects, Ajay and Gopal, who were linked to the case. The police are continuing their investigation into the drug trafficking network. Restoration work is now underway in Assam at the Dibalong station, where the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday at around 3:55 p.m. 8 coaches, including the power car and engine, were affected, but unfortunately no casualties or major injuries have been reported.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Director, the taste of success.
Getting some big updates coming in. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah's cabinet has passed a resolution calling for this restoration of statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. This marks the first cabinet meeting under Abdullah's leadership, emphasizing the urgent need for the union government to reconsider the state's status. Abdullah plans to seek an audience with Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Shah to present this demand for restoration of statehood. That's a big update. Gursimran, take us through the latest details. Cabinet has passed resolution calling for restoration of statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. Very, very important update. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in.
See, the confirmation that we have got from the Chief Minister's office that during the yesterday's cabinet meeting that was headed by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, a resolution was passed that there should be restoration of statehood immediately to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and it was also decided that CM Omar Abdullah will also be meeting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also the Union Home Minister Amit Shah with regards to the same, and the copy of the resolution will also be given to the Union Home Minister and the Prime Minister that it is the aspiration of the people that statehood be restored. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this show.
Are you planning to buy a new house? Well, getting a property can be a daunting task, not just while buying, but also while paying off the loan. But what if I tell you there are some easy ways to reduce your loan burden and make paying off your EMIs like a breeze? Yes, apart from switching to a lower interest loan or choosing a shorter term of the loan, there's a third way possible to substantially reduce your loan liability. It is the prepayment option. And how does this work? Prepayment allows you to reduce your housing loan by making extra payments over and above your EMIs, either partially or as a lump sum. This can drastically cut down your interest payments and shorten your loan tenure. For example, imagine you take a 50 lakh rupees home loan for 20 years at 8.5% interest. Your EMI would be 43,391 rupees. Without prepayment, the total interest that you will require to pay is 54,13,879 rupees, and the total payment would be over 1 crore rupees. But suppose you can prepay at least 50,000 rupees annually starting from the second year of the loan period. The tenure could shorten by 3 years. Yes, now you would effectively have to pay for just 17 years and 1 month. Now, where do you get this extra money to pay up? Use your bonus payoffs, tax returns, and whatever extra cash you get. The second tip is mostly useful for female home buyers. When you buy a property, you pay stamp duty for registration, right? In many states, women buyers can get a concession on this, typically 1% to 2% less than the standard rate. For a 1 crore rupees property with a 7% stamp duty rate, you would normally pay 7 lakh rupees. But with a concession, it could drop to 5%, saving you rupees 2 lakh instantly. The only condition is the property must be registered in the woman's name. And the final tip is, for securing tax benefits with co-applicants under the old tax regime, an individual can claim up to rupees 2 lakh as tax deduction on the interest paid for home loan. If the property is co-owned and the loan has co-applicants, each person can claim this deduction separately. Together, co-applicants can claim a total of rupees 4 lakh in tax benefits.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story, Hamas chief Sinwar has been killed by the IDF. The Israeli forces, viewers, and now we're getting many reactions from all across the globe. World leaders are reacting. Many of them are saying that this is good day for Israel. Okay, we'll get to you all the breaking updates coming in on the story, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7th mastermind Yahya Sinwar has been eliminated in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Netanyahu congratulates Israeli forces for big win, says Sinwar's elimination marks the beginning of the end for Hamas.
The short answer is no. This was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts.
U.S. makes stance clear, says it had no role in Israeli operations related to Sinwar's killing. U.S. Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist Pannu. Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to lead discussions on UCC report and guidelines. Join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtriya Sarvopari Sammelan. And viewers, getting in the big breaking update coming in after denying its role in eliminating Hamas chief and October 7 attack mastermind Yahya Sinwar. The US will now send Secretary of State Antony Blinken to Israel to assess situation after Hamas chief's killing. This comes after Pentagon has denied its role in the Israeli operation. That is right, viewers. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, and this is coming just after. The big update we got for you right now is that the Hamas chief has been eliminated. That's what Israel has said. And Israel is saying Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar has been killed. We see that US President Joe Biden has also reacted on this and has said that it's quite a good day for Israel. Big update coming in on Republic TV right now. After that news came in of US denying its role in eliminating Yahya Sinwar, we're coming to know that Antony Blinken, who's a Secretary of State, will be going to Israel now to have a look at the situation. And the Pentagon has denied its role in the Israeli operation. So big update coming in here on Republic TV, where the US had also reacted a short while back on this latest development coming in, saying that it's a good day for Israel and for the world. That's what the US had said. Remember that Israel has said that Yahya Sinwar was killed. US President calling this an opportunity to free Israeli hostages held by Hamas and end the year-long war in Gaza. So a lot of world leaders have said the same thing. They've said that it's time to free the hostages. It's time for a ceasefire. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. And before that, I just want to go to our guest. We have Samiksha joining us, and we also have Alok Bansal, geopolitical strategist, joining us live from New Delhi. I just want to go first, take a question to Alok Bansal. Mr. Bansal, what is your first reaction on what is happening, the dynamics which we are seeing playing out between Israel and the US after the confirmation from Israel that Yahya Sinwar has now been eliminated?
See, US, as you know, wants this war to end as soon as possible. And I think killing of Yahya Sinwar gives Israel a pretext on which it can actually, if it wants to, can stop the war and negotiate for return of hostages. Because Netanyahu, whose popularity had actually dipped in the initial phases of war, his popularity has shot up exponentially after eliminating the Hezbollah chief, targeting Hezbollah leaders, and now this Yahya Sinwar would also add to his popularity. So now there is no problem as far as internal dynamics by which Netanyahu needs to continue this particular war. And for US, especially for the Democratic Party, it is absolutely essential that this war ends at least before the election day. It's very, very essential because aggravation of this war might impact US presidential election. And that's why US is very keen that now that Yahya Sinwar is killed, at least now Israel has a pretext on which it can probably end war, saying that the perpetrator of October 7th attack has been eliminated and now let's negotiate for hostages. So it is feasible if Israel wants to. However, as of now, there seems no indication from Israel that they seem inclined to end this continuing conflict.
Right. Also, calling in my colleague Samiksha. Samiksha, if you could take a question to Mr. Alok Bansal, because this is a very big international story. So many leaders are reacting to this. Most of them, especially if we talk about France, if we talk about the US, talk about Germany, they have expressed that they are quite satisfied with this development.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, from the German Chancellor to Anthony Albanese and even Emmanuel Macron, all have hailed the action by the Israeli forces. But let's go across to Mr. Bansal, who continues to be with us. Mr. Bansal, talking about, the several Hamas leaders who've been eliminated in the last 2 months, so as to say, how well positioned do you think Hamas is at this stage to continue with its airstrikes, the targeted attacks in the Gaza region? Can we really expect a ceasefire deal in the near term, given that it has technically been left without a leader at this stage?
See, Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire on a number of occasions, but at the moment it is Israelis who are unwilling to yield. And I think with Yahya's killing, there is actually a pretext on which Israel, if it wants, can come to a ceasefire. The fact of the matter is that as far as ceasefire is concerned, it's completely in the hand of Israel at this point of time. But more significantly, we need to understand that by killing of leaders, Hamas is unlikely to be impacted. It may face a temporary setback, but Hamas is not going to be eliminated, which is the avowed objective of Israel. That looks a little difficult. They said we'll not allow Hamas to rule over Gaza ever. That is feasible. They can probably ensure that Hamas does not rule Gaza, and that's very feasible. But to say that they'll be able to eliminate Gaza, to me, looks very difficult. Unlike Hezbollah, which has suffered a severe setback with the killing of its leaders, I don't think so Hamas is likely to have that sort of a problem, because Hamas is more of a resistance rather than a leader-driven organization. There are organizations which revolve around a leader, and elimination of leader actually weakens them considerably. Like we saw LTT, now we can see Hezbollah. But to my mind, Hamas, we have seen one leader erupts or emerges after another is killed. So to my mind, I think this is a good time, I think, when Israel can push for negotiations and a return of hostages. Because till now, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu has really not taken initiative as far as return of hostages is concerned. That I think he can take it now. Now that he can claim that his avowed objective of eliminating the person who was responsible for this attacks has been eliminated. Though elimination of Hamas, as he claims, is his avowed objective, may be difficult to attain.
Right. Well, Mr. Arnab Goswami, we're talking about the world reactions coming in. Let's take the next breaking update, where we're learning that world leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, react to the elimination of October 7 attack mastermind. Notably, German Chancellor Scholz has reaffirmed Berlin's position, saying that Germany will supply military aid to Israel in the ongoing operations. Very big update coming in right now. And the NATO chief, Mr. Bansal, had also said a short while back that I personally will not miss him. So many of these world leaders are standing behind Israel. They're standing behind Israel. My question to you is, how will this really change the dynamics of the tensions that we are seeing in West Asia?
See, there is no doubt that the Western leaders would support and should support the elimination of a person who is considered to be responsible for 7th October attack. But as I said, the only country which at this point of time is impacted and is keen that ceasefire should come is the United States of America, which has an election early next month and would want that ceasefire should come, because within the Democrat Party support base, there are supporters for both. We have supporters of Palestinians, especially the youth in US universities is in a big way demonstrating in support of Palestinians. At the same time, there are a large number of Jews who also support Democrat Party. And that's where the problem is, that the Democrats would not want this war to flare up further, so that they may be forced to take a side, which would actually eliminate one or the other support base of theirs. Because as of now, it seems that they are likely to win. On the other hand, Republicans like Donald Trump would definitely want, and as a result, you see a very laudatory message coming from Donald Trump, because if this war aggravates, the Republicans could stage a comeback, because then either the Palestinian supporters or the Israel supporters would not vote for Kamala Harris, depending on which side the US takes or what stance the US takes. And that's why US is the one which is most concerned, and that's why Anthony Blinken is flying to Israel. As far as the Middle East is concerned, most Arab countries will make statements, not do anything. The Arab street does support Palestinians, and some of these countries may see some demonstrations in support of that. But eventually, the only noise that will come from Iran and Iraq, because of late Israel has even talked of eliminating Grand Ayatollah Sistani being on the hit list or something like that, and that's actually created a huge furor in Iraq. So these are the only countries which will make statements. At the moment, I think Syria also seems to be lying low. It doesn't want to get embroiled into this particular conflict. So I really don't visualize much of a problem as far as Middle East is concerned. Iran and its, in fact, the proxies of Iran, as you would like to call it, the Houthis, Hezbollah, may try to do something, but Hezbollah, as I told you earlier, has been phenomenally weakened by what Israel has done. And Houthis really don't have the capacity to target Israel so extensively from such a far off distance.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Alok Bansal, geopolitical analyst and strategist here, for getting us a perspective on what is happening in West Asia. We also have the reaction of the German Chancellor on what is happening post the killing of Yahya Sinwar. Let's play that out and then we'll go back to the top stories we are tracking on this big development.
Und bei vielen anderen Gelegenheiten. Das war ein furchtbarer, brutaler, menschenverachtender Angriff der Hamas auf israelische Bürgerinnen und Bürger, die getötet, vergewaltigt und auf schlimmste Weise menschlich erniedrigt worden sind. Alles auch fotografiert. Und der Verantwortliche dafür war derjenige, über den jetzt diese Meldungen uns alle erreicht haben. Er war auch gewissermaßen militärisch verantwortlich für die Aktivitäten der Hamas. Und deshalb ist das etwas, was man mit in den Blick nehmen muss. Hier hat jemand, der schlimmste Verbrechen begangen hat, jetzt offenbar das Leben verloren. Und ich wiederhole, Israel hat das Recht, sich zu verteidigen gegen die Angriffe der Hamas und gegen die Hamas. Gut übrigens, dass wir das auch hier beim Europäischen Gipfel nochmal festgehalten haben als gemeinsame Position.
It's a major development in the Israel-Hamas conflict. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has announced that the neutralization of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, a key figure behind last year's attack on Israel. Israeli troops unknowingly encountered him during a battle, only later identifying his body. Israeli leaders hail Sinwar's death as a significant victory, marking it as a moment of justice for the attack that killed 1,200 Israelis and led to the kidnapping of 250 others. They also framed it as a pivotal point in their campaign to dismantle Hamas, urging its fighters to surrender and release the remaining hostages in Gaza. Let's have a look at what Netanyahu had said.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
Also tracking a reaction from the IDF who described the events in the run-up to Sinwar's elimination.
סינואר שנפצע ביד שלו מהירי, הוא נראה כאן רעול פנים. ברגעיו האחרונים משליך קרש עץ לעבר הרחפן. אנחנו זיהינו אותו כמחבל בתוך מבנה. ירינו למבנה ונכנסנו לסריקה. מצאנו אותו עם אפוד ואקדח 40,000 שקל. הוא היה במנוסה, ברח, וכוחותינו חיסלו אותו.
Let's go back to my colleague Samiksha joining us live from a newsroom. Samiksha, if you could take our viewers, to what Israel has said, because Israel has been targeting the Hamas chief for quite a while now. Let's not forget that terrible, terrible day on October 7th, where so many lost their lives in that brutal attack. Sinwar was a mastermind, and that is the reason why Israel has been trying to target him, find him, and eliminate him. Go ahead, Samiksha.
That's right, Shivangi. Israeli forces have made their point absolutely clear that this is only the beginning of the end and that they would continue with their offensive targeting, not just the terror proxies, the Hezbollah group and the Hamas terror group, but even the Iranian forces for that matter. In fact, the statement that came in from the IDF yesterday after the Hamas chief was eliminated, the IDF spokesperson said that we will not stop until we capture all terrorists involved in October 7 massacre and bring all hostages home. In fact, Shivangi, that being said, let's also tell our viewers that the Hamas chief who's been eliminated is said to be the mastermind, the one who orchestrated the October 7 terror attack in which more than 1,200 Israelis lost their lives. It's now being said that the focus is going to be shifting on getting those hostages back, as at least 109 captives are still held by the Hamas group in Gaza region itself. In fact, not just that, the IDF chief also in a detailed statement said that after a determined and prolonged pursuit that lasted an entire year, our forces eliminated the Hamas chief, who was the main perpetrator behind the murderous October 7 massacre, as we just told you, and abduction of many Israelis. So that being said, at least 100 captives are still held, and it's said that some of those hostages have even been executed. Unfortunate to us to say, but of those 109 captives, some have been executed by the Hamas group. The Israeli forces also say that they met with troops that eliminated him during an encounter in the Rafah area, and that the troops acted correctly with professionalism and determination. In all sectors, the actions of the IDF, the ISA, the Southern Command, that is, the Intel Directorate and the Israeli Air Force over the past year drove Sinwar to act like a fugitive. So he was hiding all these years. In fact, he'd taken refuge in one of the many tunnels that the Hamas group has been operating from Shivangi. But yes, it's a big victory that's coming in from the Israeli forces. What remains to be seen at this stage is how close are we to that ceasefire deal, if at all that happens in the near term, and whether this is going to signal the release of 109 hostages still held by the Hamas group. Shivangi.
That is right, Samiksha. Many world leaders calling for the release of hostages now that the Hamas chief has been eliminated. Thank you. We will be tracking the story entire day today. It's one of our top stories we're tracking. But right now, let's move ahead to some of the other global stories which are making the headlines. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu announced that Israeli forces in Gaza have killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Sinwar was a key figure behind last year's deadly attack on Israel. Israeli leader hailed it as a major turning point in their campaign to dismantle Hamas, urging its fighters to surrender and release hostages. While Netanyahu described it as its beginning of the end of the conflict, US officials expressed hopes for a ceasefire, though the war, which has killed over 42,000 Palestinians and devastated Gaza, continues.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
At a Wisconsin rally, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris warned that Republican nominee Donald Trump poses a growing threat to American freedom. She described him as increasingly unstable and unhinged. Harris accused Trump of seeking unchecked power and claimed he would use the military against citizens, restrict women's reproductive rights, and endanger fundamental freedoms, including the right to vote, gun safety, environmental protections, and LGBTQ+ rights.
Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged, and will stop at nothing to claim unchecked power for himself. He wants to send the military after American citizens. He wants to prevent women from making decisions about their own body. He wants to threaten fundamental freedoms and rights like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
Early in-person voting for the U.S. general elections begins this week in many states, including Louisiana, where we are seeing that many are prepared setting up Dominion voting monitors. Unlike the 2020 elections, where nearly 2/3 of ballots were cast early due to the pandemic, officials anticipate a high turnout of in-person voters this year. In Louisiana, early voting will begin today and run till October 29th. Russian President Vladimir Putin accused the international community of using the Olympic movement for geopolitical games. He claimed that the Olympics has shifted from fair competition to promoting a destructive neoliberal agenda and propagating the unnatural norms that undermine traditional values. Putin emphasized that many nations still adhere to these values and criticized the use of the Olympics as a platform for such agendas. Putin also met with the president of Asian Chess Federation and urged Russia's Olympic Committee to strengthen international cooperation efforts. Fans gathered outside the Buenos Aires hotel where One Direction star Liam Payne has now passed away. They left notes and lit these candles to mourn his death. The Argentina police found his hotel room in disarray with drugs, supplements and broken items scattered around. The body has been discovered in the courtyard. Autopsy has revealed internal bleeding and multiple traumatic injuries from a fall. While no third-party involvement was found, authorities deemed the case suspicious, noting the possible role of alcohol and drugs. Now we move ahead to the big business story that is coming in right now. Focus. That is Baiju Ravindran, the founder of one of India's most promising but troubled edtech startups, has said about the company and his plans for it. Now, Priyanka Das from a Republic Business Desk brings in the details. Go ahead, Priyanka. What is the latest coming in?
Shivangi, as you rightly pointed out, so Baiju Ravindran, the founder of the very, very promising but now troubled startup EdTech, has said that the value of the company is essentially zero as we speak. But he's also promised a strong comeback. Viewers do note that at its peak, the value of Baiju as a company was pegged at $22 billion and was one of the most promising EdTech startups, not only in the country but also across the world, especially in the EdTech space. Now coming to this press conference where Ravindran said that the problem arose when investors sort of exited at the first sign of financial concerns. He pointed to the three key exits that were made in 2023, that is Prosus, Peak 15 Partners and Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which sort of blew a major dent to the company's ability to raise capital, and that also sort of set the ball rolling in terms of the downfall for Baiju as a company and as well as for the founder. Now here I'm quoting Baiju Ravindran, who said that for me it's a mission, not a business, and I will make a comeback and nobody can stop me from completing my mission. In fact, the founder also addressed the allegations of fraud and as well as the term loan which came into a lot of scrutiny. Here I'm referring to the $1.2 billion loan term that was issued to the US from the US lenders. He said that it was the best decision that he had taken at that point, but it turned out to be also one of the most expensive one, which again hurt the company. And he also reiterated that he was not involved in any fraud and all the money that was raised was invested into the company to sort of elevate the company's position even as it was undergoing a lot of financial troubles. Now do note that Ravindran currently resides in Dubai, but he has also hinted that he definitely looks forward to coming back to India, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Priyanka. And viewers, you can go to our website, www.republicbiz.com, for all the latest coming in from the world of business, economy, and finance. We move ahead to some of the other business stories making the news. Let's get started. The Indian two-wheeler market saw robust double-digit growth year-on-year in Q2. While three-wheelers recorded high single-digit increases despite mixed wholesale volume trends across segments, two-wheelers outperformed other categories, highlighting their market dominance. Original equipment manufacturers reported varied revenue growth and profit margins during the July-September period, further showing the strength of the two-wheeler segment. It is on a track to become the world's third largest economy by 2030, but its rapidly growing population presents hurdles in delivering essential services and meeting increasing investment demands to sustain productivity. The report highlighted the ambitious targets of emerging economies over the coming decade, where India is aiming to transform its current $3.6 trillion economy into $30 trillion powerhouse by 2047. Currently, India ranks as the world's fifth largest economy. India generative AI startup landscape has seen explosive growth with over 240 active startups by mid-2024, marking a 260% surge compared to the same period last year, when only 66 such startups existed. This rapid expansion positions India as the world's sixth largest Gen AI startup market. The boom is driven by the rise of several key players spanning sectors from infrastructure to applications, most of which emerged in the latter half of 2023.
Anti-terror operations have been launched in the Shahadra area of the Rajouri by Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army after 3 armed suspected terrorists were seen in the area. This is the second major anti-terror operation after the operation that was launched and the terrorists were fired upon in the Dhanna Shastar area of the Mender subdivision in Poonch. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Director, the taste of success.
Another big takedown of by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Netanyahu congratulates Israeli forces for the big win, says Sinwar's elimination marks the beginning of the end for Hamas.
The short answer is no. This was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts.
US makes stand clear, says it had no role in Israeli operations related to Sinwar's killing. US Department of Justice charges former Indian government official in the alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist leader Pannu. Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to lead discussions on UCC report and guidelines. And join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan that has now begun. And we begin first up with Newsbreak that's coming in from J&K. Portfolio allocation has been done after Omar Abdullah and top NC leaders took oath. Deputy Chief Minister Surendra Chaudhary has been allotted with industry and commerce skill development portfolios, while Javed Ahmed Rana has been assigned agriculture, rural development and Panchayati Raj ministries. So the portfolio allocation that's been done. Let's go across to Gursimran, who has more details. Gursimran, tell us more about the portfolio allocation that's been done in Omar Abdullah government.
See, Samiksha, the portfolio allocation has been done and 24 portfolios have been distributed among the 5 ministers of Omar Abdullah, those who have taken the oath as the ministers on the same day Omar has taken oath. Now what we are picking up that 5 ministries have been given to the Deputy Chief Minister Surendra Chaudhary. That includes important portfolios that are of the public works, road and building and also mining. Apart from this, Sakina Itu, who happens to be one of the key ministers of the National Conference from the Kashmir Valley, she has been given the health ministry as well as the school education and the higher education ministry, along with a total of 4 ministries. Javed Rana has been given a total of 4 ministries. That includes the tribal affairs because he comes from the ST community, and also Jal Shakti and forest has been given to him. If we speak of Javed Dar, he has also been given the key portfolios, including the Panchayati Raj that has been given to him among the 4 portfolios that he has been given. Satish Sharma, an independent MLA who has been given the cabinet birth by Omar Abdullah, he has been given 7 portfolios. That includes the information technology, that includes the Jal Shakti, that also includes the Ministry of Transport and also the Youth Affairs and the Sports, while rest of the ministries, including the revenue, have been kept by the cabinet, the head of the Council of Ministers, that is the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Now there will be another cabinet expansion that will be taking place, but it will be at the later stage because it is expected that in a couple of months that expansion will take place and 3 more ministers will be added to the Omar's cabinet. But for now, these 24 portfolios have been distributed among the 5 cabinet ministers, and majority of the ministries have been taken by the independent MLA. Now a cabinet minister Satish Sharma with 7 ministries, Surendra Chaudhary, the deputy chief minister, with 5 ministries, Javed Rana, Javed Dar and Sakina Itu, all 3 have got 4 ministries each. Samiksha.
Right, Gursimran, requesting you to stay with us. In fact, let's put out more news break coming in. The PDP has called for a meeting. After the dismal performance of the PDP in the J&K elections, holding meet to introspect on why the party performed so low in the J&K elections. So after that abysmal performance by the PDP, it's a meet that's been called by Mehbooba Mufti to introspect and do the course correction. The PDP has called for a meeting to reflect on its disappointing performance in the J&K polls. Led by PDP chief and former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti, the meeting is scheduled for 24th of November and will include all 75 MLA candidates from the party. The PDP seat count drastically has fallen from 28 in 2014 to just 3 in the assembly elections this time. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's joining us live right now. Gursimran, that's starkly the difference, you know, from 28 seats in 2014 elections to now having fallen to 3. What exactly could be the reason for the party performing so abysmal in the J&K elections?
See, if we speak of the meeting that has been called by Mehbooba Mufti, it will be held on 24th of October. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the People's Democratic Party. And this will be attended by all the MLA candidates of the PDP. Because the party's performance has been so low, the party has lost much of the ground. The party that gained 28 seats and was the single largest party in 2014 polls turned out to be the party that has got just 3 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. So that is something a major setback, and also one of the strongholds of the PDP, Bijbehara, from where the daughter of Mehbooba Mufti and her advisor Iltija Mufti was contesting. They also lost that seat. Only 3 seats were retained by the by the PDP. That was a major setback. Though the reason of the fallout is also the alliance with the BJP that they have done in 2014. But yes, serious discussions will take place. Earlier, this meeting was scheduled to take place on Sunday, that is on the 20th. But due to the Karwa Chauth, it was decided that it will be postponed. And since on 21st, that is starting Monday, there will be assembly session in Jammu and Kashmir where the oath taking and the election of the speaker will take place. That is why it has been decided that the meeting will now take place on 24th, wherein all the top brass of the PDP, including Mehbooba Mufti, Sartaaj Madni, Naeem Akhtar, all will be present along with the 75 candidates of the People's Democratic Party that will be sharing their inputs that what led to this kind of a poll debacle to the party that was once in a power and was single largest party in Jammu and Kashmir, but now did not even manage to cross a single digit.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for the moment. So, Gursimran, they're tracking the latest on this meet that's been called by the PDP chief.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Election Commission has issued a notification for by-polls to be held on 9 assembly seats. The nomination process for these seats started today with candidates able to file their papers until the 25th, while the Samajwadi Party has already announced 7 candidates. BJP, BSP and Congress are yet to officially declare their contenders. The Congress is still undecided on whether to participate in the by-polls or not. The scrutiny of nomination papers will take place on 28th of October. And a quick check of the other top stories that we're tracking. The National Testing Agency has announced the results for the UGC NET 2024 June exam. Along with the results, the agency has also released the subject-wise cut-off scores. Candidates can now check their results and the cut-offs on the official NTA website. Uttarakhand's Committee for the Uniform Civil Code has completed its work and it's ready to submit the final report. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is expected to receive the rules today. If approved in the cabinet meeting that is scheduled for 23rd of October, the UCC could be enacted on 9th of November, aligning with the state's foundation day. Punjab's Chief Electoral Officer has announced that the notification for by-elections to 4 assembly seats will be issued today. Polling in Dera Baba Nanak, Chabewal and Gidar Baha are the assembly segments that will take place, for which the voting will take place on the 13th and the counting on the 23rd of November. The last date of filing for nomination is 25th of this month, followed by scrutiny of nomination papers on the 28th and withdrawal of candidature latest by 30th of October. 41 students from a civic school in Thane have been hospitalized after showing symptoms of food poisoning. The incident occurred after the children consumed their midday meal, which included khichdi at the school in Thane area. According to officials, the students complained of upset stomachs and all are currently stable. A team of doctors from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Hospital also provided preliminary hospital in Kalwa region provided preliminary treatment before the students were taken to the hospital for further treatment.
सर अभी तो बच्चे सब स्टेबल है। रीवा में हमने फॉरवर्ड टीम भेजी थी जिनमें 6 डॉक्टर्स थे और 2 नर्सेस थी, 3 एम्बुलेंसेस भेजी थी। इमीडिएटली ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट कर दी। यहाँ इमीडिएटली एम्बुलेंसेस में से यहाँ पर लाया गया है। अभी ऑब्जर्वेशन के लिए एडमिट किया है। 11 बच्चों को माइल्ड सिम्टम्स थे जैसे पेन इन एब्डोमेन और वॉमिटिंग। सभी बच्चे अभी स्टेबल है, ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्टेड है।
Delhi police have arrested 3 men in connection with an interstate drug supply operation. They recovered 625 grams of heroin and 5 kilograms of cannabis that is valued at more than 2.5 crore rupees. The arrest followed the previous capture of an alleged smuggler who was identified as Devender on 30th of September. Following his arrest, the police apprehended 2 more suspects, Ajay and Gopal, who were linked to the case. The police is now continuing with its investigation into the drug trafficking network. Restoration work is now underway in Dibalong station in Assam, where the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak terminus express derailed at around 3:55 p.m. on Thursday. 8 coaches, including the power car and the engine, were affected, but fortunately no casualties were reported. A fire broke out at a chemical warehouse in Kailashpuri extension area of the national capital. Fire tenders arrived at the scene shortly after receiving a call about the fire at around 11:10 p.m. Last night, Deputy Chief Fire Officer confirmed that 23 to 24 fire tenders responded to the situation.
ये रात को 11:10 की कॉल है हमारे पास और उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमने गाड़ियाँ टर्न आउट करी थी इनिशियली। उसके बाद जैसे यहाँ पे हमारे लोग पहुँचे हैं तो जो कैटेगरी है वो फायर की बढ़ाई गई और ये बाद में मीडियम लेवल की कॉल डिक्लेयर कर दी गई थी और अभी जो है आग बुझ चुकी है। अभी हम केवल कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हमारा चल रहा है और हमारे कंट्रोल में है। अभी तक कोई कैजुअल्टी रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। मैंने बताया आपको, अभी तक हमें कोई रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। जब आग पूरी तरह बुझ जाएगी उसके बाद हम लोग सर्च करेंगे बाद।
After Bihar, Siwan and Chhapra, news of poisonous liquor scandal has come to fore from Gopalganj, where a person died due to consuming liquor. The deceased consumed the liquor, spurious liquor, along with his son in Bandoli village of the district. Following the incident, the local police and the excise team are now conducting a search operation in the village.
ये परिजनों द्वारा बताया गया है कि ये लोग कल किसी निजी काम से 40 आरडी थाना मशरफ गए हुए थे। वहाँ से देर शाम ये लोग वापस घर लौटे। देर रात्रि में इन दोनों की तबीयत खराब हुई। इनके द्वारा पेट में दर्द और उल्टी बुखार की शिकायत की गई। इनके परिजनों के द्वारा इनको इलाज हेतु सदर अस्पताल गोपालगंज ले जाया गया, जहाँ से डॉक्टरों ने इनका प्राथमिक इलाज कर इनको आगे के इलाज के लिए गोरखपुर रेफर कर दिया गया।
And shifting focus to news that we've been tracking from the state of Maharashtra. This is the Baba Siddiqui murder case. A fresh lead that's now come in, as it's now been established that the motive behind the murder of Baba Siddiqui was linked to the slum redevelopment project, something that his son Zishan has also spoken about. Take a look at this report.
Less than a week after the killing of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui, the big Lutyens lie stands exposed. While the Lutyens media pushed and peddled the Salman Khan Lawrence Bishnoi angle to the murder of the senior NCP leader, your channel pursued a line that no one else did. And in his first public response to the killing, Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan, confirmed the Republic's exclusive news break.
Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on.
I'm not in the right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
Taking to his X handle, the Congress leader said his father died saving the lives and homes of poor, innocent people. The leads that your channel has been pursuing pointed to a high-stakes slum redevelopment project in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex as central to the plot to kill the NCP leader.
Viewers, through the tweet that has been put out by Zishan Siddiqui a short while back, this is what Baba Siddiqui's son has to say. He's seeking justice for his family. Remember, all this while, a section within the media have been peddling this Bollywood mafia Lawrence Bishnoi angle, which appears to be a complete decoy.
Very importantly, the angle which only Republic seems to be covering is this, that Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan Siddiqui, who's also a Congress MLA and who's the president of Mumbai Youth Congress, a couple of weeks back, he had protested against Anil Parab. Now, who is Anil Parab? Anil Parab is a MLC from the Uddhav Sena gang. And Anil Parab has been promoting the cause of Shahid Balwa's Valor Estate / the erstwhile DB Realty. Anil Parab has been basically putting forward the cause of Shahid Balwa for redevelopment of Gyaneshwar Nagar and the Bharat Nagar slums.
Don't you think the SRA dispute is the actual motive behind it?
See, this matter is under investigation and police has to decide. Let police decide. Police is going through all the angles and it is their duty to decide which is the perfect angle.
With Zishan's explosive post, the smoke screen that was put up to throw the investigators off the scent has now been busted.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
And a news break that's coming in from Jaipur, where RSS workers have been attacked with knives and sticks at an event that was being held. 8 RSS workers have been injured, the visuals of which is on your screens. Several people were injured in an attack involving knives and sticks during an RSS program. Let's go across to Amardeep. He's joining us live on the broadcast. Amardeep, RSS workers having been attacked in this event in Jaipur. Give us more details.
देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं कि जिस मंदिर में मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, इसी मंदिर में देर रात भजन कीर्तन चल रहे थे और प्रसादी बन रही थी। प्रसादी जो थी वो आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पे खीर का प्रसाद जो है वो बन रहा था। अब चूंकि भजन कीर्तन के बाद ये खीर जो थी बटनी थी, लेकिन यहाँ पे किस तरीके से उत्पात मचाया गया ये आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, तो किस तरीके से खीर को फैला दिया गया, प्रसाद को फैला दिया गया। दूसरी तरफ ये ठीक पीछे मेरा मंदिर जो आप देख रहे हैं, शिव मंदिर, ये रजनी विहार, जयपुर के रजनी विहार इलाके का है। यहीं पे ही तमाम जो भक्त लोग थे वो बैठे हुए थे और जब यहाँ पे भजन कीर्तन चल रहा था, ठीक उसी वक्त करीब 7 से 8 लोग यहाँ पे आते हैं, हमला करते हैं। लेकिन ठीक बगल वाला जो मकान है, ये नसीम चौधरी का मकान है और यहीं से वो लोग अपने परिवार के लोगों के साथ में यहाँ आते हैं और सबसे पहले धमकी देते हैं कि भजन कीर्तन को बंद किया जाए। उसके बाद जब भजन कीर्तन को बंद करने के लिए मना कर दिया जाता है भक्तों की तरफ से, तो उसके बाद चाकूबाजी होती है, जिसमें करीब 5 से 7 लोग घायल होते हैं। टोटल 8 लोग जो है हॉस्पिटलाइज हैं। लेकिन पूरा वाकया क्या हुआ था, यहाँ के लोकल लोगों से उस वक्त क्या वाकया एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ था उसमें?
नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या है, वो खुद और उसकी मिसेज और उसका बेटा तीनों आए। हाँ। आने के बाद आते ही यहाँ पे जो खीर चढ़ी हुई थी, खीर तैयार करके हम यहाँ हनुमान
के लिए प्रसाद
भोग के लिए। हाँ। और यहाँ पे हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ लोग कर रहे थे। हाँ। उसी बिटवीन वो आया और उस पर ठोकर से उसको खीर को गिरा दी,
प्रसाद को ठोकर मार।
हाँ, लात से है ना, उसको गिरा दिया। हाँ। गिराने के बाद वो इधर आया, तो वो आया कि क्या मैटर है, ये क्या करना चाह रहे हो, तो कैसे है? तो हम एक्चुअली वैसे नॉर्मली ये क्यों कर रहे हो आप, तो उसमें जैसे 2 जने आए ना, 2 जनों को आते ही वो लट से मारने लग गया। उसका लट पकड़ लिया, लाठी थी उसके बाद, और दूसरे के पास चक्कू था, उस चक्कू से आन देगा तो यहाँ 3-4 जगह उसको था।
We head into a very short break for now, but when we come back, tracking the other big stories, not just from across the country, but across the globe. And Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. More on that once we come back.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Dai right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live and Breaking. Our focus essentially remains on the fresh escalation between the Hamas group and the Israeli forces after the Hamas chief was eliminated by the Israeli forces yesterday. We'll get you all the latest on that. First, the headlines. Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7 mastermind eliminated in Gaza region.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Netanyahu congratulates Israeli forces for the big win, says Sinwar's elimination marks the beginning of the end of Hamas.
The short answer is no. This was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts.
U.S. makes stand clear, says it had no role in Israeli operations related to Sinwar's killing. U.S. Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist leader Gurpatwant Pannu. Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to lead discussions on UCC report and guidelines. And join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Now, hours after Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar was eliminated by the Israeli forces yesterday, Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, released a statement saying that it is only the beginning of the end, further saying that the focus essentially will be now on securing the release of those 209 hostages still held by Hamas group and making it amply clear that there is no stopping the Israeli forces.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
All right, so there you heard the Israeli Prime Minister confirming that that Hamas chief has been neutralized. In fact, the IDF spokesperson also addressed the media, speaking that the DNA test has confirmed that Hamas chief was eliminated in the Khan Yunis region. Listen in to that detailed statement coming in from the IDF as well.
סינואר שנפצע ביד שלו מהירי, הוא נראה כאן רעול פנים. ברגעיו האחרונים משליך קרש עץ לעבר הרחפן. אנחנו זיהינו אותו כמחבל בתוך מבנה. ירינו למבנה ונכנסנו לסריקה. מצאנו אותו עם אפוד ואקדח 40,000 שקל. הוא היה במנוסה, ברח, וכוחותינו חיסלו אותו.
And the most awaited event of the year is here. Let's cut across to Republic Bharat Summit, which has begun.
हमारे आसपास वाले करते हैं, आप लोग करते हैं क्योंकि आपको हमसे प्यार ज़्यादा है और हम पे ध्यान ज़्यादा देते हैं। वरना देखिए, हम एक छोटी सी पार्टी हैं और एक छोटी सी
पार्टी which is national party apart from Congress in the opposition. छोटी सी तो आप रहे नहीं हैं अब।
देखिए, ये बात आपकी बिल्कुल सही है। आम आदमी पार्टी की मैं अपने मुंह में मिट्ठू नहीं बनना चाहती, पर आम आदमी पार्टी की ये दाद देनी पड़ेगी कि शायद इस देश के इतिहास में सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी रही है। विदिन 10 years ऑफ इट्स एग्जिस्टेंस एक नेशनल पार्टी बनी, 2 राज्यों में हमारी सरकार है, 3 राज्यों में हमारे विधायक हैं। तो ये आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है कि हम एक फास्ट ग्रोइंग पार्टी हैं, लेकिन सच्चाई ये भी है एक छोटी सी पार्टी है और जितना ज़्यादा ध्यान हमारे विरोधी हम पर देते हैं और जितना ज़्यादा ध्यान आप लोग हम पर देते हैं और हमारे आसपास इतनी कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट करते हैं, मुझे लगता है हम कुछ तो ठीक कर ही रहे होंगे जो इतनी कंट्रोवर्सी आप लोग हमारे आसपास करते हैं।
आपका व्यू पॉइंट है, बट मेरा व्यू पॉइंट है आप जैसा करेंगे वैसे होगा। आप जैसे अब आपका ऑपोजिशन जो कि देश में सत्ता पे है बीजेपी, क्योंकि बाकी सब तो आपके साथ हैं, द होल इंडिया अलायंस। लेकिन आप कहते हैं, अगर मैं दिल्ली की बात करूं, बिकॉज यू स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम दिल्ली एंड नाउ यू आर इन पंजाब, यू वांटेड टू डू समथिंग इन हरियाणा। आई रियली वांटेड टू आस्क, हरियाणा में क्या हुआ? समथिंग वेंट रॉन्ग।
देखिए, हरियाणा में कुछ गलत नहीं हुआ। हरियाणा में हमारी पार्टी का संगठन है, बिल्कुल है, और हर राज्य दिल्ली की तरह नहीं होता कि पहली बार चुनाव लड़े और हमारा मुख्यमंत्री बन गया। दिल्ली की तरह नहीं होता जहाँ पे हमें 70 में से 67 सीट आ गई। आई थिंक हरियाणा इलेक्शन हमारे लिए लड़ना इसलिए भी ज़रूरी था कि किसी भी स्टेट में अपनी पैठ बनाना इलेक्शन लड़ने के ही माध्यम से होता है। सो येस, आई डू फील कि जब हमने 90 सीटें लड़ी हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी का मैसेज, आम आदमी पार्टी के चेहरे पूरे हरियाणा भर तक पहुंचा है, तो आने वाले समय में हरियाणा के लिए इट हैज़ डेफिनेटली क्रिएटेड गुड फाउंडेशन फॉर अस।
आतिशी जी, हम बात भी कर रहे थे ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड कि पिछले 1-1.5 साल में बहुत टर्मोइल हुआ है आम आदमी पार्टी में। जब ये शराब घोटाला, जिसको आम आदमी पार्टी ने कहा कि है ही नहीं, इट डज नॉट एग्जिस्ट, इसमें बीजेपी ने कहा बाय वन गेट वन, भाई पानी और बिजली फ्री देने आए थे, शराब फ्री दे दी। हमने कई बार डिबेट भी की है इस पर, आपने कहा आप जानती है कि पानी और बिजली फ्री देने आए थे, शराब फ्री दे गए। लेकिन इसमें व्हेन अरविंद केजरीवाल को जब जेल जाना पड़ा, तब बीजेपी ने ये पर्क्युलेट किया कि बॉस दिस इज इट, यही है। और उन्होंने शुरू से बोला कि द टॉलेस्ट लीडर, क्योंकि जिस दिन आप सीएम बनी उस दिन भी एक चेयर खाली थी और बीजेपी ने बोला देखो ये बात करते थे सोनिया गांधी, कांग्रेस एंड एवरीथिंग, लेकिन रियलिटी यही है कि सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल है। दैट इज नॉट माय पॉइंट, माय पॉइंट इज ही इज योर टॉलेस्ट लीडर, सो दैट इज ओके। बट शराब घोटाला, एक्साइज स्कैम, व्हाटएवर यू नेम इट, दिस करप्शन स्कैम, आम आदमी पार्टी एक ऐसी पार्टी थी जो कहती थी ये गलत है, वो गलत है, मैं बेहतर हूं और इसलिए मेरे को वोट दो। अब वो आपका कहीं निगेट हो गया।
ऐश्वर्या जी, आप एक सीनियर रिपोर्टर हैं, हम भी इस देश में टेलीविज़न देखते हुए पले बड़े हैं, हमारी सारी ऑडियंस भी ऐसी है। सब याद करिए कि जब ये सो कॉल्ड स्कैम्स होते थे, सीबीआई रेड करती थी, ईडी रेड करती थी, तो क्या होता था? नोटों के ढेर मिलते थे, सोने के बिस्किट मिलते थे, शेल कंपनियों के कागज़ मिलते थे, अपने कुत्ते के नाम पे प्रॉपर्टी मिलती थी, यही होता था ना। आम आदमी पार्टी के हर नेता के घर में रेड हो गई, ऑफिस में रेड हो गई, लॉकर में रेड हो गई, पैतृक गांव में रेड हो गई, सैकड़ों रेड हो गई आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पर। 1 रुपया भी भ्रष्टाचार का इन सैकड़ों रेड में नहीं मिला। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साजिश थी। उन्होंने एक कानून बना लिया है PMLA, जिसमें आप किसी पे भी केस कर देते हैं, आपको किसी सबूत की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप गिरफ्तारी कर सकते हैं। आप गिरफ्तार करने के बाद उस कानून में बेल मिलना असंभव है। 1 रुपये भी भ्रष्टाचार का इस पूरे सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले में आज तक नहीं मिला। इनफैक्ट जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बेल मिली तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसीज पे बहुत सख्त टिप्पणी करी। 2012-13 के बाद आज जाके 2024 में फिर से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां पिंजरे में बंद एक तोते की तरह हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की गिरफ्तारी एक दुर्भावना के तहत हुई थी। तो ये क्या दिखाता है? ये दिखाता है कि ये पूरा सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक षड्यंत्र है। क्यों षड्यंत्र है? एक इसी कारण से षड्यंत्र है। देखिए, इनकी 22 राज्यों में सरकार है। क्या ये एक राज्य में भी अच्छे सरकारी स्कूल दे पाए? क्या ये एक राज्य में 24 घंटे बिजली दे पाए? क्या ये एक राज्य में फ्री बिजली दे पाए? क्या ये एक राज्य में मोहल्ला क्लिनिक और अच्छे अस्पताल दे पाए? नहीं दे पाए। तो जब अरविंद केजरीवाल के काम से compete नहीं कर पाए तो इन्होंने सोचा 2 चीज़ें करते हैं। एक तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को और उनके सारे मंत्रियों को जेल में डाल के इनका काम रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं। दूसरा, इनकी ईमानदारी पे लांछन लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं और दिखाते हैं कि भाई ये भी औरों जैसे हैं। यही भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र था। लेकिन आप आज हम दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हैं, इस वेन्यू से अगर हम बाहर निकलेंगे या पब्लिक के बीच में जाइएगा, आप किसी भी दिल्ली वाले से पूछ लीजिए, एक एक दिल्ली वाले को पता है कि अगर इस देश में कोई एक ईमानदार नेता है, उस नेता का नाम अरविंद केजरीवाल है। एक ईमानदार पार्टी है, उस पार्टी का नाम आदमी पार्टी है।
पर वो ईमानदार नेता जेल चले जाते हैं, क्या लांछन में पूरी आधी पार्टी जेल में चली जाती है सिर्फ लांछन लगाने से? लॉ एंड ऑर्डर भी तो हिसाब, कोर्ट्स, वो सारी चीजें, क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन, आपका ऑपोजिशन दैट इज द बीजेपी, वो कहते हैं भाई ठीक है हम गलत है, आप बोल दो। कोर्ट्स का क्या? वो कहते हैं कोर्ट्स का क्या? अभी भी आपके एक बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता जेल में, सत्येंद्र जैन, हालांकि वो एक दूसरे केस में है।
देखिए, मैं इसमें दो चीजें कहूंगी। सबसे पहले तो हमें ये समझना पड़ेगा, ये जो कानून है प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट, जिसमें सारे विपक्ष के नेताओं को जेल में भेजा जाता है,
ये बना कब था?
हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन
आपके प्रिय मित्र आजकल जो मेरा एक टैग है द बीएफएफ, बेस्ट फ्रेंड फॉरएवर, जो है
जिसने भी बनाया हो ये कानून बना था टेररिज्म को काउंटर करने के लिए, नारकोटिक्स ट्रेडिंग को काउंटर करने के लिए। ये कानून बना था कि लॉन्डर्ड मनी इस्तेमाल ना हो सके टेररिज्म को फंडिंग देने के लिए। इसीलिए इसमें सख्त प्रावधान है कि इस कानून में बेल मिलना लगभग असंभव है। क्यों है? क्योंकि तब लोगों को डर था कि अगर बेल दे दी और आतंकी हमला हो गया लॉन्डर्ड मनी से तो कैसे होगा। आज आप देखिए, क्या प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट को ड्रग्स ट्रेडिंग को रोकने के लिए यूज किया जा रहा है? क्या उसको आतंकी हमलों के लिए यूज किया जा रहा है? पीएमएलए को सिर्फ और सिर्फ यूज किया जा रहा है विपक्ष के नेताओं पे हमला करने के लिए, उनको जेल में डालने के लिए। और फिर जब उसमें बेल नहीं मिलती, क्योंकि उसमें प्रावधान ही इतने सख्त हैं, तो कहा जाता है बेल नहीं मिली। हालांकि इसका एक दूसरा भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पक्ष है। अभी कई सारे फॉर्मर विपक्ष के नेता जिन पर सीबीआई के केस होते हैं, जिन पर ईडी के केस होते हैं, ऐसा पाया जाता है कि एक जादुई छड़ी चलती है और वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में चले जाते हैं। जब वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में चले जाते हैं, ईडी और सीबीआई फिर कहते हैं कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, हम तो गलत थे, उन पर तो कोई भ्रष्टाचार का सबूत ही नहीं था। अभी कुछ दिन पहले
वॉशिंग मशीन वाला आपका जो
कुछ दिन पहले अजीत पवार के इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस विंग का 70,000 करोड़ रुपए उनके जो पे स्कैम का आरोप था। अपने छगन भुजबल जी, जिन पे महाराष्ट्र सदन स्कैम, इरिगेशन स्कैम का आरोप था। एनसीपी के ये सारे फॉर्मर नेता जैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी में गए, छगन भुजबल जी के केस में ईडी जो 10 साल से प्रोसिक्यूशन कर रही थी, कहती है हमारी फाइलें खो गई, इसलिए हम केस बंद कर रहे हैं। तो देखिए, ये साफ है कि जो ये सारी केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां कर रही हैं, ये ऑपोजिशन पे हमले का प्रयास है, ऑपोजिशन को खत्म करने का प्रयास है। वरना कहाँ गया छगन भुजबल का भ्रष्टाचार, कहाँ गया अजीत पवार का भ्रष्टाचार, कहाँ गया हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा का भ्रष्टाचार, कहाँ गया मुकुल रॉय का भ्रष्टाचार, कहाँ गया शुभेंदु अधिकारी का भ्रष्टाचार। सारे
तो लिस्ट गोज ऑन बोथ वेज। मैं वो नहीं कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ कि जब आप अपने, आई एम रिपीटिंग माई सेल्फ, तो जब अब आप अपने बीएफएफ कांग्रेस के साथ मिलते हैं कभी कभी, तो आप बोलते हैं कि ये क्या पीएमएलए आपने बना, बिकॉज आप यू आर ब्लेमिंग एवरीथिंग ऑन द पीएमए। और हमने कई बार पहले भी कहा है, तो नाउ एज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिल्ली आई एम आस्किंग, आपको क्या लगता है कि ये सब एजेंसीज को फिर बंद कर देना चाहिए, ताला लगा देना चाहिए? बिकॉज यू आर ऑल्सो अ चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ अ स्टेट, यू नीड दीज, आपको ये एजेंसियां चाहिए। नहीं होगा तो फिर करप्शन विल रन वाइल्ड।
ऐश्वर्या
और आप ही कहते थे, मुझे याद है, आप अरविंद जी, जब ये पूरी मूवमेंट शुरू हुई थी, वो कौशाम्बी के घर से फिर रामलीला का मैदान, और नो मेड अस स्टे ओवरनाइट टू कवर दैट प्रोटेस्ट। और जब अब आप लोगों की पार्टी से आधी पार्टी जेल में होती है, तो जनता पूछती है, ये कहते थे इधर वाले गलत, उधर वाले गलत, और ये सारे जेल में, तो हम करें क्या?
ऐश्वर्या जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार खत्म नहीं करना चाहती।
आप करना चाहते?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी सारे भ्रष्टाचारियों को अपनी पार्टी में लेके आ रही है, ये है उनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड। हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा के वाटर स्कैम को लेके भारतीय जनता पार्टी
आपकी गरारी वहां पे अटकती है, मेरे को पता है।
शुभेंदु अधिकारी के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में 2-2 चुनाव लड़ दिए। मोदी जी ने खुद कहा था अजीत पवार, छगन भुजबल के बारे में कि इन जैसे भरा भ्रष्टाचारियों को 2 दिन में जेल भेज दूंगा। आज डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दिया उन्होंने अपनी सरकार का। तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि आज एजेंसीज को यूज किया जा रहा है। अब देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए, वो जिन राज्यों में चुनाव जीतते हैं तो जीतते हैं, जिन राज्यों में चुनाव नहीं जीतते, सबसे पहले तो विधायकों को तोड़ फोड़ करके सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं।
ईवीएम ठीक रहती है, लेकिन
कैसे चुनाव उनको तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं? किसी पे सीबीआई का केस खोल देते हैं, किसी पे ईडी का केस खोल देते हैं, किसी पे एसीबी का केस खोल देते हैं, किसी पे इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंसेस विंग का केस खोल देते हैं। जहां पर तब भी नहीं तोड़ पाते, तो फिर उनके बड़े बड़े नेताओं को जेल भेज देते हैं, वो पार्टियां तोड़ के चले आते हैं। बताइए, शिवसेना के साथ क्या हुआ, एनसीपी के साथ क्या हुआ? क्यों भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिन पार्टियों को वो कहते थे भ्रष्टाचारी हैं, उनके सारे नेताओं को अपनी पार्टी में ले आए? क्यों प्रफुल्ल पटेल को अपनी पार्टी में लाए? क्यों अजीत पवार को अपनी पार्टी में लाए? क्यों छगन भुजबल को अपनी पार्टी में लाए? मोदी जी कहते थे ना कि ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों को 2 दिन में जेल में डाल दूंगा। कहाँ गया उनका भ्रष्टाचार? क्यों डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाया इन भ्रष्टाचारी नेताओं को?
आपने तो ये भी कहा था आपकी पार्टी ने कि मनीष सिसोदिया को वो बीजेपी में लाना चाहते हैं, कम से कम वो नहीं हुआ, कम से कम वो नहीं हुआ।
देखिए, देखिए
मनीष सिसोदिया नहीं गए।
ये आम आदमी
वो बहुत
पार्टी है।
इंटरेस्टिंग होता है, एक तरफ आतिशी जी, एक तरफ मनीष सिसोदिया।
ये
अब मैं
आम
किससे क्या
आदमी
पूछता हूं, मुझे
पार्टी
नहीं।
है
हाँ।
जिसके नेता टूटे नहीं, दबे नहीं, जेल में महीनों रहने के बाद भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में गए नहीं।
लिकर स्कैम, शराब पे शराब, फिर आप समझ रहे हैं द इमेज यू हैड, आपने अभी जो बोला उसका सार ये है कि एजेंसीज आर बीइंग मिसयूज्ड। बट आपके ऊपर आम आदमी पार्टी, मैं अगेन बता रहा हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी एक तो नाम पार्टी ऑफ द कॉमन पीपल, शराब स्कैम, शराब एक ऐसा एक सोशल टैबू, उसके ऊपर शराब पे शराब फ्री, एक नेता अंदर, दूसरा अंदर, ये अंदर, वो बाहर, ये अंदर, शराब को लेके ऐसा हो गया कि आम आदमी पार्टी कुछ और कर ही नहीं रही है शराब के अलावा।
देखिए ऐश्वर्या जी, ये तो आपको ऐसे स्टूडियो में बैठ के लगता है।
स्टूडियो में बैठ के
आप दिल्ली के लोगों के बीच में जाइए।
हाँ।
आप दिल्ली के लोगों से पूछिए।
जाते हैं?
नहीं, आप दिल्ली के लोगों से पूछिए। अगर आप कहेंगे आम आदमी, अगर वो कहेंगे आम आदमी पार्टी, वो कहेंगे फ्री बिजली। आप कहेंगे अरविंद केजरीवाल, वो कहेंगे 24 घंटे बिजली। आप कहेंगे मनीष सिसोदिया, वो कहेंगे अच्छे सरकारी स्कूल। आप कहेंगे सत्येंद्र जैन, वो कहेंगे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक्स में फ्री इलाज, जीरो पावर कट्स। सो स्टूडियो में बैठकर कहना कि शराब घोटाला दिल्ली वालों को पता है।
बट ये सब स्लोगन है
एग्जाम्पल
मैडम चीफ मिनिस्टर, या फिर इट्स ऑन ग्राउंड? क्या कि मोहल्ला क्लिनिक, क्योंकि बीजेपी रोज आप देखिए जितने भी कम से कम 100-150 ऐसे क्लिनिक की फोटो डालते हैं जिसके अंदर ताला लगा है, या तो बाहर स्ट्रे कैटल है या कूड़ा है।
एक्चुअली 100-150 नहीं डालते, एक ही मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की फोटो डालते हैं, 100 एंगल से फोटो लेते हैं। आप भी थोड़े अपने फैक्ट चेक कर लीजिएगा।
अच्छा, तो अब अरविंद केजरीवाल इज नॉट द मुख्यमंत्री, यू आर। लोगों को उम्मीद आपसे है। आपको लगता है, क्योंकि हरियाणा में अरविंद केजरीवाल गए कैंपेन करने, और जब आप मुख्यमंत्री बनी आपने एक चेयर खाली रखी, उस पर भी कंट्रोवर्सी हुई कि भाई सीएम कौन है, आतिशी जी हैं कि केजरीवाल जी हैं, वो क्लैरिटी हुआ। अब व्हेन यू आर द चीफ मिनिस्टर, विल यू कैरी ऑन द सेम, या कुछ आप बदलाव करेंगे? क्योंकि अब कांग्रेस आपकी बेस्ट फ्रेंड बन गई, जिससे आप लड़ रहे हैं दिल्ली में, उनसे आप यूपी में दोस्ती कर रहे हैं, पंजाब में आप उनसे लड़ रहे हैं, महाराष्ट्र में आप उनसे दोस्ती कर रहे हैं, हरियाणा में आप उनसे लड़ रहे हैं, गुजरात में आप उनसे दोस्ती कर रहे हैं।
आपका सवाल क्या है ऐश्वर्या जी?
सवाल मेरा ये, वेयर इज द आम आदमी पार्टी स्टैंडिंग राइट नाउ? आम आदमी पार्टी है कहाँ? आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस के साथ है, आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस के खिलाफ है, आम आदमी पार्टी बीजेपी के साथ है, बीजेपी के खिलाफ है। क्योंकि ये बात आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए हरियाणा में बोली गई एज सून एज अरविंद केजरीवाल केम आउट कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कैंपेन करेंगे हरियाणा में, किसका वोट काटेंगे? कांग्रेस का काटेंगे।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी इस देश के आम आदमी के साथ है। उनको बेहतर स्कूल देने के लिए है, उनको अच्छी बिजली देने के लिए है, उनको अच्छा इलाज देने के लिए है, और इसीलिए हम राजनीति में हैं। ये बहुत सिंपल सी बात है। क्यों हमने कांग्रेस से लोकसभा चुनाव में अलायंस किया? इसलिए किया क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिस तरह से संविधान पे हमला कर रही थी, जिस तरह से एजेंसीज का, कानूनों का मिसयूज करके विपक्ष को तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रही थी, जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस देश को एक जहां पे लोकतंत्र खत्म करके एक डिक्टेटरशिप की तरफ लेके जाने की कोशिश कर रही थी।
स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स।
जब संविधान पे खतरा आया तो अपने सारे डिफरेंसेस को एक तरफ रख के हमने कांग्रेस पार्टी से अलायंस किया।
24 में क्या
कांग्रेस पार्टी से अलायंस किया? क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा मानना था कि हमारे आपसी डिफरेंसेस से देश ज्यादा जरूरी है, संविधान ज्यादा जरूरी है।
आपका ये प्लान
और हम इस स्टैंड पे कायम रहेंगे कि अगर संविधान बचाने की जरूरत हो, हम किसी के भी सामने हाथ जोड़ने के तैयार हैं, चाहे वो हमारे दुश्मन रहे हो, चाहे वो हमारे इलेक्टोरल विरोधी रहे हो, क्योंकि आखिरकार इस देश के लिए हम लोग हैं, इस संविधान की वजह से हम लोग हैं। तो मेरे मन में इस बारे में कोई भी डाउट नहीं है कि कल को अगर ऐसा मौका फिर से आएगा जब हमें लगेगा कि इस देश का संविधान खतरे में है, तो हम फिर से भी अलायंस करेंगे, फिर से भी ऐसे लोगों के साथ आएंगे जिनके साथ हो सकता है हमारा नॉर्मली इलेक्टोरल आमना सामना हो।
यू राइट। आपको लगा, जनता को नहीं लगा, क्योंकि अगर जनता को लगा होता तो 24 में आप और कांग्रेस के सीट ज्यादा आते। आपको लगा, जनता को नहीं लगा। जिस जनता की दुहाई आप दे रहे हैं, उस जनता को नहीं लगा।
देखिए,
जो कांग्रेस के साथ आई, संविधान रिजर्वेशन लगा के, लेकिन जनता ने अपना जवाब दिया आपको।
जनता
नहीं लगा।
जनता ने जवाब दिया कि अब की बार नहीं जाएगी बीजेपी 400 पार। 400 पार तो छोड़िए, 272 पार भी नहीं जाएगी। तो जनता ने अपना मत क्लियर कर दिया। जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अहंकार था, क्यों चाहिए था 400 पार? क्यों भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 400 से ज्यादा सीटें चाहिए थी?
किसने ऑफिशियली
इसलिए चाहिए थी।
पीएम ने मांगा 400 पार ऑफिशियली, होम मिनिस्टर ने मांगा
बार बार
बीजेपी नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट ने मांगा 400
जनता पार्टी ने कहा अब की बार 400 पार, ये तो हर व्यक्ति जानता है। क्यों चाहिए था उनको 400 पार? सरकार तो 272 पे बनती है।
बीजेपी कहती है मैंने तो 400 में घुमा दिया और सरकार बना ली, ये लोग 400 में घूमते रह गए।
आप बताइए ना क्यों चाहिए था उनको 400 पार? इसलिए चाहिए था क्योंकि उनकी संविधान बदलने की मंशा थी, इसलिए चाहिए था क्योंकि उनकी लोकतंत्र खत्म करने की मंशा थी।
आपका प्लान फेल हो गया?
इसलिए आज हमने कोई प्लान नहीं फेल किया, देश की जनता ने उनका प्लान फेल किया। उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी 400 पार तो छोड़िए, अपने दम पे 272 भी नहीं पार कर पाई। और वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिनके नेता किसी के सामने झुकते नहीं थे, अब दो बाबुओं के सामने, एक नीतीश बाबू और एक चंद्र बाबू, उनके सामने हाथ फैलाए बैठी है। तो देखिए
चंद्रबाबू नायडू और नीतीश कुमार बीजेपी के साथ,
इसलिए जनता का जनादेश सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है। जनता सब समझती है कौन ईमानदार है, कौन बेईमान है, कौन काम करने वाला है, कौन काम करने वाला नहीं है, कौन लोकतंत्र के साथ खड़ा है, कौन लोकतंत्र के विरोध में खड़ा है। ये बात हमारे देश की जनता बखूबी समझती है।
जनता समझती है, तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ। आपने बोला ठीक है 400 नहीं है, लेकिन सरकार किसकी है? बीजेपी की, कांग्रेस की नहीं है।
बीजेपी की
आम आदमी पार्टी।
ऐश्वर्या जी, बीजेपी की कितनी सीटें आई?
400 नहीं आई ना।
कितनी आई?
आप चाहते हैं ना कि 400
आई? ये तो बताइए,
ये
बताइए कितनी आई?
मैं आपसे 400 से कम
हम कह क्या रहे थे, हमें 400 पार जाना है। आप बताइए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कितनी सीटें आई?
देखिए बीजेपी बताएगी, मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ।
आपके मुंह से निकल भी नहीं रहा है। मतलब आप सोचिए, आप बार-बार आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछ रहे हैं
240 है कि 242 है, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
240 सीटें आई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, उस पार्टी की जिसके प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे कि अब की बार 400 पार। तो जब आप हाफवे मार्क तक भी 272 तक नहीं पहुंच पाते, इसका क्या मतलब है?
So you are happy keeping them at 240?
देखिए, मैं ये मानती हूं, I am not anyone who has kept them at 240. इस देश की जनता ने उन्हें 240 पे रखा है और इस देश की जनता ने संविधान को और लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए उनको 240 पे रखा है। मैं तो ये उम्मीद कर रही थी कि जनता के इस जनादेश को समझकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो अपनी एजेंसीज का मिसयूज कर रही है, अपोजिशन की सरकारों को दबाने की कोशिश कर रही है, उसको बंद करेगी। लेकिन अभी उनके कोई ऐसे आसार नहीं दिख रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि जनता अभी एक राउंड और में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अहंकार खत्म करेगी।
हरियाणा में तो अभी देखा एक राउंड और।
अभी आ जाइए, अभी झारखंड में चुनाव है, अभी महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव है, अभी दिल्ली में चुनाव है।
हाँ, दिल्ली में
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पिछली बार दिल्ली में 8 सीटें आई।
दिल्ली में यू आर स्ट्रांग। Let's be very frank. दिल्ली में आप स्ट्रांग हैं।
पिछली बार दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 8 सीटें आई, लेकिन जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार किया, आम आदमी पार्टी के बाकी नेताओं को गिरफ्तार किया, आज आपके इस मंच पे बैठ के बहुत जिम्मेदारी से कह रही हूं कि जिस दिन फरवरी में रिजल्ट आएगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक भी सीट नहीं आएगी।
यही बात आपने 24 के इलेक्शंस में कही थी।
उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे।
बट आतिशी जी, यही बात आपके नेताओं ने 24 के जनरल इलेक्शंस में कही थी। नाउ इफ आई मे आस्क यू मैम, 24 के इलेक्शन में आपके कितने सांसद आए? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल में थे।
नहीं, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। अरविंद
केजरीवाल जनता ने दिया।
मैं मानती हूँ दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें लोकसभा में नहीं जिताया। दिल्ली की जनता लोकसभा के चुनाव में, विधानसभा के चुनाव में अलग अलग दृष्टि से वोट करती है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश की जनता ने एक मैसेज दिया कि अपना अहंकार कम करो, लोकतंत्र का सम्मान करो, संविधान का सम्मान करो। अच्छी बात क्या है कि अभी हमारे देश में 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन नहीं आया है, तो देश की जनता को अपना मैसेज देने का कई बार मौका मिलता है, 5 साल में कई बार मौका मिलता है। तो मुझे इस बात का भरोसा है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अहंकार से देश वाले खुश नहीं हैं, तो चाहे झारखंड का चुनाव हो, चाहे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव हो, चाहे दिल्ली का चुनाव हो, चाहे बिहार का चुनाव हो, इस देश की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अहंकार को जो 400 पार से 240 पे लेके आई है, उससे भी बहुत नीचे लेके जाने वाली है।
आपका स्लोगन सेम है, सिर्फ इसमें से हरियाणा हट गया है क्योंकि हरियाणा का रिजल्ट आ गया। मेरे को लग रहा है कहीं महाराष्ट्र के बाद महाराष्ट्र भी ना हट जाए, फिर झारखंड के बाद झारखंड भी ना हट जाए। दिल्ली में यू आर स्ट्रांग, बट आपको नहीं लगता दिल्ली की जनता फ्रस्ट्रेट हो गई है कि आम आदमी पार्टी से कुछ भी पूछो तो बोलो हमारे पास पावर नहीं है, सब कुछ You versus the LG. Whoever is the chief minister of the Aam Aadmi Party versus the LG. दिल्ली की जनता बोलती है हमारी क्या गलती है, हमारा काम करो ना, हमको वादा किया था हवा की बात करूं, पानी की बात करूं, सड़कों की बात करूं.
दिल्ली की जनता,
What is your way forward? What is your vision as a chief minister?
दिल्ली की जनता की एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात है कि दिल्ली के लोगों के ना हर राज्य में रिश्तेदार हैं. बहुत सारे दिल्ली के लोग हैं जिनके हो सकता है भाई उनके फॉर्मर पड़ोसी फरीदाबाद में रहते हो, नोएडा में रहते हो, गुड़गांव में रहते हो. तो दिल्ली वालों ने गर्मियों में देखा कि पीक हीट वेव पे 52 डिग्री सेल्सियस पे पीक 8,500 मेगावाट की इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिमांड पे दिल्ली में 24 घंटे बिजली आई. भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों में 8-8 घंटे बिजली गई. मैं खुद जानती हूँ, मेरी एक जानकार हैं, मेरी जिसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में वो वहाँ पे रहती थी, उन्होंने फरीदाबाद में एक बहुत बढ़िया सा 3 बेडरूम अपार्टमेंट लिया था. अपने पूरे परिवार को अप्रैल के महीने में शिफ्ट करके लेके गई थी. जून आते आते फरीदाबाद से वापस गोविंदपुरी आ गई. कहती हैं जी इतने पावर कट झेले नहीं जाते, जनरेटर का जितना खर्चा है उठाया नहीं जाता. दिल्ली में 24 घंटे बिजली आती है. जो दिल्ली में लोग रहते हैं, देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से लोग आते हैं दिल्ली में काम करने के लिए. देश के अलग अलग राज्यों में उनके रिश्तेदार हैं, उनके परिवार हैं. उनको पता है कि वहाँ पे सरकारी स्कूलों में टाट पट्टी पे पढ़ते हैं बच्चे. टेबल नहीं है, चेयर नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, टॉयलेट नहीं है, ब्लैक बोर्ड नहीं है, टीचर नहीं है. और दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल ऐसे हैं कि इस साल 2200 बच्चों ने जेई और नीट का एग्जाम क्लियर किया और शानदार इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज. सो आई एम सेइंग दैट दिल्ली के लोगों को सब पता है कि इस पार्टी की जो 22 राज्यों में जिस पार्टी की 22 राज्यों में सरकार है, उस 22 राज्यों का क्या हाल है. मैं आपको एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताती हूँ.
प्लीज कंप्लीट.
हमारे जो दिल्ली के बॉर्डर पे सरकारी स्कूल्स हैं, चाहे हरियाणा के बॉर्डर पे, चाहे यूपी के बॉर्डर पे, दोनों राज्य जहाँ पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, डबल इंजन की सरकार है, मोदी जी पीएम है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सीएम हैं. बॉर्डर के हमारे स्कूलों में 50% से ज्यादा बच्चे बॉर्डर पार करके हरियाणा यूपी से दिल्ली में एडमिशन लेने आते हैं. हमारे एक प्रिंसिपल बताते हैं कि एक दिन एक बच्चा आया, उसका आधार कार्ड बहादुरगढ़ का था. तो उन्होंने कहा कि जी हम तो एडमिशन नहीं दे सकते, तो दिल्ली के स्कूल के लिए. वो बच्चा 2 दिन बाद एक फर्जी आधार कार्ड बनवा के आ गया. क्यों? क्योंकि उसे हरियाणा के स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ना था. उसे हरियाणा के स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ना था. क्यों? क्योंकि उसे पता है कि हरियाणा के स्कूल में अगर अपने बच्चे को पढ़ा दिया तो उसका भविष्य खत्म हो जाएगा. एक डबल इंजन की सरकार के स्कूल में पढ़ा दिया तो उस बच्चे का भविष्य खत्म हो जाएगा. तो वो अपने बच्चे को अपना एड्रेस चेंज करके दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल, अरविंद केजरीवाल के सरकारी स्कूल में एडमिशन करवाने के लिए लाया. इसलिए मैंने कहा दिल्ली वालों को सब पता है. वो जानते हैं कि इतनी बीजेपी की कोशिश के बाद भी एक आम आदमी पार्टी है और एक अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं जो लड़ के दिल्ली वालों के काम करवाते हैं, दिल्ली वालों को एक बेहतर जिंदगी.
एब्सोल्युटली आतिश जी, पता लग जाएगा कितना. बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं बचा है. फरवरी में आपने कहा 24 में जनरल इलेक्शन में जनता ने सपोर्ट नहीं किया. लेट्स होप कि जनता जो आप बोल रही हैं उस पर भरोसा करे. एंड लेट्स सी. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर टाइम. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू ऐश्वर्या.
थैंक यू.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
Director, The Taste of Success.
US top headlines into the big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief in October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar has been eliminated in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Netanyahu congratulates Israeli forces for big win, says Sinwar's elimination marks the beginning of the end for Hamas.
The short answer is no, this was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts.
U.S. makes stand clear, says it had no role in Israeli operations related to Sinwar's killing. U.S. Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist Pannu. Uttarakhand likely to implement UCC today. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to lead discussions on the UCC report and guidelines. Join as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Let's go ahead with the top story we're tracking right now as we're live breaking. Big Republic impact in the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. The crime branch in action in SRA dispute angle. Crime branch has returned to the slum rehabilitation authority and sought documents pertaining to Sant Daneshwar Nagar redevelopment project. That is right. Big update coming in. Big Republic impact in Baba Siddiqui murder probe, and this is a big story we have been tracking. Crime branch seeking documents in a slum project, viewers. Remember, this is coming in as we see these top updates on Republic TV. Investigation continues with the crime branch into the murder of Baba Siddiqui, assassination by Baba Siddiqui, and what we are seeing right now is that the SRA angle has been under probe. The police are probing the SRA angle, and amidst the SRA angle being probed, we are coming to know some details. But the crime branch in action is looking at the SRA angle. Crime branch is returned to the slum rehabilitation authority and sought documents pertaining to the Sant Daneshwar Nagar redevelopment project. So that's a big update coming in right now, Republic TV, where we see the Mumbai crime branch officials writing to the SRA, wanting some details and files of the SRA projects. And this is coming in as many concerns are rising over possible motives tied to the redevelopment initiatives opposed by Siddiqui and his son Zishan. I want to go across to my colleague Sandeep. Sandeep has sent this report for us earlier. Let's go ahead and see what that is.
Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in a right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
There were political rivalry. Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in a right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
There were political rivalry.
All right, so we heard that our colleague Sandeep is confronting Zishan Siddiqui and asking him some questions because the SRA angle has been being looked at by the Mumbai crime branch. They tried to investigate and find out what really happened there. They've also gone ahead and written to the SRA requesting them to send details of the SRA projects. The concerns over potential motives is tied to the redevelopment initiatives opposed by Siddiqui and his son Zishan. So this is one of the motives, one of the angles which is being looked at right now as the probe continues in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. So the Mumbai crime branch is looking at different angles also requesting the SRA formally to share details of the projects in the Bandra East constituency of Zishan Siddiqui, who is the son of Baba Siddiqui. They've also tried to find information, and we're also seeing other updates coming in right now on Republic TV. So that's a big update coming in right now. The police is trying to look at, the Mumbai Crime Branch trying to look at what exactly was happening under SRA projects, who were the beneficiaries, what is the total value of the projects. The crime branch is saying that they will be looking at every angle possible, including the SRA angle, which has come out in the open. Now, we just heard our colleague Sandeep confront Zishan Siddiqui and waiting for a reply from him, even though Zishan Siddiqui has stayed quiet on the SRA angle. He did post on social media X asking for justice for his family and suggesting that his father died while protecting the homes and lives of the poor. All right, so this is the SRA development project in the Bandra Kurla complex. 7.5 million square feet of development area, slum area is 44 acres, and project cost is 20,000 crores. So that is the details of the SRA development projects, and there could be a link coming here, and that could be, the SRA project could be one of the links emerging when it comes to the investigation into the murder of Baba Siddiqui. I want to go across to Sandeep. Okay, we'll go to Sandeep in just a short while, but those are the top updates coming in on Republic TV, where the Mumbai Crime Branch has gone ahead and they have written to the SRA and they're trying to understand the dispute angle, the SRA dispute angle, which is emerging in the case. The crime branch has written to the Slum Rehabilitation Authority seeking documents for the Sant Daneshwar Nagar redevelopment project. I want to go across to my colleague Sandeep, who's joining us live right now. Sandeep, if you could take our viewers, you also try to ask some straight questions to Zishan Siddiqui on this, because even the Mumbai Crime Branch is looking at the SRA angle, trying to find out what happened, what was the involvement, what is a link. Now, if you could take our viewers through what Zishan Siddiqui told you and the entire SRA angle which the Mumbai Crime Branch is looking at.
See, as far as Zishan Siddiqui's statement is concerned, remember, Zishan Siddiqui has written in his tweet that my father was fighting for the poor people and their home. So it is very clear-cut that he is indicating with the fact that he somewhere suspect with the fact that the people associated in that very development project, the people who are against Baba Siddiqui, could be one of the reason that Baba Siddiqui was in fact killed. Apart from this, since he has in fact raised this question on his Twitter account, we also tried speaking to him. He says that the investigation is underway. There are a lot of things and he's not a good state of mind right now to talk on that issue, but he will definitely talk. So ultimately, after this statement and after Republic TV time and again investigating this very angle, now Mumbai Police Crime Branch has written a letter to Slum Rehabilitation Authority, that is SRA, seeking the documents pertaining to Sant Daneshwar Nagar development project. So ultimately, things will get clear. The stakeholders in that very development project, the people who were involved in developing Sant Daneshwar Nagar, they would be in fact summoned by Mumbai Police Crime Branch in coming days. The people who were in fact mediator, the political leaders who were mediator in that very project, those people will be in fact questioned by Crime Branch in coming days. But ultimately, why these people were against Baba Siddiqui was because Baba Siddiqui was someone who was objecting that very development project at that very point in time. And in fact, Zishan Siddiqui was also booked in a case for protesting against the people who were surveying out there at Sant Daneshwar Nagar. So the investigating agency, now Crime Branch, has came in all-out action and have sought all the documents pertaining to the SRA project out there in Sant Daneshwar Nagar.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you as the SRA angle is being looked at right now. Mumbai Crime Branch wanting official documents from the SRA to really understand what could be the positive, the motive, what could be the motive behind this murder, and was the SRA angle a part of this? Okay, we move ahead right now. Let's have a look at this report, because busting the Lutyens' lie of the Salman Khan angle to the sensational public murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, his son, and Congress leader Zishan Siddiqui confirmed the explosive Republic newsbreak that a dispute over a high-stakes slum redevelopment project was central to the killing. Taken to his X handle for his first public response to the killing, Zishan said that his father died saving the lives and the homes of innocent people. Watch this report for more to understand where this story and the investigation stands right now.
Less than a week after the killing of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui, the big Lutyens' lie stands exposed. While the Lutyens media pushed and peddled the Salman Khan Lawrence Bishnoi angle to the murder of the senior NCP leader, your channel pursued a line that no one else did. And in his first public response to the killing, Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan, confirmed the Republic's exclusive news break.
Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in a right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
Taking to his X handle, the Congress leader said his father died saving the lives and homes of poor, innocent people. The leads that your channel has been pursuing pointed to a high-stakes slum redevelopment project in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex as central to the plot to kill the NCP leader.
Viewers, through the tweet that has been put out by Zishan Siddiqui a short while back, this is what Baba Siddiqui's son has to say. He's seeking justice for his family. Remember, all this while, a section within the media have been peddling this Bollywood mafia Lawrence Bishnoi angle, which appears to be a complete decoy.
Very importantly, the angle which only Republic seems to be covering is this, that Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan Siddiqui, who's also a Congress MLA and who's the president of Mumbai Youth Congress, a couple of weeks back, he had protested against Anil Parab. Now, who is Anil Parab? Anil Parab is a MLC from the Uddhav Sena gang. And Anil Parab has been promoting the cause of Shahid Balwa's Valor Estate / the erstwhile DB Realty. Anil Parab has been basically putting forward the cause of Shahid Balwa for redevelopment of Gyaneshwar Nagar and the Bharat Nagar slums.
Don't you think the SRA dispute is the actual motive behind it?
See, this matter is under investigation and police has to decide. Let police decide. Police is going through all the angles and it is their duty to decide which is the perfect angle.
With Zishan's explosive post, the smokescreen that was put up to throw the investigators off the scent has now been busted.
Anti-terror operations have been launched in the Shahadra area of the Rajouri by Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army after 3 armed suspected terrorists were seen in the area. This is the second major anti-terror operation after the operation that was launched and the terrorists were fired upon in the Dhana Shastar area of the Mender subdivision in Poonch. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
news coming in. Viewers, Karnataka State Siddaramaiah has called VD Savarkar anti-constitutional. And it's a big controversy which has sparked once more. Siddaramaiah further says Savarkar was an accused in the Gandhi assassination case and was acquitted due to a lack of evidence. Let's have a look and listen in to the latest comment coming in from Siddaramaiah.
ಸಂವಿಧಾನನ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇದೇ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್, ಇದೇ ಗೋಲ್ವಾಲ್ಕರ್ ಗುರೂಜಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಿದ್ರು. RSSನ ಗುರೂಜಿ ಗೋಲ್ವಾಲ್ಕರ್ 1940ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಲ್ವಾಲ್ಕರ್ RSSನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. 33 ವರ್ಷ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 73ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿವರೆಗೂ ಇದ್ರು. 33 ವರ್ಷ. ಆ 33 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಪರ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ.
In Baba Siddiqui assassination case, Mumbai police has arrested so far 4 people in connection with the case, and 3 key accused are still at large, which includes Shubham Lonkar and Shiv Kumar, and apart from Shiv Kumar, Zishan Akhtar as well. So Mumbai police is looking at different angles, including SRA dispute angle as well. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be just right back after a short commercial break.
Are you planning to buy a new house? Well, getting a property can be a daunting task, not just while buying, but also while paying off the loan. But what if I tell you there are some easy ways to reduce your loan burden and make paying off your EMIs like a breeze? Yes, apart from switching to a lower interest loan or choosing a shorter term of the loan, there's a third way possible to substantially reduce your loan liability. It is the prepayment option. And how does this work? Prepayment allows you to reduce your housing loan by making extra payments over and above your EMIs, either partially or as a lump sum. This can drastically cut down your interest payments and shorten your loan tenure. For example, imagine you take a 50 lakh rupees home loan for 20 years at 8.5% interest. Your EMI would be 43,391 rupees. Without prepayment, the total interest that you will require to pay is 54,13,879 rupees, and the total payment would be over 1 crore rupees. But suppose you can prepay at least 50,000 rupees annually starting from the second year of the loan period. The tenure could shorten by 3 years. Yes, now you would effectively have to pay for just 17 years and 1 month. Now, where do you get this extra money to pay up? Use your bonus payoffs, tax returns, and whatever extra cash you get. The second tip is mostly useful for female home buyers. When you buy a property, you pay stamp duty for registration, right? In many states, women buyers can get a concession on this, typically 1% to 2% less than the standard rate. For a 1 crore rupees property with a 7% stamp duty rate, you would normally pay 7 lakh rupees. But with a concession, it could drop to 5%, saving you rupees 2 lakh instantly. The only condition is the property must be registered in the woman's name. And the final tip is, for securing tax benefits with co-applicants under the old tax regime, an individual can claim up to rupees 2 lakh as tax deduction on the interest paid for home loan. If the property is co-owned and the loan has co-applicants, each person can claim this deduction separately. Together, co-applicants can claim a total of rupees 4 lakh in tax benefits, doubling the savings altogether. Adding an earning family member as a co-applicant also increases your chances of loan approval and allows you to qualify for a higher loan amount. So, by using these 3 strategies, prepayments,
restoration work is currently underway following a train derailment in Assam. Now, the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday at Dibalong station. Fortunately, there have been no major injuries reported. Let's take a closer look at the details.
Restoration work is ongoing at Diblong station in Assam, where 8 coaches of the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday afternoon. The incident occurred around 3:55 p.m. in Lumding division. Emergency teams quickly arrived on the scene. A railway official confirmed that the train had derailed, but no casualties or major injuries have been reported. Passengers were safely evacuated from the train and all are reported to be unharmed. The Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, took to social media to reassure the public about the safety of those on board. Railway officials are currently investigating the cause of derailment while restoration efforts continue. The focus remains on ensuring that services can resume safely and swiftly. Restoration work is ongoing at Diblong station in Assam, where 8 coaches of the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday afternoon. The incident occurred around 3:55 p.m. in Lumding division. Emergency teams quickly arrived on the scene. A railway official confirmed that the train had derailed, but no casualties or major injuries have been reported. Passengers were safely evacuated from the train and all are reported to be unharmed. The Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, took to social media to reassure the public about the safety of those on board. Railway officials are currently investigating the cause of derailment while restoration efforts continue. The focus remains on ensuring that services can resume safely and swiftly.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big Republic investigation impact. Mumbai Police Crime Branch rise to SRA over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Central agencies to rope in VPN providers and probe into bomb threats to flights. Omar Abdullah-led Jammu and Kashmir cabinet passes resolution to restore statehood in the valley.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
And the big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7th mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza. US Department of Justice charges a former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist Pannu. And the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtriya Sarvopari Sammelan, has begun with all the biggest newsmakers only on Republic Media Network.
Very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our focus essentially remains on the conflict in the Middle East. It's a major development in the Israel-Hamas conflict as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has announced the neutralization of Hamas leader, a key figure behind last year's attack on Israel. The Israeli troops unknowingly encountered him during a battle, only later identifying his body.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
In fact, let's listen into that statement that came in from the IDF as well. The spokesperson described the events in the run-up to Sinwar's elimination. Listen in to that statement by the Israeli forces.
סינואר שנפצע ביד שלו מהירי, הוא נראה כאן רעול פנים. ברגעיו האחרונים משליך קרש עץ לעבר הרחפן. אנחנו זיהינו אותו כמחבל בתוך מבנה. ירינו למבנה ונכנסנו לסריקה. מצאנו אותו עם אפוד ואקדח 40,000 שקל. הוא היה במנוסה, ברח, וכוחותינו חיסלו אותו. לאחר מרדף ממושך ונחוש שנמשך שנה שלמה, כוחותינו חיסלו את יחיא סינואר, האחראי הראשי לטבח הנפשע של 7 באוקטובר ולמותם וחטיפתם של ישראלים רבים. פגשתי עכשיו את הכוח שחיסל אותו אתמול, בהתקלות במרחב רפיח. הכוח פעל נכון, במקצועיות ובנחישות, לא כי ידע שסינואר נמצא שם, אלא כי לוחמינו פועלים במצוינות בכל מפגש עם מחבלים, בכל הגזרות.
And a statement that came in from the Pentagon chief who categorically dismissed any involvement in the operation and denied giving any intel to the Israeli forces that led to the killing of the Hamas leader. Listen in to that statement that's coming from the Pentagon chief.
Israel confirmed today the death of the leader of the Hamas terrorist group, Yahya Sinwar. We'd refer you to the Israelis to discuss the details, but this is clearly a significant development and a major counterterrorism achievement. My understanding, Oren, is that, the short answer is no, this was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts. And again, as the president's statement highlighted, that included working side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza who've been holding people, to include Americans, hostage since October 7 last.
In fact, U.S. President Joe Biden, who hailed the killing of Hamas leader as a significant victory for Israel, the United States and the world, comparing the operation to the elimination of Osama bin Laden. In fact, the DNA tests that confirmed Sinwar's death, which Biden described as a critical moment, offering a chance for ceasefire talks and a step towards peace in the region. Not just that, Antony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, will also be visiting Israel to push for the ceasefire talks.
The day from the world, I told the other to graduate to get his Sinwar. That model blood in us. America was, Israel's blood, mother. And I told them that we were priests and infractions. As part of that, how to find and move on. Move on and move toward a ceasefire, Gaza. Make sure that we move in the direction that for to be in a position to make it better.
And the world leaders have hailed the operation by the Israeli forces from the U.S. to Anthony Albanese and even the German Chancellor all have hailed the operation by the Israeli forces, saying that the leader who's been neutralized was involved in the October 7 massacre. Listen in to the other reactions coming in.
Israel confirmed that Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, is dead, and justice has been served. And the United States, Israel, and the entire world are better off as a result. Sinwar was responsible for the killing of thousands of innocent people, including the victims of October 7 and hostages killed in Gaza. He had American blood on his hands. Today, I can only hope that the families of the victims of Hamas feel a sense and measure of relief. Sinwar was the mastermind of October 7, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas who was killed in an Israeli military operation in Gaza yesterday, was a brutal, vicious terrorist responsible for the death of American citizens, Israelis, and civilians from more than 30 countries across the world. His decision, and it was very much his decision, to launch the terrorist attacks of October 7th, unleashed a year of tragedy in the Middle East. 1,200 people murdered on October 7th. 254 hostages kidnapped and hauled into Gaza, including children, infants, elderly, and men and women of all ages. More than 40,000 people dead in Gaza, many of them civilians. That is the blood-soaked legacy that Yahya Sinwar leaves behind.
And a news break that's coming in from J&K. This is in Shopian, where a laborer has been shot dead. The laborer has been identified as Ashok Kumar, who was a corn seller from Bihar. Bullet wounds along with stabbing marks were found on his body. Zeenat is joining us live for more on that. Zeenat, give us more details. Yet another non-Kashmiri laborer who's been targeted in this attack. A laborer from Bihar who was shot dead by the terrorist.
See, this is an incident that has taken place in the Vandana Chopin in South Kashmir, where a laborer has been found shot dead. The 2 bullet marks along with stab marks have been found on the body. He has been lying on the roadside, and the people who were moving around have found and located this body and accordingly have informed the police. As per IG Kashmir VK Bridi, who has confirmed the incident, said that they are looking into the terror angle. They are investigating, because when you see the bullet marks, this gives an indication that this terror angle is there. But as of now, there has not been any further confirmation from the J&K police. They are investigating the matter. In fact, the body has been taken by the J&K police into the custody. They are investigating the entire matter. But again, now the question is it again the beginning of the targeted killing, the outsiders killing in the South Kashmir? Because this is the first killing that has taken place after Umar Abdullah took oath in next 2 days. We are seeing this killing has taken place just 2 days before the Umar Abdullah had taken oath of Jammu and Kashmir, and today we are seeing that a dead body was found in Shopian. It was a bullet-ridden body along with the stab marks that have been recovered in Wandahama, Shopian. The police is investigating the angle, and the body has been taken into the custody. But again, if you remember, when Umar took over in 2008, that time also a mentally challenged person was shot dead just outside his residence. This is again seems like that kind of incident has been reported once again, because just 2 days back when Umar Abdullah took oath to establish peace in Jammu and Kashmir, we are seeing that the dead body of a local who comes from the Bihar and has been identified as Ashok Kumar has been shot dead. He was a corn seller. That is what we are picking from the locals in South Kashmir.
Zeenat, stay with us. From all the information that you've been able to gather from your sources, what do we know so far about the modus operandi of this terrorist behind the killing of this non-Kashmiri laborer?
See, we need to understand this is a dead body that has been, it's a bullet-ridden body that has been found, and also the stab marks are there. That gives an indication that terror angle cannot be ruled out. But Jammu and Kashmir Police, which is the main investigating agency in J&K, they are yet to give any official version on this. But seeing the dead body on the road, that is to a bullet marks, that tells you that terror angle cannot be ruled out. The terrorists who might have been roaming around the area, and the not local, but the outsider has been targeted. We have seen the targeted killings in past also, where number of non-locals who have been working as a laborer in different parts of South Central and North Kashmir have been hit by the terrorists. Is it a larger message to the non-locals once again that the police can only comment on it? But yes, as of now, the dead body, a bullet-ridden body, have been found in the Wandana Shopian in South Kashmir, and the police is investigating the entire matter.
All right, Zeenat, thank you for the moment. For now, we shift focus to more news break coming in. This is from the state of Maharashtra. In fact, this is in relation to the murder of Baba Siddiqui. It's now been reported that the Mumbai crime branch has written to the SRA over the disputes and this link which has surfaced. The crime branch having sought documents in slum project from the SRA. So the crime branch has written to the Slum Rehabilitation Authority and sought documents that pertain to Sant Dayaneshwar Nagar redevelopment project. It's the SRA dispute matter which has surfaced, which probably could be the reason or the motive behind the murder of Baba Siddiqui, something which has also been spoken out loud by the son of Baba Siddiqui, Zishan Siddiqui that is, who says that the motive is not more than political, is the slum development project. In fact, let's listen into that statement, the exclusive conversation we had with Zishan, the son of Baba Siddiqui, who says that it's the SRA link which is related to the murder of his father.
Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
I don't have any answers right now. I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in the right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
There were political rivalries? Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in a right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
There were political rivalry.
And here's a look at other stories that we are tracking in brief from across the country. President Draupadi Murmu addressed the Indian community in Malawi, emphasizing India's commitment as a leading member of the Global South. The president highlighted that India takes its responsibility seriously in representing the interests of 2/3 of the global population and would continue sharing its experiences and capabilities with other Global South countries.
अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 संगठन का स्थायी सदस्य बनाने में भारत ने भूमिका निभाई थी। ग्लोबल साउथ के अग्रणी सदस्य के रूप में भारत विश्व की 2/3 जनसंख्या के हितों को प्रतिनिधित्व करने की अपनी भूमिका को गंभीरता से लेता है और आगे भी ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के साथ अपने अनुभवों और अपनी क्षमताओं को साझा करता रहेगा।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मेरा सौभाग्य है और रिपब्लिक का श्रोता भी हूँ। कल भी रात को आपके चैनल के लगभग 1-1.5 घंटे का कवरेज देख रहा था। लेट इनटू द नाइट आई वाज सीइंग रिपीट टेलीकास्ट। पर आपको बधाई, आपने एक नई सोच के साथ जब रिपब्लिक शुरू किया था तभी से मैं आपकी प्रगति को देख रहा हूँ और आज जिस प्रकार से मीडिया हो, प्रिंट मीडिया में टक्कर देना हो, डिजिटल के माध्यम से नए चैनल्स अलग अलग भाषाओं में शुरू करना हो, बिजनेस, स्पोर्ट्स, डिफेंस, अलग चीज़ों में आपके रिपोर्टिंग को जब देखता हूँ तो बहुत आनंद आता है। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और आगे के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पीयूष जी, पिछली बार जब हम मिले थे उसके बाद लोकसभा चुनाव हुए, बहुत बहुत बधाई हो। पीयूष जी को सबसे बड़ी मार्जिन से जीत मिली है महाराष्ट्र में, 3.5 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा मार्जिन अपने पहले लोकसभा चुनाव में। ये तो एक तरह से इतिहास बन गया। तो ये एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा आपका, जो आपका लोकसभा का जो रिकॉर्ड बना? क्या आपने सोचा था कि अपने पहले ही चुनाव में इस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस आप दिखा पाएंगे? और आपके टक्कर में काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग कैंडिडेट थे, महाराष्ट्र के कांग्रेस के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट इनके खिलाफ थे, पूरी जोर लगी हुई थी उनकी, फिर भी आपको इतनी मार्जिन मिली। तो इस एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताएं।
मुझे लगता है राजनीतिक जीवन में सबसे ज़्यादा आनंद आता है जब आप जनता के कोर्ट में जाते हैं, जनता के बीच जाते हैं, अपना परफॉर्मेंस कार्ड केंद्र सरकार का भी लेके जाते हैं, साथ ही साथ व्यक्तिगत आपने जो काम किया है। तो एक प्रकार से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ कि हमारी आंखें खोली। हम कई मित्र थे जो कई वर्षों से राज्यसभा में ही रहते थे, हम सबको पहला मौका दिया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कि हम जनता की अदालत में जाएं। और वास्तव में अर्नब जी, इतना आनंद आया पूरे कैंपेन के दौरान। और ये विजय अगर आप देखें, और मेरे पूरे कैंपेन के दौरान मेरा फोकस ये था कि मैं लोगों तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच, जो 5 प्रण उन्होंने देश के समक्ष रखे हैं 15 अगस्त 2022 को, जो विकसित भारत का संकल्प लेके प्रधानमंत्री जी निकले हैं, और किस प्रकार से बड़ी दूरदर्शी सोच के साथ उन्होंने अर्थव्यवस्था को भी मजबूत किया, गरीबों के जीवन में नए आवाम लाए, नए तरीके के काम के साथ हर व्यक्ति को, हर परिवार को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए ठोस कदम उठाए, ईमानदार सरकार दी देश को, जो अपने आप में शायद अधिकांश देशवासियों ने हिम्मत ही छोड़ दी थी, कभी उम्मीद भी नहीं की थी कि ईमानदार सरकार 10 वर्ष तक देश में आएगी। महाराष्ट्र की देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की सरकार और एकनाथ, पहले 5 वर्ष और फिर एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में 2 वर्ष जो अद्भुत काम हुआ था, चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में हो, इंडस्ट्री में हो, लोगों की सुख सुविधाओं में हो। इन सब विषयों को लेकर जब जनता के बीच गया तो स्वाभाविक था कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भी मिलना था। मुझे लगता है कि आज भी कई सारी ऐसी सीटें हैं महाराष्ट्र में जहां हम जीत सकते थे, बहुत कम मार्जिन से हम रह गए, किधर 5,000 वोट, किधर 2,000 वोट, किधर 6,000 वोट। राज्य लोकसभा में कोई बहुत बड़ी मार्जिन नहीं होती है। और मैं तो देखता हूँ, मैं जब भी मुंबई महाराष्ट्र में जाता हूँ या देश में अलग अलग जगह पे जाता हूँ, आज लोगों के दिल में एक थोड़ी सी ठेस पहुंची है कि हमने मोदी जी के साथ अन्याय किया। जितना काम किया, जितना दिन रात 24 घंटे एक कर उन्होंने देश को समर्पित करके अपना पूरा जीवन देश और देशवासियों के लिए बिताया। मुझे लगता है कि जब भी मैं आज किधर जाता हूँ, लोगों में ये भावना तो जरूर है कि थोड़ा और मेहनत करते, थोड़ा और हम बाहर निकल के वोट डालते, जो लोग रह गए, थोड़ी और संवेदना के साथ चिंता करते देश की, तो शायद एक चित्र अलग होता। और आज हरियाणा के चुनाव जब हम देखते हैं तो मुझे लगता है वो साफ नजर आता है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के काम के ऊपर फिर एक बार जनता ने अपना मोहर लगाया।
आपको लगता है बीजेपी के वोटर ने टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड कर लिया था 400 पार, और वो शायद एक फैक्टर था इस बार, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में भी आपको 23 से 9 सीटें तक आप सिमट गए, तो ये टेकन फॉर
चुनाव में अलग अलग फैक्टर्स होते हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा, हम 11 सीटों पे ऐसे मार्जिन से हारे हैं, 2-2.5% वोट इधर उधर हो जाते तो हम जीत जाते 11 सीटें, सिर्फ बीजेपी की बात कर रहा हूं। तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद थोड़ी और मेहनत करते हम सब, और उसमें मैं अपने आप को भी जिम्मेदार ठहराता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के काम को हम जनता तक थोड़ा और ज़्यादा उत्साह के साथ लेके जाते, थोड़ा और ज़्यादा जनता में भी ये भावना होती कि हमने वोट डालने जाना है। मुझे विश्वास है अगर वोट डालने निकलते तो मोदी जी को ही वोट करते, लेकिन ऐसा एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ग है जो संगठित नहीं है। विपक्ष ने अपने जो वोट बैंक की अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति थी, उसको बहुत आगे बढ़ाया, और कुछ पार्टियों ने अपने सिद्धांत छोड़ दिए। अब वो बाटा उद्धव ठाकरे जी की पार्टी जो हर बार बात करती थी कि राष्ट्रवादी ताकतों के साथ वो रहेंगी, उन्होंने तो पूरी तरीके से घुटने टेक दिए और ऐसी पार्टियों के साथ मिल गए जो देशभक्ति से बहुत दूर रहते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब जनता में वो जागरूकता आ गई है, अब जनता चूक नहीं करेगी, गलती नहीं करेगी।
अब पूरा फोकस जो हरियाणा के बाद महाराष्ट्र पर है। बहुत बड़ा राज्य है, मगर पिछले लोकसभा चुनाव में 48 में से सिर्फ 17 सीटें आपको मिली, और आपके हर जो महायुति के जितने अलायंस थे उनकी परफॉर्मेंस उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी। आपका प्रेडिक्शन क्या है? क्या हरियाणा का एक इम्पैक्ट होगा, हरियाणा की जीत का एक इम्पैक्ट होगा?
मुझे लगता
क्या
है
कुछ और हो रहा है? आपके दूसरे स्कीम्स काम करेंगे? आपकी प्रेडिक्शन क्या है महाराष्ट्र को लेकर?
कई मित्र कई बार, और पत्रकार मित्र भी, शायद भारत के भी, रिपब्लिक के भी जर्नलिस्ट मुझे मिले हैं पिछले 2-3 महीने में। मेरा कंसिस्टेंट मानना रहा है कि हरियाणा हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, झारखंड हो, आगे चल के दिल्ली बिहार के चुनाव आने वाले हैं, इन सब में आप देखेंगे प्रभाव हमारी सरकार, केंद्र सरकार के अलग अलग कामों का, आप मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का प्रभाव इसमें देखेंगे। आपको एहसास होगा कि बहुत बड़ा वर्ग है जो ज़्यादा उत्साह के साथ बाहर आएगा, वोट करेगा, क्योंकि उन्हें सबको आज लगता है कि अच्छी डबल इंजन की सरकार हो, ऐसी सरकार जो केंद्र के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर देश को विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए काम करे। ऐसी सरकारें जैसे दिल्ली की सरकार है या झारखंड की सरकार है। आपने देखा किस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के हर विकास के लिए जो कार्य रहता है, विकसित देश बनाने के लिए जो अलग अलग योजनाएं रहती हैं, उस सब में रोड़े अड़ंगे डालने का ही काम करते हैं। भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पे है, चाहे दिल्ली हो, झारखंड हो। जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने 2-2.5 साल के लिए महाराष्ट्र की कमान संभाली, आपने देखा कोविड में कितना बुरा हाल था महाराष्ट्र का। लोगों ने देखा कैसे महाराष्ट्र में विकास मानो ठप हो गया था उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में। और सिर्फ कोविड के लिए नहीं, आखिर 2019 से कोविड आने के पहले और कोविड के बाद भी उनकी सरकार रही। सभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स ठप थे। बुलेट ट्रेन हो, मुंबई की कोस्टल रोड हो, मुंबई की मेट्रो के प्रोजेक्ट्स हो, महाराष्ट्र में समृद्धि एक्सप्रेसवे को बढ़ाने की बात हो, महाराष्ट्र में गरीबों तक, मिडिल क्लास तक सुख सुविधाएं पहुंचाने की बात हो। एक प्रकार से पूरी फेल्ड सरकार उद्धव ठाकरे जी, शरद पवार जी और कांग्रेस के नेता नाना पाटोले वगैरह ने चलाई, जिसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए मेरा पूरा विश्वास है महाराष्ट्र के लोग, झारखंड के लोग, मतदाता फिर एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना और अजीत पवार जी के नेतृत्व में राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस, साथ में आठवले जी, जानकर जी, हम सब जो मिलके लोगों के बीच ठोस अच्छे कामों के बलबूते पे और एक विचारधारा के बलबूते पे जब जाएंगे तो फिर एक बार बड़ी भारी बहुमत से महाराष्ट्र में भाजपा, शिवसेना, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस, जानकर जी और आठवले जी की सरकार आएगी।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि एक तरह से बीजेपी की लहर वापस आ रही है, मगर इसके साथ एक बहुत गंभीर मुद्दा है पीयूष जी, जो भारतीय राजनीति की मुख्य धारा की पार्टी ने कभी इस तरह के विचार व्यक्त नहीं किए जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पिछले कई महीनों में किए हैं। ये कह रहे हैं कि पूरी सिस्टम जो है, हमारी इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम जो है, नहीं, इस पर देखिए, इस पर एक बहस होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इसको इग्नोर नहीं किया जाता। जब मुख्य धारा की एक, आप कहें जितनी भी हो, आपकी मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी तो है, और वो कह रहे हैं कि पूरा सिस्टम मैनिपुलेट किया गया है, पूरी इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम फ्रॉड है, कोई ईवीएम ठीक से नहीं चलता है, ईवीएम का स्कैम है। और जैसे मैं अंग्रेजी में कहता हूं, जयराम रमेश की जो कमेंट है, इन हरियाणा इट इज अ विक्ट्री ऑफ मैनिपुलेशन, सबवर्टिंग द विल ऑफ द पीपल, यानी कि आपने मैनिपुलेट करके, और इट इज अ डिफीट ऑफ अ ट्रांसपेरेंट डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस। देखिए, ये कह सकते हैं कि ये कहना नहीं चाहिए, मगर ये बातें बाहर जाती हैं, ये बातें किसी न किसी को प्रभावित करती हैं। यही चीज़ें कोई रील बना के, ट्वीट करके फास्ट फॉरवर्ड किया जाएगा, यही चीज़ें ये यूट्यूबर जो है ध्रुव राठी जैसे, उसको ट्वीट बना के उसको वायरल करेंगे। इनऑर्गेनिक सिस्टम से यंग लोगों को एक तरह से प्रभावित किया जाएगा कि पूरा सिस्टम मैनिपुलेट किया गया है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि आज के डिजिटल के ज़माने में इन चीज़ों को इग्नोर किया जा सकता है, और शायद इनको कन्फ्रंट करने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। तो इस पर आपकी क्या विचार है? क्या आप इलेक्शन जीतते जाएंगे और कोई कहता जाएगा? और इसका एक और मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल देता हूं, सॉरी मैं 10 सेकंड और लूंगा। बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ पीयूष जी? शेख हसीना जीती, मगर एक कैंपेन किया गया कि वहां पे इलेक्शन मैनिपुलेट किया गया, उससे यंग लोग प्रभावित हुए, झूठ फैलाया गया। कई लोग कहते हैं कि अमेरिका का हाथ भी था उसमें। तो ये सारी चीज़ों को तो इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? खतरा मानते हैं क्या इसको?
अर्नब जी, भारत की जनता बड़ी समझदार है। भारत के लोग अच्छी तरीके से भली भांति समझते हैं कि देश में जो चुनाव की प्रणाली है वो शायद विश्व की सबसे अच्छी, टिकाऊ, ईमानदार और सरल पूरी प्रक्रिया देश में चुनाव की चलती है। हमारे चुनाव के जितने अधिकारी हैं, देश भर में जो सरकारी कर्मचारी, हमारे टीचर्स, बीडीओज, बीएलएज सब सेवा करते हैं, जितने पुलिस के कर्मचारी, सेंट्रल आर्म फोर्सेस देश भर में शांति बनाए रखते हैं चुनाव के दिनों में, जिसमें कोई गलत घटना नहीं होती। लोग ईमानदारी से जाके एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मशीन में अपना मत दर्ज करते हैं, उसी के साथ साथ वीवीपैट से मत वेरीफाई होता है रैंडम बेसिस पे। ये जो पूरी प्रणाली है, इसमें इंटरनेट कनेक्शन नहीं है, जिसमें कोई कभी भूल चूक के आरोप भी लगाए तो कोई सवाल उठे, कोई एक मशीन दूसरे मशीन से कनेक्टेड नहीं है, लाखों मशीन देश भर में, लाखों मशीन अलग अलग अनकनेक्टेड चलती हैं। एक ही चुनाव में अलग अलग पार्टियां जीतती हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर में उमर अब्दुल्ला जी जीते, हरियाणा में बीजेपी जीती। मैं समझता हूं कि देश की जनता बड़ी समझदार है, पर अब कुछ लोग बालक बुद्धि के, जिनके गुरु भी ऐसे हो जिनको समझ नहीं हो। आप इमेजिन करिए एक स्कूल में गुरु भी बेसमझ हो और शिष्य को भी समझ ना हो, तो क्या हालत होगी उस स्कूल के निकले हुए विद्यार्थियों की। और जो पार्टी स्वयं देश को इमरजेंसी में डाल दे, आखिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का या हाई कोर्ट के, इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट के निर्णय के बाद जब उस समय की वर्तमान प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी जी को गद्दी छोड़ने का आदेश कोर्ट द्वारा आया फॉर इलेक्टोरल मैल प्रैक्टिसेस, गलत कारनामे करने के लिए चुनाव में, तो उन्होंने उस चुनावी फैसले का सम्मान नहीं किया, पूरे देश को इमरजेंसी में झोंक दिया, पूरे देश से लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली को समाप्त कर दिया, पूरे देश में फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस खत्म कर दी। आप ऐसे रिपब्लिक समिट नहीं कर सकते थे उस समय 1975, जून 1975। तो ऐसी पार्टी जो एक हार स्वीकार नहीं कर सकती, ऐसी पार्टी जो 543 में से 99 सीट जीत के सोचती है जैसे उन्होंने सरकार बना ली और जनता ने उनको जिता दिया, ऐसी पार्टी जब इस प्रकार के ओछे बयान करती है तो मैं समझता हूँ हर देशवासी के ऊपर भी चोट पहुंचाती है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर विश्व में भारत का सम्मान गिरवाती है। ऐसे लोगों का मुझे लगता है कि भारत की जनता कभी स्वीकार नहीं करेगी, उनको टॉलरेट नहीं करेगी और मुंह तोड़ जवाब जनता ही उनको देगी। और आप देखिए कल की घटनाएं, कल और परसों की, हमारे चुनाव अधिकारी कितने संवेदनशील हैं, कितनी मेहनत करते हैं। हमारे जो चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर है देश के, उन्होंने कहा ग्लेशियर पे जाके चेक करा के व्यवस्थाएं वगैरह कैसी हैं। मुझे याद है एक बार कई वर्ष पहले चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर 40 किलोमीटर चल के गए थे चेक करने के मेरे जो अधिकारी जाते हैं पोलिंग डे पे, उनकी सुख सुविधाओं का भी हमें देखना चाहिए। खुद गए 40 किलोमीटर, फिर नए आइडियाज आए टेबल पे। और एक ज़माने में जहाँ पोलिंग डे के 3 दिन पहले पोलिंग अधिकारियों को जाना पड़ता था वोट डलवाने के लिए, उन्होंने उसको इंटेलिजेंटली रीमैप किया और आज वो P-3 जैसे पोलिंग डे के 3 दिन पहले जाने पड़ते थे, वो आज पूरे देश में समाप्त किया। कैसे? खुद अधिकारियों ने जाके स्वयं वेरीफाई किया इसका बेटर रास्ता। और जब उनको हेलीकॉप्टर बैड वेदर की वजह से चल नहीं पाया तो उनको 18 घंटे -10 डिग्री में एक डिजर्टेड घर में रहना पड़े और फिर भी उन्होंने कभी कंप्लेन नहीं की और उनका उत्साह नहीं गिरा। ऐसे तो हमारे अधिकारी हैं, बैकपैक पे लेके जाते हैं वोटिंग मशीन जंगलों के अंदर।
देखिए पीयूष जी, एक थोड़ा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मेरा डिफरेंट है इस पे, कि शंका की पॉलिटिक्स को आप काउंटर नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये गलत है। आपको लग रहा है कि आपके काम, आपने जो विकास आप जो लाए हैं, जिस तरह से आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन की बात कही, इन सब चीज़ों को अप्रिशिएट किया जाएगा, ज़्यादातर लोग करेंगे। मगर अभी नया ट्रेंड है, शंका की पॉलिटिक्स को डिजिटल में सबके सामने ले जाइए और उसके साथ कहिए कि इस देश में सिर्फ एक ही केंद्र बिंदु होगा, वो है जाति जाति जाति। पूरे भारत के पॉलिटिक्स, समाज और राजनीति को एक केंद्र बिंदु में समेट लिया जाएगा, वो है कास्ट, कास्ट और कास्ट। 2 सवाल हैं, क्या आप गलती कर रहे हैं कि आप शंका की पॉलिटिक्स, जो पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ डाउट, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ फॉल्सहुड को एग्रेसिवली काउंटर नहीं कर रहे? पहला सवाल। दूसरा, क्या आपको लगता है कि जो 1990, 1995 या 1989 की जो कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स थी, जो राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं मैं कास्ट का लीडर हूं, और वो रेलवे में जाके कह रहे हैं, रेलवे वर्कर्स को कह रहे हैं आप महादलित हो। हमारी जो रेलवेज है जो देश को यूनाइट करती है, वो जाके कह रहे हैं कि रेलवेज को भी आप जाति के आधार पे तोड़ दीजिए। तो आप हमेशा कहते हैं, और जितने बड़े मंत्री आते हैं ऐसे मंचों पे कहते हैं देखिए हम ये काम कर रहे हैं, हम रेलवे स्टेशन बना रहे हैं, एयरपोर्ट बना रहे हैं, सड़क बना रहे हैं, हमारी इकोनॉमी आगे जा रही है, हम तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने वाले हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो शंका की राजनीति, पोस्ट ट्रूथ पॉलिटिक्स जिसको कहते हैं, इसको ज्यादा एग्रेसिवली काउंटर करने की जरूरत नहीं है?
नहीं, मैं स्वागत करता हूं आपके सुझाव का, और बहुत अच्छी बात कही है आपने। इस प्रकार की तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति, सब प्रकार के समाज को बांटने की राजनीति, हम सबको, मेरी भी उतनी जिम्मेदारी है, हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है, मीडिया की भी उतनी जिम्मेदारी है कि इस प्रकार की सोच को हम बढ़ावा ना दें। और मैं तो आपके सभी दर्शकों को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि एक ये हम सब लोगों को मिलकर इस देश को संगठित बनाने, 5 प्रण में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश की एकता और एकजुटता की बात भी की थी। अगर आप याद करें 15 अगस्त 2022 को जो 5 प्रण दिए थे, विकसित भारत का संकल्प लिया था, वो तभी संभव है जब हम देश को एक कड़ी में जोड़ें, देश को एक माला में पिरोए।
मगर बात, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट पीयूष जी, मैं नहीं जानता, हम तो टीवी पे बोलते हैं, कभी आज लाइव ऑडियंस के सामने बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे गुस्सा भी आता है और डर भी है, क्योंकि कई लोग हैं झूठ को एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे। अभी राहुल गांधी ने इलेक्शन के पहले लोगों को कहा कि आपको पता है कि भारतीय सेना में अगर आप मुसलमान हैं, अगर आप माइनॉरिटी से हैं, आप अगर इस जाति से हैं, पिछड़ी जाति से हैं, तो आप अफसर, बड़े अफसर नहीं बन पाएंगे। ये कितनी बड़ी झूठ है, कितनी बड़ी झूठ है। और मुझे नहीं लगता पीयूष जी इन चीज़ों को अनदेखा किया जा सकता है। कई सैनिक हमारे साथ हैं, कई फौजी दोस्त हमारे साथ हैं।
इससे स्वयं सैनिक परिवार,
मैं सैनिक परिवार से हूँ, मेरी दीदी एयरफोर्स में है, मेरे पिताजी आर्मी में थे। हमें डर नहीं, चिंता होती है इस देश के बारे में।
आपकी चिंता एकदम स्वाभाविक है, लाजमी है। मुझे लगता है हम भी और इसमें आगे कदम उठाएंगे, हम भी मेहनत करेंगे कि ये विषय लोगों तक ज़्यादा जाए। जात पात में देश को नहीं बांटना है, धर्म के आधार पर देश को नहीं बांटना है, भाषा के आधार पर देश को नहीं बांटना है। इस प्रकार की जो वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है, ये हम बहुत तीव्रता से, जिम्मेदारी के साथ इसका मुकाबला करेंगे। जनता भी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, इसमें हमारे साथ है। युवा युवती खास तौर पे, आखिर आज हम स्कूल जाते हैं, बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं, कौन देखता है किसकी जात क्या है, कौन देखता है किसका धर्म क्या है? हमारे अग्रिम मित्रों में से हर जात के लोग हैं, हर धर्म के लोग हैं। हमारी राजनीति में आपने कभी ये नहीं देखा होगा कि 80 करोड़ लोगों को जब मुफ्त में अनाज जाता है तो कभी किसको पूछा जाता है कि आपका धर्म क्या है या आपकी भाषा क्या है। 55 करोड़ लोगों को जब मुफ्त में स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं मिलती हैं, क्या कभी किसी की जात पूछी गई है? क्या 120 मिलियन, 12 करोड़ शौचालय बने, या 12 करोड़ घरों में नल से जल पहुंचा ग्रामीण घरों में? पिछले 10 वर्षों में 12 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों में नल से जल पहुंचे। देखिए कितनी बड़ी सुविधा हमारी माता बहनों के लिए हुई है। कभी हमने किसी का धर्म, जात, भाषा, प्रांत ये नहीं देखा। जिसको जरूरत है उसको पूरा करना, जिसको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सैचुरेशन बोलते हैं कि हर व्यक्ति को पहुंचे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी होनी चाहिए। जब उन्होंने कहा बिजली हर गांव तक पहुंचे, तो ये नहीं कहा एक गांव को पहुंचे अगर इस धर्म के लोग हैं, दूसरे गांव को ना पहुंचे दूसरे धर्म के। जब हर घर तक सौभाग्य योजना से बिजली पहुंची, तब ये नहीं देखा गया किस धर्म का व्यक्ति है। मैं आपको एक किस्सा बताता हूं जी। मुरादाबाद के हमारे माननीय सांसद अब नहीं रहे, वो 2014 से 17 जब मैं बिजली मंत्री था देश का, तो मेरे पास आए थे कि मुरादाबाद में बिजली का कनेक्शन देते हुए उस समय की वर्तमान समाजवादी सरकार, अखिलेश यादव जी की पार्टी की सरकार थी। उस समय की सरकार 4 घर को बिजली देती थी, फिर 4 घर को नहीं देती थी, फिर 2 घर को देती थी, फिर 6 घर को नहीं देती थी, और इस प्रकार के कारनामे गांव में चल रहे थे, मुरादाबाद शहर में चल रहे। मैं ईमानदारी से मैंने विश्वास नहीं किया। मैंने कहा भाई साहब ये हो ही नहीं सकता, भारत में ऐसा संभव नहीं है, लोग तो उत्तेजित होके आंदोलन कर देंगे। बोले मेरे शहर में हो रहा है, मैं अधिकारियों से लड़ रहा हूं, वो कह रहे हैं ऊपर से आदेश है, राज्य सरकार समाजवादी सरकार का आदेश था। मैंने एक जांच के लिए आदेश दिया और उस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी तो लोकल स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे लिखित भेज दिया कि नहीं ये गलत न्यूज़ है, ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा है। मेरे पास पावर नहीं थे, मैंने स्वीकार किया राज्य सरकार का रिपोर्ट। आखिर कोई सरकारी अधिकारी साइन करके भेजे राज्य से, हमें उसकी इज्जत करनी पड़ती। तो माननीय सांसद जी प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास गए और उन्होंने कंप्लेन किया कि भाई मैंने बार बार ये बात उजागर की, हाउस में उजागर की, लेकिन कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मुझे कहा कि इस पे विशेष हम देखें। तब मैंने दिल्ली से, केंद्र से एक टीम भेजी मुरादाबाद, और वो रिपोर्ट आज भी बिजली मंत्रालय के फाइलों में, और मैं हैरान हो गया कि सही निकली। समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार इस प्रकार की तुष्टीकरण विकास के कार्य में भी ला रही थी कि अगर कोई एक जात का या एक धर्म का होगा तो ही उनके घर में बिजली मिलेगी, बाकी घरों में
वो कहते हैं कि बहराइच में जो एनकाउंटर हुई कल, वो इसीलिए हुई, कांग्रेस पार्टी और समाजवादी पार्टी कह रही है कि वो युवा था जिनको मारा, हिंदू था लड़का, और उसको जिसने मारा उन पर गोली चली, एनकाउंटर हुआ। वो कह रहे हैं तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति तो बीजेपी कर रही है कि जिन्होंने मारा उनको टारगेट किया गया।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोई सरकार, अर्नब जी माफ करिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की कोई सरकार ने
वो कह रहे
कभी इस प्रकार से ओछी हरकत,
बुलडोजर सिर्फ एक समुदाय पे चलती है।
आप तो मुंबई में रहते हो, रहते थे, जब तक उद्धव सरकार ने आपको वहां से तड़ी पार कर दिया कुछ मात्रा में।
उद्धव के लिए तो मैं ज्यादा केयर नहीं करता, आप जानते हैं,
पर हमको
तड़ी पार करने वाला आदमी अभी तक नहीं है राजनीति में। नहीं, एक आपको कह दूं, कोई जर्नलिस्ट को तड़ी पार करने वाला आदमी, मैं तो अपने बारे में, रिपब्लिक को तो कोई तड़ी पार कभी कर नहीं सकता है।
मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं, आप सब इस देश की विकास यात्रा के लिए लड़ते हैं, इस देश को एकजुट बनाने के लिए लड़ते हैं, मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं। पर आप और आपकी मेरी उम्र लगभग एक है, आप थोड़े छोटे होंगे मेरे से। आप याद करिए जी, जब राइट्स हुए थे मुंबई में शरद पवार जी के नेतृत्व में, जब वो चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, उस राइट्स में क्यों एक ही समुदाय के लोगों के नाम आए थे? तब तो उनकी सरकार केंद्र में भी थी, राज्य में भी थी जी। आप याद करिए कि मालेगांव, भिवंडी, मालवानी मेरे क्षेत्र में है, इसमें बार बार क्यों राइट्स होते? इसकी जवाबदारी कौन लेगा? ये क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी करवाती थी जी? ये राइट्स क्यों होते थे, कौन करवाता था जी? तो मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस हो, शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे आज के इस नए अवतार में उद्धव ठाकरे जी हो, जो गोद में जाके बैठ गए शरद पवार और कांग्रेस की तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में स्वयं ही उलझ गए।
वो कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हिंदुत्व का मतलब नहीं है, उद्धव ठाकरे कहते हैं। वो कहते हैं जितने हमारे मुस्लिम भाई हैं सब मेरे पे विश्वास करते हैं, ये नया हिंदुत्व है।
नहीं, पर हमने कब कहा कि मुस्लिम भाई हिंदुत्व के साथ नहीं जुड़ते हैं? हिंदुत्व इज अ वे ऑफ लाइफ। हिंदुत्व कोई आपको अपने धर्म से अलग नहीं करता है, सबको सम्मानित करता है कि अपने अपने धर्म, अपने अपने रीति रिवाज के हिसाब से आप अपना काम करिए, अपना जीवन बिताइए। हम तो रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं हर रिलीजन की, हम कभी जात पात में बांटना नहीं चाहते देश को। और मैं समझता हूं कि यही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की ताकत है कि उन्होंने कभी भेदभाव की राजनीति को आगे नहीं बढ़ाया, कभी तुष्टीकरण को आगे नहीं बढ़ाया। उन्होंने देश को एकजुट करने का काम किया है और यही इस देश को विकसित भारत बनाएगी।
अगर ये ताकत है और तीसरी बार मोदी सरकार बनी है, दो तीन सवाल ये है कि आप थोड़े से बैकफुट पर हैं जून 4 के नतीजों के बाद, और आपने अभी तुष्टीकरण की बात की, अपीसमेंट, इससे जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है कि आपने वक्फ बोर्ड के बिल को, आप लोग कहते हैं अगर पहले की बीजेपी सरकार होती वक्फ बोर्ड के बिल को पास करा लेती दोनों घरों में। नहीं, अभी कोई भी किसी भी जगह में, भारत के किसी इलाके में, किसी के घर को, किसी के कॉलोनी को, कल केरल की एक स्टोरी थी कि 30,000 एकड़ जमीन पर वक्फ बोर्ड ने आके कह दिया हमारी जमीन है, वहां पे हिंदू हैं, क्रिश्चियन है, उनको बोला जा रहा है आप निकलो इधर से, वो कहां जाएंगे? एक तरह से वक्फ की टेरर हो गई है।
आजकल जो वक्फ बोर्ड पुराना कांग्रेस के समय से चले आ रहे हैं, उसमें तो कल वो कहे ये अशोका होटल भी
ये भी नहीं, उन्होंने कहा,
या आपका जो नया सेंटर बना है नोएडा में रिपब्लिक का,
वो कहेंगे,
क्लेम कर दे कि वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी
वो कहेंगे,
तो आप तो उलझ जाओगे, दिन रात कोर्टों के चक्कर
बदरुद्दीन, अब मुझे तो आदत है कोर्ट के चक्कर करने की, उसमें हमें काफी एक्सपीरियंस है पीयूष जी। मगर ये है कि परसों बदरुद्दीन अजमल है, जमीयत उलेमा हिंद के आसाम के अध्यक्ष है, AIUDF के अध्यक्ष है, उन्होंने कहा कि जो भारत का जो संसद है, पूरा पार्लियामेंट का एरिया, वसंत विहार से लेके इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट तक पूरी हमारी जमीन है, हमारा कब्जा होना चाहिए। अब ये सवाल है मोदी सरकार के बहुत बड़े वरिष्ठ मंत्री से कि ये टेरर कैसे बंद होगा, क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं आपकी पूरी मेजॉरिटी की सरकार नहीं है।
देखिए,
तो आप कैसे ऐसे सिचुएशंस को हैंडल कर पाएंगे? अब जब चंद्रबाबू नायडू, नीतीश कुमार आपके साथ है, क्या उनकी सहमति की जरूरत है?
सबने इसका ठोस समर्थन दिया है। और मैं पहले आपकी एक थोड़ी गलत सूचना को सुधार दूं, जिससे जनता को भी गलत फहमी ना हो। ये जो सोच है कि पहले की मोदी सरकार होती तो वक्फ बोर्ड को सिर्फ रैम थ्रू कर देती, पार्लियामेंट में पास करती, ये गलत है। आप देखिए, हमने भारतीय न्याय संहिता समेत ऐसे 3 कानून, जब क्रिमिनल लॉज को चेंज किया तो आखिर वो पार्लियामेंट की सिलेक्ट कमेटी में गया, उस पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई देश भर में, उसी के बाद पास किया
जी।
तब तो हमारे 303 MP थे, NDA के 2/3 मेजॉरिटी थी। क्या हमने कोई भी ऐसा कानून पारित किया जिसको हमने रैम थ्रू किया? ऐसा नहीं है।
आपने थोड़े बैकफुट पे आपने 2-3
मैं आपको बताऊं, जन विश्वास बिल हम लाए थे जिससे डिक्रिमिनलाइज किया गया 43 कानून को, 43 लॉज में 183 प्रावधान, जिसमें छोटी छोटी गलतियों के लिए आम आदमी को परेशान करने का ताकत थी अफसरों को, और कोर्ट कचहरी की मुसीबत, जेल का डर दिखा के गलत काम करने की संभावना थी। हमने जब उसको पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया, साथ ही पेश करते वक्त ही इसको हमने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में डाला, उसने विस्तार से उस पर चर्चा की देश भर में, वक्त भी आजकल देश भर में चर्चा कर रहे हैं, पब्लिक फीडबैक ले रहे हैं। तो ऐसे जो भी गंभीर कानून आते हैं उसको हम चाहते हैं कि उसमें विचार विमर्श हो। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 8 साल तक, 2014 से 20-21 तक, करीब 6-7 साल तक इस पे विचार विमर्श हुआ देश भर में। उसके बाद नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी अनाउंस की गई। तो हम तो बड़ी इंक्लूसिव गवर्नमेंट, लोगों को साथ लेके चलना चाहते हैं। पर अगर पार्लियामेंट में ऑपोजिशन पार्लियामेंट चलने ही नहीं दे, दिनों दिन महीनों तक पार्लियामेंट डिस्टर्ब करे, चलने नहीं दे, तो स्वाभाविक है कि कुछ कानून हमने फिर पास करने पड़े उनके बगैर। लेकिन जब पार्लियामेंट व्यवस्थित चली है तो हमारी कोशिश यही रही है कि स्टैंडिंग कमेटी हो, सिलेक्ट कमेटी के माध्यम से जनता के साथ विचार विमर्श करके
करना चाहूंगा कि ये राहुल गांधी की बालक बुद्धि हो या उनका बचपना हो, या बालक बुद्धि और बचपने की किसी तरह से एक विचित्र कॉम्बिनेशन हो, मगर जिस तरह की स्टेटमेंट्स वो दे रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि सरकार पर मेरा मानसिक कब्जा हो चुका है। नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से साइकोलॉजिकल होल्ड मैंने कर दिया है सरकार के ऊपर, प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर, और ये नैरेटिव बनी है। अभी हरियाणा चुनाव के बाद बदल रही है, मगर नैरेटिव तो 3 महीने बनी थी ना।
पता नहीं ये कुछ राहुल गांधी जी टोटके उठके करते होंगे जो उनको लगता है कि उन्होंने मानसिक,
आप उनको सीरियसली नहीं लेते।
हमारी सरकार ने तो जो 100 दिन में काम किया, हम सब ने जनता के में आएगी। 2024 के चुनाव के बाद तीसरी टर्म में जो मोदी जी ने वादा किया था, 3 गुना ज्यादा काम, 3 गुना ज्यादा तेजी के साथ काम, 3 गुना ज्यादा उत्साह के साथ और 3 गुना ज्यादा परिश्रम करके हम 3 गुना ज्यादा परिणाम देश की विकास यात्रा
फिर यू टर्न्स जो हो रहे हैं,
यही काम हमने
यू
2024
टर्न जैसे कि यूपीएससी में भर्ती में लैटरल एंट्री की बात हुई थी, मेरी बात सुनिए,
जरूर
लैटरल एंट्री की बात हुई थी, एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी हो गई। लैटरल एंट्री की जरूरत है किसी भी देश को, एक मिनट, टैलेंट की जरूरत है। एक आर्टिकल आ गई, ऑपोजिशन से रिएक्शन आ गए, और अब मैं 3 उदाहरण देके अपनी बात खत्म।
नहीं, इसको तो मैं दुरुस्त कर दूं, लोगों को गलतफहमी ना हो। 45 पोस्ट एडवर्टाइज हुई थी। 2019 में होम मिनिस्ट्री का एक सर्कुलर था कि लैटरल एंट्री का हम स्वागत करते हैं, और जब लैटरल एंट्री होगी तो जो नॉर्मल एंट्री रूल्स में, जो नॉर्मल भर्ती में जो प्रावधान है उसको सम्मानित करते हुए लैटरल एंट्री की जाएगी। वो उसमें थोड़ी चूक रह गई थी, इसलिए उसको विड्रॉ करके दुरुस्त करके उसको फिर लाया जाए। मगर ये कोई पहाड़ नहीं टूट गया अगर 45 लोगों की भर्ती में थोड़ा विलंब हुआ।
नहीं, मगर कांग्रेस कह रही हमारी बड़ी जीत है, ऑपोजिशन कह रही कि हमने तो बस एक स्टेटमेंट दे दिया कि बिना आरक्षण के आपने लैटरल एंट्री की बात कैसे सोची, और मोदी सरकार ने उस पर यू टर्न कर दी। पहला उदाहरण। दूसरा उदाहरण, उन्होंने कहा कि वक्फ बिल पर हमने 2 बातें कह दी, और जो ये बहुत बज़ बनी थी अगस्त के 5 तारीख को कि वक्फ बिल लाया जाएगा, बिग बोल्ड रिफॉर्म होगा, तो फिर ऑपोजिशन ने कहा कि देखिए हम इस पर हमने प्रतिक्रिया दे दी और ये जेपीसी चली गई। तीसरा, वो कह रहे बजट के बाद जो कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर है, आप अच्छी तरह से इसको जानते हैं, उस पर इंडेक्सेशन बेनिफिट को रिमूव किया गया था। इन सब चीज़ों पर मिडिल क्लास से बहुत रिएक्शन आए थे, मगर पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शन भी आ गया था, उस पर भी वो कह रहे हैं कि वापस चली गई। और उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि अगस्त और हरियाणा चुनाव से पहले अगस्त सितंबर में कई सारे आर्टिकल्स लिखे गए, विश्लेषण हुआ कि मोदी गवर्नमेंट इज डूइंग यू टर्न अंडर पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर। तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि इस पर आप जरा, लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या ऐसी कोई पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर में आजकल काम हो रहा है। पीयूष जी, थोड़ी विस्तृत तौर से, थोड़ी ओपनली इस पर अगर आप।
पूरी तरीके से बेबुनियाद बात है, और मैं तो चाहूँगा आपको भी कि अगर ऐसा कोई नैरेटिव मीडिया बनाने की कोशिश करे या विपक्ष के कोई नेता बनाने की कोशिश करे, उसमें आप उस झांसे में मत आइए। हम तो देखते भी नहीं, हमें उस इम्पैक्ट भी नहीं होता है हमारे काम करने के ढंग में, हमारे निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया में, और निर्णय लेने के साहस में। रत्ती भर भी इस प्रकार के नैरेटिव से किसी भी मीडिया में हो, किसी भी विपक्ष के नेता से हो, इसका कोई प्रभाव नहीं होता है। मैंने आपको लैटरल एंट्री का तो बताया ही कि वो 45 एंट्री लोगों को लेना था। 2019 का हमारी सरकार का एक सर्कुलर था, पूरी तरीके से उसको इस लैटरल एंट्री के नोटिस में ध्यान में नहीं रखा गया था, उसको दुरुस्त कर दिया जाए। वक्फ का भी मैंने आपको बताया, कई कानून जब पार्लियामेंट व्यवस्थित चलती है तो हमारी इच्छा यही रहती है कि उसमें विचार विमर्श, और इतने बड़े कानून, क्रिमिनल लॉज को भी ऐसे ही किया, जन विश्वास बिल को भी ऐसे ही किया, लेबर लॉज में भी ऐसे ही विस्तार से देश भर में चर्चा हुई। मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप जरा इसकी गहराई में जब जाएंगे तो आप ही का रिसर्च डिपार्टमेंट बताएगा कि अगर जब वक्फ का कानून हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, अगर हमारी इच्छा नहीं होती उसको जेपीसी में लेके जाने के लिए, हमारी संख्या भी पर्याप्त थी, हम पास भी कर सकते थे उसी दिन पार्लियामेंट में, और अगर वक्फ बोर्ड को जेपीसी नहीं बनानी थी तो किरण रिजिजू के पास सभी कागजात और स्पीकर साहब के साथ पास पहले से जानकारी कैसे थी कि ये पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन के लिए जेपीसी में जाने वाले हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि समझने वाले लोगों को सब समझ है, जो ना समझ है अब उनका तो मेरे पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। जनता को पता है कि समझने वाले समझ गए, जो ना समझे। और तीसरी भी आपने एक बात रेज की थी,
कैपिटल
गेन्स टैक्स। मैं तो समझता हूँ ये हमारा बड़प्पन है इस सरकार का, ये मोदी जी के काम करने का ढंग ही ये है कि दिस इज अ लिसनिंग गवर्नमेंट। हम हर एक विचार को सुनते हैं, उसके हिसाब से अगर कभी कुछ चीज दुरुस्त करनी पड़े तो अड़ के नहीं बैठ जाते हैं। कोई हम प्रेस्टीज इशू नहीं बनाते, हम कांग्रेस की तरह गलती करके सीना चोरी नहीं करते। अगर हमें लगता है कि कोई अच्छा विचार आता है और उसको हम सुधार कर सकते हैं तो वी आर अ लिसनिंग गवर्नमेंट। और आप जैसे पत्रकार हमारे देश की जनता, हमारे विशेषज्ञ, हमारे आर्थिक विशेषज्ञ, हमारे अर्थव्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए एक्सपर्ट्स, हमारी मिडिल क्लास, हर आवाज को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी सुनते हैं। ये उनका बड़प्पन भी है, ये उनकी विशेषता भी है, और मैं समझता हूँ यही बात देश की जनता को आकर्षित करती है मोदी जी के।
जितने लोग इसको देख रहे हैं, कितना एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे आपसे कि पहले आप कहते थे रेवड़ी पॉलिटिक्स कभी नहीं होनी चाहिए, कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, सब्सिडीज होनी चाहिए मगर कम। अभी महाराष्ट्र चुनाव में आपने मुख्यमंत्री माझी लड़की बहन योजना 1500 रुपये आप दे रहे हैं 21 और 60 साल की उम्र के जितने एलिजिबल औरतें हैं उनको। 3 फ्री LPG सिलेंडर दे रहे हैं, फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी दे रहे हैं एग्रीकल्चर के पंप को चलाने के लिए, और कई सारी ऐसी सुविधाएं हैं। आप कहें फ्रीबीज हैं, आप तो फ्रीबीज के खिलाफ थे। आप तो इस पर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस की क्रिटिसिज्म करते थे। आपने तो कर्नाटक में भी नहीं की थी, आपने कहा था हमारे काम को देखिए। अभी पॉलिटिक्स अगर बदली है, या क्या ये पॉलिटिकल रियलिज्म है आपकी कि आप आज की परिस्थिति को देखते, राजनीतिक और आर्थिक परिस्थिति को देखते हुए क्या आप मान रहे हैं कि जो गैप है हमारे पॉपुलेशन में, गरीब और अमीर के बीच में, इनको ब्रिज करने के लिए जिस चीज़ों को आप रेवड़ी कह रहे थे वो आपकी ओर से भी किया जाना चाहिए इस गैप को ब्रिज करने के लिए?
अर्नब जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका भ्रम निकाल दूं कि ये सरकार की सोच 2014 से 24 और उसके बाद में कोई फर्क था। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जीवन भर हमारी माता, हमारे बहनें, हमारी बेटियों को सशक्त बनाने के लिए सेवा की है देश की। आपको ध्यान होगा, चाहे वो जब मुख्यमंत्री थे गुजरात के, उसके पहले भी एक समाज सेवा करने वाले व्यक्ति, एक सामाजिक कार्यों में रुचि रखने वाले राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के प्रचारक थे, बड़े अभिन्न अंग थे, RSS के साथ जुड़े हुए थे। फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आए, पार्टी की काम किए। थ्रू आउट हिज लाइफ उन्होंने बेटियों को पढ़ाने को एक प्राथमिकता दी, उसके प्रति रुचि रखी। यहाँ तक कि आज भी जो भी उनको गिफ्ट या मोमेंटो या आपके कार्यक्रम में आते हैं, आपको शॉल पहनाते हैं, कुछ उनको भेंट देते हैं, वो सब संकलित करके ऑक्शन किए जाते हैं। हर वर्ष ऑक्शन किया जाता है, और उससे जो पैसा, जो राशि कलेक्ट होती है, वो या तो हमारी बच्चियों को, गरीब बेटियों को पढ़ाने लिखाने में लगते हैं, या देश की नदियों को साफ करने में, जो ऑपरेशन गंगा या गंगा प्लान था और अब उसको बढ़ा के देश की सभी नदियों में लेके गया है, सरकार ने एक काम शुरू किया है। ये कामों में वो उस पैसे को लगाते थे। पहले से उनकी सोच हमारी माता, बहनें, बहुएं, बेटियों को सशक्त बनाने की रही है। आप 2014 के बाद देखिए, हर घर बिजली पहुंचे, उसमें हमारी माता, बहनें, बेटियों को और ताकत मिलती। लड़के तो फिर भी किधर जाके, मेरे खुद के पिताजी स्ट्रीट लाइट के नीचे जाके पड़े हैं अम्बाला में, लेकिन बेटियों के लिए मुश्किल होता था। उनको सशक्त बनाने के लिए हर घर बिजली पहुंचे, हर घर पानी पहुंचे, नल से जल। ये किसके लिए कार्यक्रम किया गया?
भेदभाव होता है क्या?
बहनों के लिए किया गया।
भेदभाव आप करते हैं? वो कहते हैं
हर महिला को, एक मिनट भाई साहब, हर महिला को रोज 400 सिगरेट का धुआं फेफड़ों में ना लेना पड़े, उनकी सेहत अच्छी हो, उसके लिए हर घर तक LPG गैस कनेक्शन पहुंचे, उज्ज्वला लाया गया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 12 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए। स्वाभाविक है सबको उसका लाभ हुआ, लेकिन उनके मन में चिंता थी, कितना हीन भावना आती होगी, कितनी बेइज्जती होती है हमारी बहनों की, माताओं की, बेटियों की, बहुओं की, कि उनको शौचालय तक सुविधा घर पे नहीं मिलती। दिन में कभी जाना पड़े शौच, कितनी तकलीफ होती थी। क्या प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जब 1.5 लाख 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च के 12 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए, क्या वो रेवड़ी मानी जाएगी? मैं समझता हूं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार और NDA भाजपा की हर राज्य सरकार माता बहनों को सशक्त बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, और उसी भावना के साथ ये जो महाराष्ट्र में हमने 1500 रुपए प्रति माह हमारी माता बहनों को दिया है, उनको सशक्त बनाने के लिए बिना भेदभाव दिए हर धर्म की, हर जाति की बहन को दिया है। ये उनको एक प्रकार से
जी
अपने बेटियों को पढ़ाने के लिए, बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए, दुख सुख में एक मानधन के रूप में जो सेवाएं वो हमारे घरों में करती हैं, गरीब हो, मध्यम वर्गीय हो, सभी को मिले, इस प्रकार की योजना एकनाथ शिंदे सरकार, फडणवीस और अजीत पवार सरकार ने जो लागू किया, मैं उनको दाद देता हूं। शिवराज जी ने ये योजना चुनाव के पहले मध्य प्रदेश में लाई थी, उसका अच्छा प्रभाव देखते हुए ये योजना को हमने महाराष्ट्र में लागू किया है। मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं शिंदे जी, फडणवीस जी और अजीत पवार जी का कि इन्होंने इस योजना को आज महाराष्ट्र में लागू किया है। हमारी माता बहनों को 5 किस्त मिल चुकी हैं और आगे अब उनको आगे भी हर महीने 1,500 रुपए मिलके एक प्रकार से उनका सम्मान होगा। जो सेवाएं वो हमारे घरों में देती हैं उसके लिए उनको ये मानधन है, ये कोई रेवड़ी नहीं।
जी, मैं एक आखिरी सवाल थोड़ा सा हट के पूछना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि हम लोग तो सरकार को दूर से देखते हैं, मीडिया से कंज्यूम करते हैं। आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन में भी आपके बड़े रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ हैं, आपकी सरकार में भी है, आप नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी, सबके साथ बड़े क्लोजली काम करते हैं। तो सवाल मेरा यह है कि तीसरे कार्यकाल का गोल क्या है, एक। दूसरा, प्रधानमंत्री जी कैसे हैंडल कर रहे हैं? सब लोग एक ही बात करते हैं कि जैसे भारत का दर्जा बढ़ रहा है, भारत 10 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनेगी, ग्लोबल प्रेशर बनेंगे। आपने देखा कनाडा वाला जो हुआ, अब कहा जा रहा है प्रधानमंत्री जी एक दिन पुतिन को मिल रहे हैं, एक दिन बाइडेन को मिल रहे हैं, दोनों साइड कह रहे हैं हमारे खेमे में आ जाइए। तो मोदी जी पे काफी प्रेशर तो होगा सब तरफ से, तो आप उनको बड़े क्लोजली ऑब्जर्व करते हैं। जितने हमारे दर्शक हैं उनको कहा जाए कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी कैसा चल रहा है काम, मतलब कैबिनेट मीटिंग में, पार्टी मीटिंग में कैसी बातें होती हैं, अप्रोच क्या है, क्या कुछ बदला है? कुछ आप अगर कोई एग्जाम्पल, उदाहरण या एनेक्डोट शेयर कर सके हमारे दर्शकों के साथ, ताकि हमें भी थोड़ा एक सेंस मिले कि सरकार के इनर सर्कल में क्या हो रहा है।
आज आपने 2 प्रश्न पूछे हैं। पहला प्रश्न था कि हमारी तीसरी टर्म का उद्देश्य क्या है, गोल क्या है।
जी,
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 अगस्त 2022 को ये संकल्प 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के साथ लिया था कि हमने भारत को एक विकसित भारत 2047 तक, जब हम 100 वर्ष मनाएं आज़ादी के, उसके पहले बनाने। यानी हमारी इकोनॉमी आज से लगभग 10 गुना बढ़ी। आज जो 3.5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है वो 30-35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी 2047 तक बने, उस अमृत काल में हमने प्रवेश किया है। पहले 10 वर्ष में बड़ी चुनौतियां थी। आपको याद होगा एकदम टूटी हुई अर्थव्यवस्था, बिगड़ी हुई अर्थव्यवस्था 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विरासत में उनको मिली। एक फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमी, फ्रेजाइल 5 यानी विश्व की जो 5 सबसे कमजोर इकोनॉमी अर्थव्यवस्थाएं थी, उसमें भारत को गिना जाता था। भारत 11वें अंश पर थी, रैंक में थी ग्लोबल जीडीपी के साइज ऑफ इकोनॉमी के हिसाब से। भारत में फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व्स, विदेशी मुद्रा की किल्लत थी। विकास की दर घटते घटते 4-4.25% आ गई। महंगाई चरम सीमा पे थी। हमारी माता बहनों को याद होगा 2011, 12, 13 उन समय तो डबल डिजिट महंगाई पे चली गई। यूपीए सरकार ने देश को घुटनों पे ले आए थे। और विश्व में देश की साख क्या थी? निवेशक रुचि नहीं लेते थे भारत में, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्लो हो गई थी, उपभोक्ताओं को डर लगता था कि हम खर्चा कर ले, कल के लिए क्या होगा, तो चिंता में रहते थे। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 10 वर्षों में 2 वर्ष उसमें कोविड के भी रहे, 2 युद्ध चल रहे हैं, यूक्रेन रशिया और गाजा स्ट्रिप के ऊपर इजराइल पैलेस्टीन का युद्ध चल रहा है, रेड सी क्राइसिस है जिसके कारण हाउटी क्राइसिस, जिसमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार में तकलीफ आती है। इन सब के बावजूद विश्व की बड़ी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाएं जब कमजोर हो रही हैं, रिसेशन में जा रही हैं, महंगाई से जूझ रही है, भारत एक प्रकार से एक शाइनिंग स्टार के रूप में आज विश्व में टॉप 5 इकोनॉमीज में आ गया। 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था आज भारत की बन गई है, फ्रॉम फ्रेजाइल 5 टू टॉप 5। आज विदेशी मुद्रा $700 बिलियन, यानी जो हमें विरासत में मिली थी उससे 2.5 गुना ज्यादा आज विदेशी मुद्रा भारत के पास है। विश्व की 4 ही इकोनॉमीज है जिसके पास $700 बिलियन की विदेशी मुद्रा है, भारत उसमें से एक है। जापान, चाइना, स्विट्जरलैंड और भारत। आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बनी है, फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग लार्ज इकोनॉमी। भारत में महंगाई आज कंट्रोल में है। पूरे 10 वर्ष में जो महंगाई रही, एवरेज 10 वर्ष की महंगाई, आजादी के बाद कोई और 10 वर्ष ऐसे नहीं रहे जिसमें इतनी कम औसतन महंगाई रही हो। हर पैमाने पे हमने एक भारत के जो फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं, जो आधारभूत आंकड़े हैं, जो आधार भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक फंडामेंटल्स हैं, उस बेस को स्ट्रॉन्ग किया। और ये जो मजबूत नींव रखी है भारत में, उस नींव के ऊपर अगले 5 साल, उसके बाद और 5 साल और 2047 तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए मिलकर भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सामर्थ्य को निकालकर, सामर्थ्य को उजागर करके देशवासियों के साथ मिलके भारत को विकसित भारत बनाएगी। इस मजबूत नींव के ऊपर एक ऐसी बड़ी इमारत विकास की बनेगी, उस काम को हम इस 5 साल में आगे लेके जाएंगे। ये हमारा वादा भी है, ये हमारा संकल्प भी है और इस पर हम दिन रात प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में काम कर रहे हैं। रही बात मोदी जी के स्वयं के उत्साह की, मैं आपको बता सकता हूं 2014 से आज तक एक दिन नहीं रहा है जहां उनके उत्साह में कोई फर्क पड़ा है, एक दिन नहीं रहा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मुख पर जो तेज है, वो तेज 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के साहस, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की आकांक्षा, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के उत्साह, उनके प्यार, उसका तेज आप मोदी जी के मुख पर देखते हैं। आज विश्व में ऐसे ही नहीं है कि 10 वर्ष से जितनी सर्वेज हो रही हैं उसमें मोदी जी विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता के रूप में उभरते। आप प्यू सर्वे जो मॉर्निंग कंसल्ट करता है, कोई सर्वे देख लीजिए, द मोस्ट पॉपुलर लीडर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हर बार निकल के आते हैं। और मेरी तो आज सुबह भी मीटिंग हुई है, उनके मुख का तेज सुबह सुबह वही होता है जो रात को 12 बजे की मीटिंग 2 दिन पहले हुई थी उस पे था। उनका जो उत्साह है वो 140 करोड़ देशवासी उसको ताकत देते हैं। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं और आपके दर्शकों के माध्यम से हर एक देशवासी तक ये मैसेज पहुंचे, मोदी जी है तो मुमकिन है, मोदी जी है तो देश विकसित भारत बनेगा। और आपका प्यार उनको और ताकत देता है, आपका विश्वास, आपका समर्थन उनको और ताकत देता है। वो 3 गुना स्पीड से, 3 गुना उत्साह से, 3 गुना ज्यादा काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, लगे हुए, सुबह से रात, दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं। और आपका यही प्यार उनको मिलता रहे, ऐसा मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है।
ये सेशन बहुत ज़रूरी था, ये सेशन, और कई सारे चीज़ों पर आपने क्लैरिफिकेशन दी। मुझे लग रहा है कि शंका बहुत बुरी चीज़ होती है और इस सेशन के बाद कई लोगों के मन में अगर शंका थी तो थोड़ी वो शंका चली जाएगी। पीयूष गोयल जी, आपने आर्थिक और राजनीतिक हर मुद्दे पे इतना अच्छा और सीधा जवाब दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज पीयूष गोयल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
And well, that marked the conclusion of Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who was in conversation with Arnab Goswami. But let me remind all our viewers that through the day, as we'll keep cutting into the Republic Bharat Summit, you will hear from your favorite
political, sports and social media personalities. Remember, in the evening, it is also Smriti Irani who will grace the summit, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who will also be a part of the Republic Bharat Summit, and we will cut into those conversations as well. For the moment, we also shift our focus to more breaking news coming in as far as the Muda scam is concerned. Yes, it is a massive Republic Kannada impact. The biggest development in the Muda scam, as ED officials have conducted raids at the Muda office in Mysuru. The inspection that is underway, and more than 8 officials who are a part of this operation. This comes as a huge blow one more time to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, as ED searches are underway at the Muda office in Mysuru. We are putting out those pictures of the Muda office in Mysuru, where ED officials are conducting that raid. In fact, they will investigate all the officials involved in the 50-50 alleged corruption ratio with Muda. We are yet to get further details on whether ED officials have made any recoveries. Remember, it was just a day ago when the Muda chief had put down his papers. He had resigned, and as much as he kept on reiterating that it is not due to any political pressure that he's resigning, but due to health reasons that he's decided to step down. That, of course, garnered a lot of eyeballs and questions over his resignation in particular. But here you see ED sleuths at the Muda office conducting these raids. Let me cut across to Deepak, who's joining us from the newsroom to take us through further details of how many hours has it been, Deepak, firstly, that the searches continue, and any pertinent recoveries that have been made so far by the officials?
Well, firstly, Suesha, this is a big Republic News impact because it is Republic TV that broke the Muda land scam case and brought to the fore the alleged irregularities that have happened in the land allotment process for the Chief Minister's family. Now, amid the Lokayukta probe in the Muda scam, now we see ED officials also raiding the Muda office, and just a couple of days back we also saw the Muda chairman also step down. And this ED raids comes in the backdrop of the complainant claiming that it's not just Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah is just one of many such cases that have come to the fore in the 50-50 scheme. And he had also lodged a complaint saying that there are similar cases, there are similar land dealings that are happening within the Muda, where several big names are also involved. Now, ED, close on the heels of receiving such complaints after this complainant, registered his side of the story, has now raided Muda scam because they believe that there is something in the Muda office. There are some land dealings and the papers that are available at the Muda office, which could be a clinching evidence of what the complainant has alleged so far. Now, let me take you through the latest developments. Now, an ED team led by 12 officials have entered the Muda office, which is the Mysuru Urban Development Authority office. And the ED officials are holding a meeting as well with the Muda commissioner, whose name is Raghunandan, the city planner, and also the special land acquisition officers. And after the meeting with the Muda officials, the possibility of seizing documents could also arise, and the Enforcement Directorate will investigate all the officials involved in the 50-50 alleged corruption ratio within the Muda scam. Now, this is what we have been saying from day one, because it is the 50-50 scheme that is currently under the scanner, and what happened with Siddaramaiah's family is just the tip of the iceberg, and the Enforcement Directorate believes that there are several such irregularities which will come to the fore in the coming days. But right now, as we speak, Suesha, the ED sleuths are currently in the Muda office, around 12 of them, and a team of 4 officers also raided the Tehsildar's office as well. And it is not possible to give the information or the site or the complete irregularities in the Muda just through the scrutiny of documents. So they will have to investigate and also question all of these officials who are involved in the 50-50 land scheme process, and all those who have been in the front or in the forefront of developing such a scheme and allotting properties based on the scheme that Muda has come up with, which is the controversial 50-50. So right now, as we speak, the ED officials are currently grilling the top officials at the Muda office, and possibly there could be a seizure of documents.
Right. Deepak, do stay on with us as we also have Sri Lakshmi joining us from the Kannada newsroom. Now, Sri Lakshmi, as per the inside information we are receiving, I believe that the ED officials are asking for the original documents, for the statistical data on the officials, on these alleged properties in question. And I believe that Muda officials have also gone on to say that they are cooperating with the ED officials in this ongoing search. Is that true? What are you receiving?
Right. As we are accessing the news that ED officials are raiding Muda office in Mysuru, we are also getting the information that officials over there are cooperating with the ED officials. Since the complainant Snehamayi Krishna had given a complaint and more information to ED started investigating this Muda scam. And we can recall that a minister who was in charge of this Muda, it was said that he had carried all the original documents along with him. It is to be investigated whether this information is true or not. It is very much likely that this minister's house may be raided by ED officials. And now ED officials have asked the commissioner to provide statistical data while Muda commissioner is explaining transactions pertaining to this ED team. And it is also said that a lot of illegal money has been involved in Muda transactions. It is said that complainants like Snehamayi Krishna has provided a lot of documents regarding this. But it is yet to be known whether it comes under illegal money transaction or not. But Enforcement Directorate is investigating in that angle. So, Aisha, more information awaited on this.
All right, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, I want to thank you and Deepak for getting us latest. We also shift our focus to the investigation that is underway in the Siddiqui murder case. Yes, it's big breaking news coming in days after Baba Siddiqui's murder. Mumbai police records the statements of Baba Siddiqui's bodyguards. His bodyguard, who made a shocking revelation and stated that at the time of the attack, he experienced eyes burning, which seemed like someone had sprayed chili powder-like substance on his eyes. Now, just to connect the dots here, you would remember how police's investigation had revealed that the accused were carrying pepper spray in order to blind those who would be accompanying Baba Siddiqui. And this is exactly what the bodyguard has now said as a part of his statement that has been recorded by the Mumbai police. He said that they had probably used chili powder in order to ensure that the bodyguard could not react. Cutting across to Sandeep, who's been on the top of this investigation that is underway. Sandeep, with regards to the bodyguard statement, what more are you picking up?
See, Suesha, Baba Siddiqui was accompanied by 2+1 security. That is the security that was in fact given to Baba Siddiqui. 2 security guards remains with Baba Siddiqui in the daytime, whereas 1 remains with him during the night time. At that point in time when the incident had happened, at that point in time, the statement as far as the statement of the bodyguard is concerned, he mentions that there was firecrackers that were in fact bursted. At that point of time, there was a lot of smoke. Apart from that, he felt eyes burn at that very point in time when Baba Siddiqui was shot. Ultimately, he was not able to, get what exactly is happening, and he was experiencing eyes burn. So ultimately, he felt that a chili powder-like substance has in fact went into his eyes. And remember, Suesha, in the remand copy also, the police, while doing the Panchnama also, the police has also recovered a pepper spray from the accused also. In all 3 weapons have been, apprehended by police officials right now. So definitely the people who were associated to Baba Siddiqui, their statement is being taken. And in fact, what is more important, what is more crucial is the statement of the bodyguard. And as far as, suspicion was raised, where were these bodyguards? What were they doing at that point in time when the firing took place? So their questioning is very crucial, and ultimately one of them has, said before this to the investigating agency, that is the crime branch, that they were experiencing eyes burn and they felt a lot of pain in their eyes, and that is the reason they were not being able to know what is actually happening at that very point in time when the shooting was underway.
All right, Sandeep, I want to thank you for getting us those details. Of course, we keep coming back to you as the investigation proceeds further. In the meanwhile, we shift our focus to the latest coming in from Jammu. That's right, a suspected explosion that occurred late on 16th October in the Marble Market area of Jammu. CCTV footage captured the explosion and showed 4 individuals fleeing the spot in a hatchback car. Forensic Science Laboratory teams have collected those samples from the site, and the cause of the explosion that is being investigated. Authorities are continuing their probe to ascertain further details, as we've also put out CCTV footage of that exact moment when the explosion occurred. Let me cut across to Gursimran with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, have you been able to gather any details from your sources on who is possibly behind that explosion and how it happened?
So right now we are actually at the spot where this incident has been reported. First, I'll let you know that this is one of the busiest markets of the Jammu, where you will find that the people moving to and fro around the clock. So what has happened that it was 10:30 to 11 at the night when this explosion took place, and the impact of the explosion, I'll allow this Gaurav to show you the visuals, that this is the impact. The board has been damaged. Also, the chair that was inside, that too has been damaged. So this is the extent of the damage. Also, the material, that was aluminium material that was inside this shop, has been damaged, because this suspected explosion was so powerful that the loud bang was heard. Also, it was captured in the nearby CCTV of a private bank, and then the owner of this shop, who has rented this shop for his aluminium shop, he was called by the locals that his shop has been set ablaze. He came here and then he informed the police. I am joined by Anil, who is the owner of this shop. अनिल, मुझे ये बताइए क्या हुआ था 16 तारीख के रात की घटना?
16 तारीख को सर 11:30 बजे मुझे फ़ोन आया कि आपकी दुकान में आग लगी हुई है। जब यहाँ आके देखा तो शटर का लॉक टूटा हुआ था, तो शटर थोड़ा सा खुला था। जब हमने शटर उठाया तो अंदर आग लगी हुई थी, जलन। तो बाल्टी से पानी ले लेके आग बुझाया, तो पुलिस को कॉल किए, तो पुलिस आई, फ़ोटो खींची, तो सुबह बोली कि मतलब हम फिर आ जाएंगे। तो सुबह दोपहर को आई, तो ये जो है सैंपल वगैरह उठा के लेके गई है यहाँ से जांच करने के लिए।
अनिल, जो धमाका दिखाई दिया आपको कब पता चला?
धमाका तो ये कल हमने चेक किया ना, इधर HDFC बैंक मैनेजर साहब को बोला, तो उन्होंने निकाल के दिए, तो तब पता चला कि अंदर जो है काफ़ी तेज़ धमाका हुआ था।
वो जो लड़के 3-4 लड़के भागते दिखाई दिए गाड़ी में, वो क्या था?
सर अब पता नहीं, आल्टो कार में आए हुए थे, तो उन्होंने ताला तोड़ के अंदर जो है आग लगाया हुआ है।
धमाका जो है काफ़ी
पावरफुल था। वो तो बाहर तक धमाका गया, आगे देखो ना, बोर्ड वगैरह सारा जल गया है मेरा।
So this is what the eyewitness, the owner of this shop, is saying, that the impact of this suspected explosion was so powerful that not only those things that were inside this shop have been damaged, but also the board that was outside, that has also been damaged. So now the police authorities, what they have done, that they have taken the samples, they have sent the samples to the Forensic Science Laboratory for the analysis of the nature of this explosive, that what it can be, whether it was some explosive or it was something that has been manufactured by them only to trigger this blast, or what all has happened. That is part of the FSL probe that will come out. But yes, those who were here, they heard this loud bang taking place, and also the CCTV that has been accessed by the Republic Media Network clearly shows that this was a massive explosion that has taken place, and also those 3 to 4 people that were inside a hatchback car, they are also under the radar. Now the police is looking into both the angles, that is they are probing whether it is something that has been done due to some natural causes or whether it was something that has been done by intention by someone. And also that hatchback car is also on the radar. Some of the CCTVs in the nearby area are also being scanned so that those 4 people can be nabbed, and from them there can be more details, because they were very close to this very place. In the CCTV they can be seen somewhere this, because the CCTV camera was on the other side. There was the CCTV camera that was capturing this all, and from that CCTV only we were able to get those videos, and that those 4 persons, they were standing at this very place right now where I am standing, and then they fled the spot soon after the investigation take place. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the police officials have also arrived at the spot. They have been carrying out the investigation since yesterday so that they can get more details regarding the same. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Director, the taste of success.
afternoon to all our viewers watching Republic TV. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're live and breaking now, viewers, at 1:30 p.m. A big development has come up in the probe of the death case of Baba Siddiqui. His bodyguard has issued a statement, recorded a statement in which he said that chili powder was apparently sprayed on his eyes and he experienced a burning sensation. We'll tell you more developments in that case. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first. Big Republic investigation impact. Mumbai Police Crime Branch writes to SRA over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Central agencies to rope in VPN providers in probe into bomb threats to flights. Omar Abdullah led the Jammu and Kashmir cabinet passes resolution to restore statehood in the valley.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza. US Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist Pannun. The most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan, has begun with all the biggest newsmakers only on Republic Media Network. And viewers, we're getting you a big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian, where a laborer has been shot dead. The laborer has been identified as Ashok Kumar, who was a corn seller from Bihar. Bullet wounds along with stabbing marks were found on his body. The Jammu and Kashmir police are investigating the matter, keeping the terror angle in focus. Let's go across to Zeenath, who's joining us live to give us more details. Zeenath, a very good afternoon to you, but a tragic news coming in of a non-local being targeted in this attack. What more details do you have about the terrorists that were behind his killing?
See, this is seen as once again a kind of a targeted killing that comes in South Kashmir, where a non-local laborer who comes from the Bihar and has been identified as Ashok Kumar. I'll ask my VJ for those to show you the visuals that we are showing you from the crime spot. You see the J&K police along with the CRPF, and because this is the very crime spot where this his dead body had been recovered. Now this entire orchard has been covered by the security forces. Even the forensic teams who are here, they have taken the samples, and also the dead body has now been shifted from here to the Zanapora hospital, medical health facility that is in this very vicinity. In fact, the DIG South Kashmir, Javed Matu, along with the team were also here. They were monitoring the area because the person who has been shot and was stabbed also, he, as per the local, is a corn seller who has been earning his livelihood for some time in Kashmir, but was targeted. In fact, the 4 bullet wounds, 2 in the lower body and the 2 in the upper body, along with the stab wounds were found, and this dead body was lying on the road. When the people who were using this track, they monitored that somebody is lying on the road, and when they went near to the body, it was found dead. They immediately informed the joint forces here, and then accordingly the joint forces carried the kind of SOP, the drill that is required at this in this juncture. So the security forces are still conducting the drill, but as of now the forensic has also taken the samples, and also as IG Kashmir VK Bedi has also said that they are looking into all possible angles as far as this killing is concerned, this is an unfortunate incident that has come once again from the Shopian in South Kashmir. You see the kind of Shopian, the history it has, from the anti-terror operations to the stone pelting, even the kind of the targeted killings that we have witnessed recently also have come from the South Central or the North Kashmir. We have seen earlier also the non-locals, the laborer class been targeted by the terrorists, although the terror groups have not claimed the responsibility. But you see the kind of the threat it has issued on the ground, that again it will create a fear among the non-locals who have been living in the Kashmir or earning the livelihood, because this is a time of the harvesting, and where you see in majority of the orchards in an agriculture stuff or the horticulture stuff, these non-locals are usually engaged by the locals of the Kashmir Valley. And since again we see that the non-locals, the labor class is still here, maybe one of them might know them, but they don't want to talk about the incident at present. But definitely it has created a fear among the non-local population who come to Kashmir every year to earn their livelihood. And a dead body was found in the morning that was lying on the road with the bullet marks, the bullet-ridden body that has been found. It also indicates that once again the target killings are back in the Kashmir Valley, and this has taken place just after the 2 days Omar Abdullah took oath as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir.
In fact, that's the question that's being raised right now, Zina, that just 2 days after Umar taking oath as the Chief Minister, as the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, this incident is happening. Will Chief Minister hold any accountability for the incident, while earlier there were continuous attacks on the central government that was in charge?
आपको कुछ पता है? So some of the non-locals who are still working in the orchards, because as I said, this is a harvesting time in the Kashmir Valley, and majority of the non-locals, their laborers, are engaged in harvesting or either of the fruit or the paddy. So definitely it has sent the shockwaves to the laborer class. It's a huge number in the Kashmir Valley, and the kind of killing that, if it is a target killing, it is definitely a worrisome factor for the Jammu and Kashmir police, who've been trying to establish the peace on ground to give sense of security not only to the locals but also to the non-locals. This kind of killing is being reported after a couple of months in the Kashmir Valley, where we see that a non-local, a laborer coming from the Bihar, earning the livelihood, and also was selling corn in the South Kashmir, has been targeted, has been hit, has been killed. Though the dead body for the post-mortem and the other formalities has been taken into custody, it has been shifted from this place to the Zanapura hospital, where the medical facility, they will implement the procedure, and accordingly we are picking. Then the dead body will be handed over to the family members for the last rites. We are seeing, though, apart from this, the killing, we are seeing the police is investigating the multiple angles, and also at many places the people, those OGWs who have some links with the terror groups, are being questioned, and also the coordinated search operation, which is usually a drill being carried after such kind of incidents are reported, they are also being conducted. So as of now, we are yet to hear an official version from the Jammu and Kashmir police about the investigation. But as of now, what we are picking from the ground and what we see on the ground, that the cordon has been extended. You see the security forces from the paramilitary forces like CRPF and Jammu and Kashmir police, the main law implementing agency of Jammu and Kashmir is on ground. They have picked up many samples from the ground from the forensic agency. These samples have been picked. Meanwhile, the cordon has been again established. The crime scene is not being allowed to disturb, and the body that was recovered from here has now been shifted to the healthcare facility for the postmortem.
All right. Well, thanks, Zeenat, for joining us for now and giving us those details. We'll come back to you to get more updates. For now, viewers, let's shift our focus. We're now going to give you news from Guwahati, where a massive drug bust has been reported. Drugs worth rupees 5.5 crore have been seized in a big drug bust in a raid carried out near Chandmari flyover in Guwahati. 10 soap cases containing 691 grams of heroin were seized by the Assam Police's Special Task Force. Now, in the seizure operation, a scooty has also been recovered. 2 peddlers have been arrested. They are Sandeep Singh and Manoj Deka. Aniruddha has joined us live to give us more details. Aniruddha, very good afternoon to you. Now, a big win for the STF there in Guwahati. Big seizure of rupees 5.5 crore worth of heroin that have been recovered. But tell us more details about these peddlers that have been arrested. Is there any information whether the drugs were coming from across the border or who were really their handlers?
Well, very good afternoon. This drug bust is a continuous effort of the state Assam Police's special task force, which has been carrying out operation across the state for the last several months in drug-related offences. And as part of one such operation, followed by a specific tip-off that was carried out yesterday, this drug of 691 grams of heroin were seized. As far as the cartels are concerned, we have got to know from the police that this was a drug that was in the custody of peddlers, and police is also investigating into the border aspects of where they have been coming. Well, it is also a known fact that the drugs which has been making its way to the rest of the country through Assam has been from the Golden Triangle area in Myanmar, and they have been often trafficking the drugs through Assam as a transit route. However, this drug which has been seized yesterday from Guwahati was in the custody of 2 peddlers who have been arrested, and they have been forwarded to the police custody.
All right, well, thanks, Aniruddha. We'll come back to you to get more updates. For now, we have to cut short for a very quick break on this bulletin, but viewers, stay tuned as we bring you more details and updates. In fact, before that, let's also tell you that Army Air Defense gunners from the 1st in Battle Air Defense Brigade conducted a field firing exercise at Pokhran, displaying remarkable precision and tactical skill. The exercise featured seamless coordination as troops executed complex drills and maneuvers with accuracy. Take a look at this report and then a quick break.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Dai right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the advantage to 3-0 shortly before halftime, and the fireworks did not stop there. This was, in many ways, the perfect return for Lionel Messi in the national team colours. He last played for his country when they won the Copa America 2024, but had limped off injured before.
And viewers, cutting across to a breaking news now. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 16th BRICS Summit in Russia from October 22 to 23. The summit will be held in Kazan under the chairmanship of Russian President Vladimir Putin. It is themed strengthening multilateralism for just global development and security. Let's go to Antra, who's joining us live from the Republic newsroom. Antra, what are going to be the key talking points of this summit?
Right, Kriti. Like you correctly said, the summit is themed at, quote-unquote, strengthening multilateralism for just global development and security. What we are also coming to know is that the summit will offer an opportunity for the BRICS leaders to assess what sort of progress has been made on the initiative so far. They are also going to provide a platform for the key leaders to discuss global issues. Of course, during his visit, Prime Minister is also expected to hold bilateral meetings with his counterparts from the BRICS members countries and invited leaders in Kazan, Russia and New Delhi.
All right, thanks Antra for joining us and giving us that detail. Of course, it's time now for a very quick break, viewers, but stay tuned. Nayab Singh Saini has resumed charge as the Chief Minister of Haryana. Stay tuned as we bring you more on this after the break. Big Republic investigation impact. Mumbai Police Crime Branch writes to the Slum Rehabilitation Authority over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Director, the taste of success.
Are you planning to buy a new house? Well, getting a property can be a daunting task, not just while buying, but also while paying off the loan. But what if I tell you there are some easy ways to reduce your loan burden and make paying off your EMIs like a breeze? Yes, apart from switching to a lower interest loan or choosing a shorter term of the loan, there's a third way possible to substantially reduce your loan liability. It is the prepayment option. And how does this work? Prepayment allows you to reduce your housing loan by making extra payments over and above your EMIs, either partially or as a lump sum. This can drastically cut down your interest payments and shorten your loan tenure. For example, imagine you take a 50 lakh rupees home loan for 20 years at 8.5% interest. Your EMI would be 43,391 rupees. Without prepayment, the total interest that
U.S. Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separated Panu. We'll bring you more on that. Stay tuned to Republic.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big Republic investigation impact. Mumbai Police Crime Branch writes to SRA over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. ED conducted searches in a money laundering case linked to Muda scam, in which it has booked Maharashtra Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, his family members and others. Central agencies to rope in VPN providers in probe into bomb threats to flights. Omar Abdullah-led J&K cabinet passes resolution to restore statehood in the valley. Omar Abdullah-led J&K cabinet passes resolution to restore statehood in the valley.
Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza. US Department of Justice charges former Indian spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Kharistani separatist Pannu. The most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat is underway. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Sawant. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. We begin this edition with the latest achievement of Israel, as it is a complete wipeout of the Hamas after their chief has been eliminated by Israel. Yes, it's a big development in the Israel-Hamas conflict. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced the neutralization of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, a key figure behind last year's attack on Israel. Israeli troops unknowingly encountered him during a battle, only later identifying his body. Israeli leaders hailed Sinwar's death as a significant victory, marking it as a moment of justice for the attack that killed 1,200 Israelis and led to the kidnapping of 250 others. They also framed it as a pivotal point in their campaign to dismantle Hamas, urging its fighters to surrender and release the remaining hostages in Gaza.
Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages. Yahya Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end. To the people of Gaza, I have a simple message. This war can end tomorrow. It can end if Hamas lays down its arms and returns our hostages.
And we cut across to our guest joining us on the broadcast. We, of course, have Mr. Ayanjeet Sen, he's an international affairs expert, and also Nick Collion joining us with the latest situation on the ground. Nick, first up to you to take us through the details of the elimination of Hamas chief and how this operation was carried out.
Yes, so actually it was just a luck for the Israeli army. They were looking for Yahya Sinwar for 1 year. They did a lot of special ops in Gaza Strip. And now all of that focus was on the north in the fight against Hezbollah. And one unit of young commanders that they are still in the middle of their training were maneuvering inside of Gaza. They were just searching for a possible terrorists that are still in Gaza Strip, and they saw 3 people that were for them very, very suspicious, and they assumed those are terrorists, and that's why they started to fire at them and shelling the house they were in. And after that, they recognized the face of the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind behind the 7th of October, the most cruel, bloody terror attack in the history of the humankind, as the Israelis believe. At least in Israel, this is the worst attack ever. And it was a lot of celebration in the army and after that throughout Israel, because many were waiting for 1 year to see the death of this evil terrorist, the man that brought so many deaths to the Israeli land. And now Israel thinks that maybe they have the possibility to do some kind of agreement with Hamas and maybe to bring back the 101 Israeli hostages that are still at the captivity of this terror organization. And maybe the ones that now will replace Yahya Sinwar will be more cautious. Maybe they will understand that now it's the best time for them to do a ceasefire with Israel, because otherwise Israel can wipe out the entire organization, at least all of its commanders. So now Israelis are in a good moral. They are really motivated by this elimination of the head of Hamas, and they believe that maybe it is a historic opportunity for Israel to end not just the war in Gaza, but also the war in the north with Hezbollah and even with Iran, because the epicenter of all of this, it is Hamas and Gaza. This is where all started 1 year ago, and maybe it is also where it all will end, at least for this cycle of this continuous war between Arabs and Israelis.
Right. Do stay on with us, as I'd also like to bring in Ayanjeet. Ayanjeet, the fact is that Israel has certainly sent out a very strong message, but the world has been watching the damage and destruction that is enough and beyond that. Fact is that with this development, is it possible that peace will now prevail? How do you expect the ground situation to turn?
Well, I think, first of all, that Israel has, number one, spared no resources in its year-long manhunt, for Yahya, and also engaging a task force of intelligence officers, special operatives, military engineers, and even surveillance experts under the umbrella of the security agency to eliminate one of their biggest enemies, no doubt on that. And one thing is certain, that with the elimination of Yahya, that definitely Hamas is on its way down, and at the same time, it's kind of a big plus point for the Israelis from the perspective of the fact that, as Nick was also saying, the fact that in a way there is a possibility that going ahead there can be some kind of a situation which can emerge as to some way possible of this war coming to an, at least if not an end, but somewhere on its way to end. But so that's something which may happen as time rolls on.
Ayanjeet, we are hoping for that, and we wait and watch how the situation develops. In the meanwhile, we also are tracking a reaction from the IDF, who described the events in the run-up to Sinwar's elimination. Listen in to what was said.
סינואר שנפצע ביד שלו מהירי, הוא נראה כאן רעול פנים.
ברגעיו האחרונים משליך קרש עץ לעבר הרחפן. אנחנו זיהינו אותו כמחבל בתוך מבנה. ירינו למבנה ונכנסנו לסריקה. מצאנו אותו עם אפוד ואקדח 40,000 שקל. הוא היה במנוסה, ברח, וכוחותינו חיסלו אותו.
לאחר מרדף ממושך ונחוש שנמשך שנה שלמה, כוחותינו חיסלו את יחיא סינואר, האחראי הראשי לטבח הנפשע של 7 באוקטובר ולמותם וחטיפתם של ישראלים רבים. פגשתי עכשיו את הכוח שחיסל אותו אתמול בהיתקלות במרחב רפיח. הכוח פעל נכון, במקצועיות ובנחישות, לא כי ידע שסינואר נמצא שם, אלא כי לוחמינו פועלים במצוינות בכל מפגש עם מחבלים, בכל הגזרות. לאחר מרדף ממושך ונחוש שנמשך שנה שלמה, כוחותינו חיסלו את יחיא סינואר, האחראי הראשי לטבח הנפשע של 7 באוקטובר ולמותם וחטיפתם של ישראלים רבים. פגשתי עכשיו את הכוח שחיסל אותו אתמול בהיתקלות במרחב רפיח. הכוח פעל נכון, במקצועיות ובנחישות, לא כי ידע שסינואר נמצא שם, אלא כי לוחמינו פועלים במצוינות בכל מפגש עם מחבלים, בכל הגזרות.
And let's now explain to you the significance of the Hamas chief's elimination and what this means as far as future prospects between the Israel-Hamas conflict is concerned. It is certainly a huge political and strategic victory for Israel because all this while as they have been fighting this war, the whole idea and the fight was against the Hamas group and a lot of innocents who lost their lives. Yahya Sinwar was that very man who had masterminded the October 7 attacks against Israelis, and many of them who continue to remain hostages. Let's understand that 109 hostages who are still held in Gaza by the Hamas, and Israel has been trying its level best to secure the release of those hostages. Now, Hamas leadership has been decapitated in a huge way because their chief, their mastermind, the man who was the lead, has now been eliminated. 5 top Hamas leaders who have been neutralized in the last 2 months, which massively weakens the terror group. Iran and terror proxies are set to intensify the attacks. So this in a way also sends out a message to Iran that has been on an escalation against Israel, and Israel is fighting a 2-front war in southern Lebanon and Gaza. So the very fact that the germination of this fight from the Hamas, that mastermind, has been eliminated. Israel's Lebanon campaign that will certainly continue given what has happened. So that is a fight that Israel is going to take head on as it has been, and Israeli forces offensive targeting Hezbollah group that continues. So all this while it was the Hamas, but the Hezbollah and the Houthis that continue to remain on the target of Israel. An off-ramp for the war in Gaza likely. So you also heard from our international strategic expert who went on to say that this development could certainly lead to at least some sort of de-escalation in that zone. Eliminating Hamas entirely is not a realistic military objective. So primarily it was about the few men who were leading that operation of the Hamas, and the very fact that Yahya has been eliminated massively weakens them. And let's also understand that with Yahya Sinwar's killing, this is the man who was born in Khan Yunis refugee camp in 1962. So all in all, if you really look at the larger picture, Israel putting out a strong message to the entire world. Now, this is the man who was detained in Israeli prisons from 1988 to 2011. However, he was the man who had actually masterminded this entire plan against Israel, and Israel has always been describing him as a ruthless and powerful man. This man who was on the target of Israel for the longest time, even as they continued the fight against the Hamas, and most of all, the message that it sends out to all of the Palestinians, the Hamas most importantly, and their allies, as Israel has succeeded Ismail Haniyeh as the Hamas leader. So he had succeeded Ismail Haniyeh as the Hamas leader, and now it is really the elimination of Yahya, that Israel is certainly at the victorious edge. And well, the Pentagon that has categorically dismissed any involvement in the operation that resulted in the killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, asserting that there was no US role in the Israeli military action. A spokesperson emphasized that the operation was solely conducted by Israeli forces, reiterating the US commitment to supporting its ally while maintaining a clear separation from the operational details.
Confirmed today the death of the leader of the Hamas terrorist group, Yahya Sinwar. We'd refer you to the Israelis to discuss the details, but this is clearly a significant development and a major counterterrorism achievement. My understanding, Oren, is that, the short answer is no, this was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts. And again, as the president's statement highlighted, that included working side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza who've been holding people, to include Americans, hostage since October 7. Israel confirmed today the death of the leader of the Hamas terrorist group, Yahya Sinwar. We'd refer you to the Israelis to discuss the details, but this is clearly a significant development and a major counterterrorism achievement. My understanding, Oren, is that, the short answer is no, this was an Israeli operation. U.S. forces were not directly involved. Again, as we've highlighted, we've had a small number of special operations forces that have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery efforts. And again, as the president's statement highlighted, that included working side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza who've been holding people, to include Americans, hostage since October 7.
And moving on, as we now get you an exclusive picture of the terror associate in Poonch infiltration bid on Republic. Terror associate arrested with live grenades. 2 grenades recovered by the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Recovery that was made in Surankot area of Poonch. Arrested terror associate Abdul, who was moving on foot with grenades for a terror strike. It's a big success for our security forces and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, as this terror associate has been nabbed. Remember, he was carrying 2 grenades, and it is a terror bid that has been thwarted by our forces. This terror associate, who's been identified as Abdul, and it was the Jammu and Kashmir Police and our security forces that nabbed this man well in time. Let me cut across to Gursimran, who's joining us on the broadcast with further details of what we knew about this man in the first place, Gursimran, and what was Abdul planning.
See, this comes as a big success for the Poonch police, that they have arrested a terror associate along with 2 grenades. So both the grenades are live grenades, and the person who, the terror associate who has been arrested, has been identified as Abdul. Abdul was moving along with the 2 live grenades when the operation was carried out by Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Indian Army. Now what we are picking up from the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir Police, that after this success, the police is carrying out some forward and backward linkages that are being worked upon, and there is all possible likelihood that there will be more arrests in this case. It is believed that he was linked with Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he was carrying out this entire consignment that was to be delivered for a terror strike that was for Lashkar-e-Toiba. He has been arrested in the upper reaches of the Surankot in a joint operation by the SOG Surankot, Jammu and Kashmir Police in the Poonch district along with the Indian Army. So a joint operation has been carried out, but this is important, keeping in view the back-to-back terror strikes that are happening in the Jammu region, and especially the recent terror trends that we have seen, where the terrorists have come from across the border, they have settled here, and they are now using the locals as an overground worker to provide them with the logistics and also with the arms and ammunition so that they can carry out major terror strikes. These 2 live grenades are not the sole consignment that have been recovered from his possession. We are told that there are many more arms and ammunition that he is carrying along with them, and that's why multiple raids are underway at his other locations so that more arrests can also be made, and other cache of arms and ammunition that he is carrying along with him, that can also be recovered by the forces.
All right, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, it's a big win for our forces. For the moment, we shift our focus to other top news that is also making headlines. The National Testing Agency, that is the NTA, has announced the results for the UGC NET 2024 June exam. Along with the results, the agency has also released the subject-wise cut-off scores. Candidates can now check their results and the cut-offs on the official NTA website. Uttarakhand's Committee for the Uniform Civil Code has completed its work and is ready to submit the final report. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is expected to receive the rules today, if approved in the cabinet meeting scheduled for October 23. UCC could be implemented on the 9th of November, aligning with the state's foundation day. Punjab's Chief Electoral Officer Sibin C announced that the notification for the by-elections to 4 assembly seats will be issued today. Polling in Dera Baba, Nanak, Chabewal, Gidarbaha and Barnala assembly segments will take place on the 13th of November, with counting on November 23. The last date for filing nominations is October 25, followed by scrutiny of nomination papers on October 28 and withdrawal of candidatures by October 30. The election code of conduct is now in effect in the relevant districts following the vacancies left by MLAs elected to the Lok Sabha. 41 students from a civic school in Thane have been hospitalized after showing symptoms of food poisoning. The incident occurred after the children consumed their midday meal, which included khichdi at the school in the Diva Agasan area. Now, according to officials, the students complained of upset stomachs and all are currently stable. A team of doctors from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Hospital in Kalwa provided preliminary treatment before the students were taken to the hospital for further observation.
सर अभी तो बच्चे सब स्टेबल हैं। दीवा में हमने फॉरवर्ड टीम भेजी थी जिनमें 6 डॉक्टर्स थे और 2 नर्सेस थी, 3 एम्बुलेंसेस भेजी थी। इमीडिएटली ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट कर दी। यहाँ इमीडिएटली एम्बुलेंसेस में से यहाँ पर लाया गया है, अभी ऑब्जर्वेशन के लिए एडमिट किया है। 11 बच्चों को माइल्ड सिम्टम्स थे जैसे पेन इन एब्डोमेन और वॉमिटिंग। सभी बच्चे अभी स्टेबल है, ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्टेड है।
Delhi police has arrested 3 men in connection with an interstate drug supply operation. They recovered 625 grams of heroin and 5 kgs of cannabis valued at over 2.5 crore rupees. The arrests followed the previous capture of an alleged smuggler named Devinder on September 30. Following his arrest, police apprehended 2 more suspects, Ajay and Gopal, who were linked to the case. The police are continuing their investigation into this drug trafficking network. Restoration work is now underway at Dibalong station in Assam, where the Agartala and Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday at around 3:55 in the afternoon. 8 coaches, including the power car and the engine, were affected, but fortunately, no casualties or major injuries have been reported. A fire broke out at a chemical warehouse in the Kailash Puri extension area of Delhi. Fire tenders arrived at the scene shortly after receiving a call about the fire at around 11:10 last night. Deputy Chief Fire Officer A.K. Malik confirmed that 23 to 24 fire tenders responded and have extinguished the flames.
ये रात को 11:10 की कॉल है हमारे पास और उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमने गाड़ियाँ टर्न आउट करी थी इनिशियली। उसके बाद जैसे यहाँ पे हमारे लोग पहुँचे हैं तो जो कैटेगरी है वो फायर की बढ़ाई गई और ये बाद में मीडियम लेवल की कॉल डिक्लेयर कर दी गई थी और अभी जो है आग बुझ चुकी है। अभी हम केवल कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हमारा चल रहा है, आग हमारे कंट्रोल में है। अभी तक कोई कैजुअल्टी रिपोर्टेड नहीं है, मैंने बताया आपको, अभी तक हमें कोई रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। जब आग पूरी तरह बुझ जाएगी उसके बाद हम लोग सर्च करेंगे बाद।
After Bihar Sivan and Chhapra, news of poisonous liquor scandal has come to the fore from Gopalganj, where a person died due to drinking liquor. The deceased, Laldev Majhi, consumed liquor with his son Pradeep Majhi in Badhauli village. Following the incident, local police and the excise team are conducting a search operation in the village.
ये परिजनों द्वारा बताया गया है कि ये लोग कल किसी निजी काम से 40 RD थाना मशरफ गए हुए थे। वहाँ से देर शाम ये लोग वापस घर लौटे। देर रात्रि में इन दोनों की तबीयत खराब हुई। इनके द्वारा पेट में दर्द और उल्टी बुखार की शिकायत की गई। इनके परिजनों के द्वारा इनको इलाज हेतु सदर अस्पताल गोपालगंज ले जाया गया, जहाँ से डॉक्टरों ने इनका प्राथमिक इलाज कर इनको आगे के इलाज के लिए गोरखपुर रेफर कर दिया गया।
And we cut across to more breaking news coming in after the ED raided the Mura office in Mysuru. Mura secretary has said, and I quote, investigating agencies have instructed us to not reveal any information that could disrupt their probe. We are sharing whatever information they require. We do not have details about how many officers are here right now.
Enforcement Directorate officials have raided Muda office and Tahsildar office and many other places in Mysore today. How would you like to react?
No, we welcome it. If they are making a search, if they are making raids, we don't have any issues. Let them do it.
Complainant Snehamayi Krishna says he has provided a lot of information regarding illegal money being involved in Muda case. Regarding the Siddaramaiah site case itself, how would you like to react?
Ma'am, the site has been given when BJP was in power. So where is question of when site has been allotted by the BJP government? It's not only 14 sites, there are 120.
All right, cutting across to Deepak, who's joining us from the newsroom. Deepak, the Mura secretary is saying we are cooperating.
That's right, Suesha, if you could hear me. The Muda secretary has spoken to Republic TV. His name is Prasanna Kumar. He's the secretary of Mysuru Urban Development Authority. He has said that the Enforcement Directorate is currently probing several aspects in the Muda scam. First, how the Muda officials operate, and also they have sought the documents, original documents of the land that has been allotted to Parvati Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister's wife. And along with this, you know, Suesha, we should also keep in mind about the complaints that were filed by Chinmay Sripada, who is another prime complainant. And after his complaint, where he alleged that there are similar such cases within the Muda, just like how we saw what happened in the case of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, he believes that there are similar cases in the Muda authority as well. So following those complaints, following his allegations, the Muda is now facing the heat from the Enforcement Directorate. Now, 14 officials of the Enforcement Directorate are raiding the Muda office today and tomorrow. That's what the Secretary of Muda has informed Republic TV. And during the raids, they are also, probing several documents, including the original documents of Parvati Siddaramaiah, where the land of 3.16 acres was allotted to her in exchange for the land that she had procured from a farmer at a very meager rate. And now, in today's value, that particular land has probably given them more than 10 times the price that they had paid for. Now, what we have to understand here is that there are several allegations that Muda is functioning in a very corrupt fashion, and now the Enforcement Directorate is looking into several irregularities, whether there were similar such cases, just like what we saw in the case of Siddaramaiah, whether similar land deals were struck with several big faces, whether there was a corruption in the Muda authority as well. So several aspects are being investigated, and now the Secretary has said that the Enforcement Directorate will continue the raids today and tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, Deepak, and we'll know in due course of time whether any significant recoveries are made by the ED, as we understand that they have also asked for statistical data, original documents from the Muda officials. For the moment, we'll leave it here. We'll have to step into a short commercial break. Also, a quick check of what's coming up on the other side. Big Republic investigation impact, as the Mumbai Police Crime Branch has now written to the SRA over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe to look into the business rivalry angle.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Rakshita Mishra on Live and Breaking. We'll start with the big breaking news. Republic TV is exclusive on its deep investigation on the Baba Siddiqui murder. Viewers will get you this latest lead that Republic TV is getting on that. But first up, the headlines. A big Republic investigation impact. Mumbai Police Crime Branch writes to the SRA over the Baba Siddiqui murder probe. ED conducts searches in a money laundering case linked to Muda scam, in which it has booked Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family members and the others. Central agencies to rope in VPN providers for the probe into bomb threats to flights. Umar Abdullah-led Jammu and Kashmir cabinet passes resolution to restore statehood in the valley.
Sinwar is dead. He was killed in Rafah by the brave soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces. While this is not the end of the war in Gaza, it's the beginning of the end.
Another big takedown by Israeli forces. Hamas chief and October 7 mastermind Yahya Sinwar eliminated in Gaza. US Department of Justice charges former India spy Vikas Yadav for his alleged involvement in a plot to assassinate Khalistani separatist Pannu. The most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan, has begun with all the biggest newsmakers only on Republic Media Network. It was a big breaking news is coming in right on the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Now, just days after the murder, Mumbai police has recorded the statements of Baba Siddiqui's bodyguards now. And his bodyguard has made a shocking revelation and stated that at the time of the attack, he experienced eye burn, which seemed like someone has sprayed chili powder-like substance in his eyes. So he was feeling some discomfort in his vision, in his eyes. There was itching in his eyes at what he complained of as per his bodyguards. It's a big revelation, or rather a big claim by Baba Siddiqui's bodyguards on this murder case. Viewers, remember the bodyguard statement has been recorded in the latest after Zishan Siddiqui, his son's statement has been recorded for 2 days straight. And my colleague Sandeep joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Sandeep, tell us the latest you're picking up. What all have the bodyguards said to told the police in the statement?
See, Rakshita, so far 8 to 10 people have been, have recorded their statement with Mumbai police right now pertaining to this very matter. Apart from this, it is being said that the two bodyguards, he was given 2+1 security by Mumbai police, and in fact one of the bodyguard who was in fact present out there at the spot where this whole killing happened, he stated with the fact at that very point when the firing was happening, there was firecrackers that were in fact bursted, and that very point in time he experienced eyes burn. He felt that someone has sprayed something. He was experiencing that a chili powder might have been sprayed on him, and in fact for the same reason he was unable to understand with the fact that what actually is happening at that very point in time. But ultimately he heard the gunshots as well, and the moment he could have understood what actually happened, and he got clear vision, Baba Siddiqui was already dead. What our sources have informed us that Baba Siddiqui was provided with 2+1 security 2 security guards were there, used to be there with him for in daytime, and one was supposed to be with him in night time. So ultimately, Mumbai Police Crime Branch is investigating this angle with multiple angles, and one of them is the SRA angle. Apart from this, the Bollywood angle is also being investigated, and also the Lawrence Bishnoi angle is being explored by Mumbai Police right now. But ultimately, the prima facie, the primary people who were in fact present at that very point in time with Baba Siddiqui, their statements have been recorded, and the bodyguard's statement out here remains very crucial at this point in time, Rakshita.
Right, Sandeep. In fact, I request you to please stay on with us. Viewers, we'll get you the latest that we have gathered. In this report, we're going to tell you how the lies or the Lutyens' lies of a Salman Khan angle to the sensational public murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, his son and Congress leader Zishan Siddiqui confirmed the explosive Republic newsbreak. In fact, these claims of the Lutyens media has been thwarted, have been quashed, and now Republic TV is getting you how the real truth is being, now the real angle on this is being investigated. That is the link to the SRA, that is the slum rehabilitation project that Baba Siddiqui and his son were opposing. Here's a report.
Less than a week after the killing of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui, the big Lutyens' lie stands exposed. While the Lutyens media pushed and peddled the Salman Khan Lawrence Bishnoi angle to the murder of the senior NCP leader, your channel pursued a line that no one else did. And in his first public response to the killing, Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan, confirmed the Republic's exclusive news break.
Zishan, do you believe there was a SRA dispute, and that is the reason your father...
Any answers right now? I'll give you the answers. The investigation is going on. I'm not in the right state of mind, but I will give the answers soon.
Taking to his X handle, the Congress leader said his father died saving the lives and homes of poor, innocent people. The leads that your channel has been pursuing pointed to a high-stakes slum redevelopment project in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex as central to the plot to kill the NCP leader.
Viewers, through the tweet that has been put out by Zishan Siddiqui a short while back, this is what Baba Siddiqui's son has to say. He's seeking justice for his family. Remember, all this while, a section within the media have been peddling this Bollywood mafia Lawrence Bishnoi angle, which appears to be a complete decoy.
Very importantly, the angle which only Republic seems to be covering is this, that Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan Siddiqui, who's also a Congress MLA and who's the president of Mumbai Youth Congress, a couple of weeks back, he had protested against Anil Parab. Now, who is Anil Parab? Anil Parab is a MLC from the Uddhav Sena gang. And Anil Parab has been promoting the cause of Shahid Balwa's Valor Estate / the erstwhile DB Realty. Anil Parab has been basically putting forward the cause of Shahid Balwa for redevelopment of the Gyaneshwar Nagar and the Bharat Nagar slums.
Don't you think the SRA dispute is the actual motive behind it?
See, this matter is under investigation and police has to decide. Let police decide. Police is going through all the angles and it is their duty to decide which is the perfect angle.
With Zishan's explosive post, the smokescreen that was put up to throw the investigators off the scent has now been busted.
Now, viewers, the restoration work is currently underway after there was a train derailment in Assam, and we will be getting you more details on that in this report.
Restoration work is ongoing at Diblong station in Assam, where 8 coaches of the Agartala to Lokmanya Tilak Terminus Express derailed yesterday afternoon. The incident occurred around 3:55 p.m. in Lumding division. Emergency teams quickly arrived on the scene. A railway official confirmed that the train had derailed, but no casualties or major injuries have been reported. Passengers were safely evacuated from the train and all are reported to be unharmed. The Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, took to social media to reassure the public about the safety of those on board. Railway officials are currently investigating the cause of derailment while restoration efforts continue. The focus remains on ensuring that services can resume safely and swiftly.
Look at some more stories making news from across the country now. Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has officially allocated portfolios to the newly formed cabinet of Umar Abdullah. This marks the beginning of a new political chapter in the region. Allocation of key ministries comes as Umar Abdullah's leadership takes shape, with ministers now in charge of various departments. The death toll from the spurious liquor tragedy in Bihar has now exceeded 25 as the state continues to grapple with the aftermath. This has put increased pressure on the state's prohibition policy, with critics questioning its effectiveness in curbing illegal liquor trade. In a significant drug bust near Chandmari, a flyover in Guwahati, the Special Task Force of Assam Police seized 691 grams of heroin concealed in 10 soap cases with an estimated street value of 5.5 crore rupees. Now, a scooty was also seized during this raid. The two arrested individuals have been identified as Sandeep Singh, 34 age, and Manoj Deka, of 37 years old. Both suspects are now in police custody. Further investigation continues. A team of 12 officials from the Enforcement Directorate raided the Muda office today. The ED officials are holding a meeting with the Muda Commissioner Raghunandan, the city planner, and special land acquisition officers to probe the corruption allegations. Now, after the meeting, the ED is expected to seize the relevant documents linked to the alleged 50-50 corruption ratio with Muda. All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Now, the breaking news: after the opening day was washed out, India were all out for 46 on the second day, and then it was Rachin Ravindran's ton that has put the visitors in the box seat in the Bengaluru test. New Zealand leading by 356 runs, viewers. Rachin Ravindra's ton, the all-rounder from New Zealand, has given the boost to the Kiwis this test match. First test match, India trailing there, and New Zealand leading by 356 runs. Remember, right now India is on the Indian batters on the crease with Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma on the crease opening the innings, and my colleague Ankit, in fact, is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Ankit, please help our viewers get a sense of what all has transpired up until now. New Zealand seems to be on song right now. How's India's opening going on, Light?
To say that things have not gone according to plan is a gross understatement. Even today morning inside the first hour, when India picked up those 3 or 4 early wickets, it seems like India was clawing back into the game. But then you saw Rachin Ravindra and Team Saudi take the game away from India. Now they started off with a lead of, they had a lead of 356 runs. So what they can do is they can also have attacking field sets. It's going to be a mountain to climb for India from here on in. Well, yes, the start has been good, and that is bright for India, I mean, to say the least. Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma has got India off to a very good start over here. But now it's about time. There is a lot of time left in this test match, and now they have to play time, because what it seems like from here is that, you know, at best India can draw the test match, and one can easily say that New Zealand are firm favorites to win it from here on. They are surely in the box seat. So yes, India need a miracle to turn things around, and yes, fans would also be hoping that maybe rain also plays a part. Let's see what happens.
Well, thanks so much, Ankit, for joining us with those updates coming in from the first test match between India and New Zealand. Viewers, we'll keep a track for more and do follow SportFit on Republic. And we will be now shifting our focus to the defense beat now. Army Air Defense gunners from the 1st In-Battle Air Defense Brigade conducted a field firing exercise at Pokhran, displaying remarkable precision and tactical skills. The exercise featured seamless coordination as troops executed complex drills and maneuvers with accuracy. It highlighted the air defense warriors' ability to address evolving challenges with confidence, efficiency, and mission-focused excellence.
Director, the taste of success.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with the
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. Zishan Siddiqui, son of Baba Siddiqui, and he's a Congress MLA. He has reached Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's residence to meet him. Remember, Fadnavis is also the Home Minister of Maharashtra. And as the investigation continues, Zishan's statement has also been recorded by Mumbai police yesterday in a sensational tweet. He wrote that his father lost his life protecting the life and homes of the underprivileged, of the poor. And now he has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And my colleague Satya Prakash joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, Zishan Siddiqui जो हैं वो फडणवीस के घर पहुंच चुके हैं. क्या कुछ जानकारी सामने आ रही है इस मीटिंग को लेकर?
देखिए रचिता, थोड़ी देर पहले ही जिशान सिद्दीकी डिप्टी सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस के बंगले पहुंचे हुए हैं और उनके साथ ही डिप्टी सीएम जो अजित पवार, प्रफुल्ल पटेल, इसके अलावा मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर पहुंचे हुए हैं. और मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं कि बंगलों के अंदर है जिशान सिद्दीकी हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस हैं, अजित पवार हैं, प्रफुल्ल पटेल हैं, मुंबई पुलिस कमिश्नर है, साथ ही जो क्राइम ब्रांच के टॉप ऑफिसर भी अंदर मौजूद हैं. इस मामले को लेकर जो जांच किया जा रहा है उसको मीटिंग किया जा रहा है. अंदर मीटिंग चल रही है. लगभग आधे घंटे पहले मीटिंग शुरुआत हुई थी और इस मीटिंग की शुरुआत हो चुकी है. लगभग आधे घंटे पहले जिशान सिद्दीकी पहुंचे थे और डिप्टी सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस के अंडर ये मीटिंग हो रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अभी इस मामले को लेकर जांच किया जा रहा है, सारी चीज़ों की जानकारी लिया जा रहा है. फिलहाल जिशान सिद्दीकी आधे घंटे पहले पहुंचे हुए हैं और मीटिंग की शुरुआत हुई है.
जी बिल्कुल. This is the latest update we have right now, viewers. You can see that right after the statement was made by Zishan Siddiqui, that sensational tweet. Now we see Zishan Siddiqui meeting the Deputy Chief Minister. Thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for joining us. We have to slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere as we continue with our investigation in this sensational murder case. The murder of Baba Siddiqui being investigated. And remember, the link to the slum rehabilitation projects is being probed upon as Republic TV's news break bearing its impact. The slum project link in focus. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
our focus to the Marble Market area in Jammu, where an explosion was reported late last night. FSL teams collected the samples, while a larger probe team is yet to ascertain the cause. The explosion was caught on CCTV cameras. 4 people were seen running from the area in a hatchback car after the explosion. Here's a report.
लॉक टूटा हुआ था तो शटर थोड़ा सा खुला था। जब हमने शटर उठाया तो अंदर आग लगी हुई थी, जलन, तो बाल्टी से पानी ले लेके आग बुझाया। तो पुलिस को कॉल किए तो पुलिस आई, फ़ोटो खींची, तो सुबह बोली कि मतलब हम फिर आ जाएंगे। तो सुबह दोपहर को आई तो ये जो है सैंपल वगैरह उठा के लेके गई है यहाँ से जांच करने के लिए।
अनिल, जो धमाका दिखाई दिया आपको कब पता चला?
धमाका तो ये कल हमने चेक किया ना, इधर HDFC बैंक मैनेजर साहब को बोला तो उन्होंने निकाल के दिए, तो तब पता चला कि अंदर जो है काफ़ी तेज़ धमाका हुआ था।
वो जो लड़के 3-4 लड़के भागते दिखाई दिए गाड़ी में, वो क्या था?
सर अब पता नहीं, आल्टो कार में आए हुए थे तो उन्होंने ताला तोड़ के अंदर जो है आग लगाया हुआ है।
धमाका जो है काफ़ी
पावरफुल था, वो तो बाहर तक धमाका गया। आगे देखो ना, बोर्ड वगैरह सारा जल गया है मेरा।
So this is what the eyewitness, the owner of this shop, is saying, that the impact of this suspected explosion was so powerful that not only those things that were inside this shop have been damaged, but also the board that was outside, that has also been damaged. So now the police authorities, what they have done, that they have taken the samples, they have sent the samples to the forensic science laboratory for the analysis of the nature of this explosive, that what it can be, whether it was some explosive or it was something that has been manufactured by them only to trigger this blast, or what all has happened. That is part of the FSL probe that will come out. But yes, those who were here, they heard this loud bang taking place, and also the CCTV that has been accessed by the Republic Media Network clearly shows that this was a massive explosion that has taken place. And also those 3 to 4 people that were inside a hatchback car, they are also under the radar. Now the police is looking into both the angles, that is, they are probing whether it is something that has been done due to some natural causes, or whether it was something that has been done by intention by someone. And also that hatchback car is also on the radar. Some of the CCTVs in the nearby area are also being scanned, so that those 4 people can be nabbed, and from them there can be more details.